Chapter 38. Wu Tian glanced at his father and immediately nodded. "All right, I promise you." "Very good." Lin Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction and released Wu Liang. Wu Tian was also released. Both sides had completed the transaction. Lin Xiao also kept his word. "Let's go." Wu Tian shouted and prepared to leave with the group. Wait. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped them. Wu Liang's expression changed and shouted, "Lin Xiao, are you going back on your words?" "I, Lin Xiao, am a man of my word, but I never said that you can return to the Wu family. From today onwards, the Wu family will no longer exist in Lianyun City." After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he turned to Lin Ming and said, "Bring some people and raid the Wu family." "Do you dare?" Wu Liang shouted. Why wouldn't I dare? I can kill all of you by myself. Do you think I don't dare?" Lin Xiao coldly glared. "Good, very good. Winner takes all. I, Wu Liang, will remember this." Wu Liang coldly snorted. The Wu family's group also stopped moving and quietly stood in place. At this moment, they were like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, Lin Ming brought some experts to the Wu family and occupied the Wu family. Then, Lin Xiao extended an olive branch to the Wu family's consecrators. As the city lord of Lianyun City, Wu Tian had more experts under him than the Chen family. However, these people were all shocked by Lin Xiao's strength and immediately defected to the Lin family's side. Not long after, these consecrators all left the Wu family and joined the Lin family. Now that the Wu family had occupied the city lord mansion, what was the point of following Wu Tian? Soon, Lin Ming returned with hundreds of people. These were all Wu family members. Then, the Wu family was chased out of Lianyun City. Close all 4 city gates. No one is allowed to leave the city. After the Wu family members left Lianyun City, Lin Xiao gave the order. Now that he had chased Wu Tian out of Lianyun City, he was the city lord of Lianyun City. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. The city lord of Lianyun City was chased out of Lianyun City along with his family. This was definitely a big matter. However, this was not a big deal. It was common for an empire to change dynasties. As long as Lianyun City continued to pay taxes, it would be fine. Now that the Chen family and the Wu family were destroyed, their properties were divided. The Yi family got the Chen family, and the Lin family got the Wu family. Even though the Lin family had taken the lion's share of the pie, if not for Lin Xiao, things would not have ended so easily. However, Yi Xian had a plan in mind at that time, and that was to use the Shattering Cloud sect to intimidate the Wu family. Even the Shattering Cloud sect probably didn't have a 15-year-old 7th-tier martial artist. No matter how strong the Wu family was, could they be stronger than the Shattering Cloud sect? Any random person from the Shattering Cloud sect could annihilate the Wu family. This time, Yi Xian had also gained a lot. Although the Chen family's treasury had been taken away by him, the Yi family had obtained all of the Chen family's properties. When the time came, would they still have to worry about not having enough money? At this time, the Yi and Lin families were gathered in the main hall of the city lord's mansion to discuss some matters. The current city lord was not Lin Xiao, but Lin Ming, because Lin Xiao felt that he was too old. The Lin family and the Yi family had a good relationship, and they had a common ancestor, so the Lin family would not do anything to the Yi family. The matter had come to an end, but Yi Xian's strength was questioned by the Lin family. When Yi Xian had visited the Lin family, he had only been in the mid-6th-tier martial path. How could he have broken through to the 7th-tier martial path in just a few hours? Now, even if Yi Xian tried to find an excuse, he would not be able to hide it anymore. Thus, he could only reveal that he could devour natural treasures to increase his strength. After learning of Yi Xian's ability, the Lin family's upper echelons were shocked, and so was Lin Xiao. "Seniors, this kid's physique is extraordinary, so he needs a large amount of cultivation resources. I have a few cultivation techniques here that you can take a look at." Yi Xian took out the martial arts he had copied, including the chaotic star arrow. What? A 7th-grade martial art? Lin Xiao was shocked. After all, there had never been a 7th-grade martial art in Lianyun City. However, when they saw that this martial art was related to archery, their eyes dimmed. This martial art is good. With it, my Lin family's hunting team's efficiency will increase by several times. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly exclaimed. Every family had a hunting team that was responsible for hunting monsters outside. However, they usually used the more common method. However, when Lin Ming saw Yi Xian's battle in front of the Yi family's gate, he realized that his archery skills were not bad. Not to mention the long range. If they could form an archery team, then they would be able to make the enemy pay a heavy price before they could get close. After that, Yi Xian took out a few more martial arts techniques. Lin Ming was very generous and spent 30 million taels of silver to buy all these martial arts techniques. Moreover, Yi Xian had learned his lesson. He purposely asked Lin Ming to prepare items that were worth more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. This way, he would be able to gain devouring points. With the help of these items, Yi Xian directly broke through to the middle of the 7th grade martial path. He also gained a lot of devouring points. Now, his long-range attack ability was not bad, but the close combat martial arts level was not high. Therefore, he spent some points to buy a few 7th grade martial arts techniques. However, this time, the Lin family did not have enough liquid funds to buy martial arts, so Yi Xian allowed them to buy on credit. When they had the money, they would pay him. It had been 3 days since the Wu family left Lianyun City. In these 3 days, the Yi and Lin families were very busy because they had to take over the Qin and Wu families' businesses. They were already very busy. After such a big event, Yi Xian also rested in the house for 3 days. He was different from ordinary warriors. Cultivation had no effect at all, so he could only practice martial arts. At this moment, in the back mountain of the Yi family, a young man was practicing swordsmanship. This person was Yi Xian, who had broken through to the middle of the 7th grade martial path. The current him was the Yi family's first line of combat strength. Now that I have a few 7th grade martial arts techniques, the Yi family's overall strength has increased by a lot. It seems that I have to find some time to obtain the 100 Beasts bloodline. Yi Xian put away his long sword and thought to himself. Now, his 100 Beasts bloodline had not been activated. It was still only 1/100. He had been thinking about this matter. As long as he had this bloodline, his strength would definitely increase greatly. He would even be able to challenge those of a higher level and win as the weak. Right at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly dashed towards him. Yi Xian, time to eat. This beautiful figure ran to Yi Xian's side and handed over the bamboo basket in her hand. Chapter 39. Yes, it's me. What's wrong? I brought you lunch and you're not happy? Hurry up and thank me. Xue Qingqing frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Yes. Thank you, miss. Do you want me to repay you with my body? Yi Xian took the bamboo basket and said jokingly. You wish. Xue Qingqing rolled her eyes and sat in front of Yi Xian. After looking at him for a while, she asked, Now that Lianyun City belongs to your 2 families, are you going to start helping me? What help? Yi Xian raised his head in astonishment. You bastard, you actually forgot. You said you would help me. Xue Qingqing kicked Yi Xian's leg, leaving a clear footprint. Oh, of course I remember. But you didn't say what I would help you with. Yi Xian sweated and finally remembered. Xue Qingqing pondered for a while before saying, Do you know why I left 1,000 Gold City this time? Speaking of which, it's related to you. Originally, my father wanted to marry me to you, but he was rejected by my uncle. Therefore, my father betrothed me to the young city lord of 1,000 Gold City. Xue Qingqing said. What? You ran away from the marriage? Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and almost choked to death. I will be engaged soon. But it's fine. My father doesn't know where I am. Xue Qingqing suddenly revealed a smug expression. He doesn't know? Yi Xian swallowed the food in his mouth and said guiltily, I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. They don't know where I am? Xue Qingqing said and suddenly saw Yi Xian's expression. She immediately paused and exclaimed, You sent someone to 1,000 Gold City? I sent someone that day. I just wanted to let your father know that you were safe. Yi Xian wiped his cold sweat. You bastard, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Xue Qingqing stood up and gave Yi Xian a good beating. Who knew that you broke off the engagement? Yi Xian was indeed quite helpless. His good intentions had backfired. Xue Qingqing pulled Yi Xian up somewhat impatiently and said, let's go, let's go. We'll set off for the Shattering Cloud sect today. Don't be in such a hurry. Isn't it just a marriage? Why can't you just call it off? You just want me to call it off for you, don't you? Yi Xian stuffed a meat bun into his mouth and said vaguely. He didn't care at all. Who said that I want you to help me break off the engagement now? I want you to enter the Shattering Cloud sect first. You're just a young master from a small city, while he's the young master of the city of Million Gold. Moreover, he was accepted as a direct disciple by an elder of the Shattering Sky sect. After that, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Xue Qingqing said with a frown. Heaven-cracking sect. When he heard this name, Yi Xian's expression froze. The Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect were two of the top sects in the South Forest County. They were originally one family hundreds of years ago, but because of certain matters, the Shattering Cloud sect was divided and the Shattering Cloud sect was established. However, in terms of strength, the Shattering Sky sect was much stronger than the Shattering Cloud sect. The disciples under them were all talented, and the Shattering Cloud sect couldn't compare to them. Isn't he just an elder's disciple? What's there to be afraid of? Could it be that he's more talented than me? Yi Xian still didn't care. Slap. Xue Qingqing directly slapped the back of Yi Xian's head and said, of course his talent can't compare to yours, but he's older than you. He's already 20 years old. Moreover, he's also in the middle of the 7th level of the martial path. You definitely can't beat him. Hurry up and leave. However, before she finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of them and jogged towards them. Young master, Miss Xue, there are guests in the family. The head of the family is calling for you. The person who ran over was a guard of the Yi family. At this moment, Yi Xian and Xue Qingqing's expressions changed. It was really what they were worried about. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine as long as Yi Xian went over. After all, Xue Qingqing was an outsider and definitely wouldn't let him go. But now, Xue Qingqing was also included. This was definitely someone from the Million Gold City. Since you're here, let's take things as they come. Let's go. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned and left. You're courting death. He's the young master of the Million Gold City. 10 Lianyun cities can't compare to 1 Million Gold City. If we sneak away, they won't be able to catch us. Xue Qingqing pulled Yi Xian back. You can't not go home for the rest of your life, right? Yi Xian turned and asked. It's fine if you don't go back for now. At least wait until you enter the Shattering Cloud sect and have a status to help me. If you go now, it's useless. They might even catch me. Xue Qingqing said worriedly. Hearing this, Yi Xian also hesitated. The Million Gold City was a big city. Even 10 Lianyun cities couldn't compare to 1 Million Gold City. The strength of the Million Gold City's City Lord Mansion was definitely not something the Wu family could compare to. If they sent experts over, Lin Shao probably wouldn't be able to stop them. All right, let's sneak away. Yi Xian nodded. In any case, he also wanted to go out early and hunt some 7th-rank demonic beasts to activate his 100-beast bloodline. You want to leave? Not so easy. Just as Yi Xian's voice fell, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the sky. Yi Xian turned his head and saw Yi Zhang and the 4 elders leading a group of strangers walking over. It's over, it's over. It's the Million Gold City's Commander Lu. I can't leave now. Wu, it wasn't easy for me to escape. Xue Qingqing, who was hiding behind Yi Xian, muttered with a crying face. Yi Xian was also slightly helpless. This matter had something to do with him, so he couldn't back down. Yi Xian, this is the Million Gold City's Commander Lu. Yi Zhang introduced. No need, I'm only here to bring her back. Commander Lu glanced at Yi Xian. He really didn't have any interest in the latter. After all, he was just a descendant of a small village. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Xue Qingqing. Miss Xue, you sneaked out and caused the city lord to fly into a rage. Quickly come back with me. No, let my father settle it himself. Xue Qingqing, who was hiding behind Yi Xian, retorted. Nonsense, capture her. Commander Lu was also a person who acted swiftly. He didn't waste any time and directly gave the order. Immediately, 2 guards from the city of 10,000 gold walked over. However, just as they approached, they were punched at the same time and were knocked back. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Yi Zhang, who was standing at the side, was shocked. Why did Yi Xian make a move when they were trying to take Xue Qingqing away? Qingqing doesn't want to leave. Please go back. Yi Xian stood at the same spot and slowly said, Impudent, who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Commander Lu berated and signaled the 2 guards to continue. Bang. Chapter 40. Good boy, you're really daring. Catch him. Commander Lu's eyes widened. Immediately after, the 4 guards behind him also walked out. There were a total of 6 guards and each of them was a martial artist in the 6th stage of the martial path. Moreover, they were all experienced in battle. They were more than enough to deal with a martial artist in the 7th stage of the martial path. Wait a minute. Yi Zhang also hurriedly walked out and said, Commander Lu, is there a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? You dare to attack my people? Your Yi family is quite bold. Capture him. Commander Lu did not care about Yi Zhang at all. After hearing the order, the 6 guards rushed towards Yi Xian at the same time. Yi Xian was also prepared for a fight. He told Xue Qingqing to retreat a little and then went forward himself. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Yi Xian shouted loudly and his aura soared. It was just 6 martial artists in the 6th stage of the martial path. He could defeat them in less than 10 seconds. Sure enough, in less than 10 seconds, the 6 martial artists were all sent flying by Yi Xian. Among them, there were even 2 mid-stage 6th stage martial artists. This time, Commander Lu was finally moved. He said in surprise, Impossible, it's just a boy. How could he not be a match for the 6 of them? This, Commander Lu, Yi Xian is in the mid-stage 7th stage of the martial path. Yi Zhang said again. In fact, he was also very dissatisfied with Commander Lu. After all, this was Lianyun City and the Yi family. How could Commander Lu want to capture Yi Xian? What? Mid-stage 7th stage of the martial path? That's impossible. Commander Lu was shocked. He heard that the Yi family was only one of the 4 great families in Lianyun City. However, such a family would at most be a second-rate family in Million Gold City, or even a third-rate family. One had to know that the first-rate families in Million Gold City all had martial artists in the 8th stage of the martial path. Commander Lu sized up Yi Xian and estimated in his heart, this kid is probably quite old. It's just that he looks young. Heh, using pills to increase one's realm can only deal with low-level warriors. Brat, you dare to injure my people? How dare you? I'm going to capture you and bring you back to 1,000 Gold City to be judged by the city lord. Before Commander Lu could finish his sentence, he pounced forward, preparing to capture Yi Xian with his own hands. Not good. Yi Zhang and the 4 Yi family elders' expressions changed, and they prepared to make a move. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out a pill and swallowed it. At the same time, he shouted, I'll do it myself. When he first met Commander Lu, Xue Qingqing had told him that Commander Lu was at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. Yi Xian was in the mid-7th stage of the martial path. If he consumed an explosive spirit pill, he would be at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. He wouldn't be any weaker than Commander Lu. Brat, you dare to attack my people? You must be tired of living. Commander Lu cursed as he ran. If you want to fight, then fight. Can you cut the crap? Yi Xian was a little impatient. The 2 figures instantly came into contact. Now that they were both at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, it would depend on their martial arts and combat experience. Although Yi Xian didn't have an advantage in terms of age, the martial arts sold in the devouring system were all martial arts that hadn't appeared on the market yet. Furthermore, they were all much better than ordinary martial arts of the same grade. Now that Yi Xian had several grade 7 martial arts, he directly faced Commander Lu head-on. Sky-shattering fist. Commander Lu shouted and directly used a grade 7 martial arts without any hesitation. Hey, watch my frost fist. Yi Xian was also a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers, so he directly threw a punch. The two spiritual energies collided. Yi Xian was slightly at a disadvantage, but in terms of martial arts, the Frost Fist was much stronger than the Sky-Shattering Fist. As the shockwave swept out, a special energy spread to Commander Lu's hand. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out, and Commander Lu retreated in shock. He found that his right fist was a little stiff, and some ice crystals had already condensed on the outside. A Grade 7 martial arts? There's actually a Grade 7 martial arts stronger than the Sky-Shattering Fist in this countryside? Also, what's the deal with the spiritual explosion pill? Commander Lu was shocked, but he didn't believe it, so he went forward again. Sky-Shattering Fist. Frost Fist. The two of them exchanged blows for a while, and it was still Commander Lu who was at a disadvantage this time. What kind of fist technique is this? It actually has a frost effect. This martial arts is worth at least 20 million taels of silver. Commander Lu was shocked again. Although his sky-shattering fist was taught by the city lord, it would still cost more than 10 million taels of silver in the city of gold. However, Yi Xian's fist technique was actually more overbearing than the sky-shattering fist, and it even had an effect. The price would definitely not be lower than 20 million taels of silver. Heh, so what if your martial arts are good? See if I don't kill you. Commander Lu's eyes flashed, and he threw another punch. Peng! Yi Xian and Commander Lu continued to exchange blows, and the sound of spiritual energy vibrations continued, leaving the surrounding people dumbfounded. The 6 guards who were previously sent flying by Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw that Yi Xian was able to fight evenly with Commander Lu. Who is this person? He's so young, yet he can fight against our commander. This martial arts is so powerful. It can even freeze the enemy's arm. If this fist hit us, I reckon we won't be able to get up. Look, Commander Lu's hands. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that Commander Lu's hands had already turned pale. There were many ice crystals on them, which had even spread to his elbows. Oh no, I can't bend. Commander Lu was also shocked. He hurriedly punched his elbows, shattering the ice crystals. However, this action of his gave Yi Xian an opportunity. 7th grade martial arts, Netherworld Steps. Yi Xian appeared in front of Commander Lu in a flash, and then directly threw a punch. The fist landed on Commander Lu's chest, and the strength and spiritual energy contained in the fist leaked out, instantly sending Commander Lu flying. What? Commander Lu was sent flying. The 6 guards were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even Yi Zhang and the others were the same. It should be known that Commander Lu was twice as old as Yi Xian. However, the former was sent flying by the latter. This was too inconceivable. Hi Yi Xian, quick, beat him up. Beat him until he can't get up. Xue Qingqing, who was on the side, was eager to see the world in chaos. She hurriedly waved her small fists and cheered. However, Yi Xian didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he stood there quietly. Commander Lu did a backflip and spat out a mouthful of blood. He angrily shouted, "I'm going to kill you." Chapter 41. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He was no longer the trash he used to be. However, right at that moment, a shout suddenly rang out from the sky. Stop! Commander Lu ignored it and rushed towards Yi Xian. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Yi Xian. Seeing that Commander Lu did not stop, the person who shouted immediately rushed out of the Yi residence. When Commander Lu reached Yi Xian, he had already caught up with him. Pa! The person who shouted slapped Commander Lu's shoulder. Then, with a strong pull, Commander Lu's entire body was flung away. Everyone's gazes landed on Commander Lu, watching him land on the ground. Then, their gazes gathered on the figure that had suddenly appeared. Old Master Lin? Yi Xian and the rest immediately recognized him. Although Lianyun City was a small city, the Lin family had an expert that was rare even in big cities, Lin Xiao. After receiving Yu Jin's guidance, Lin Zhao's strength increased by leaps and bounds. In just a few days, he broke through from the peak of the 7th realm to the peak of the 8th realm and became the #1 expert in Lianyun City. Who is it? Commander Lu quickly got up from the ground and did not bother to pat the dirt off his body. He looked like a tiger eyeing its prey. He could feel that the person who sent him flying had no ill intentions, but to be able to suddenly appear beside him without him noticing, he was at least in the 8th realm of the martial path. I am Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao clasped his fist towards Commander Lu and continued, Commander Lu, you have just arrived and you are already fighting in the Yi residence. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Although Lin Xiao was not a member of the Yi family, based on the relationship between the Yi family and the Lin family, Lin Xiao could not sit idly by. Lin Xiao, why haven't I heard of this name before? Commander Lu was puzzled. He could feel that this white-haired old man was not simple, but behind him was the city lord of Million Gold City. How could he be afraid of a martial artist from a small village? Immediately, Commander Lu berated, You old bastard, you actually dare to attack me? Lin Xiao coldly snorted, took a few steps forward and said, I remember that in Thousand Gold City, only the city lord is a 9th rank martial path realm martial artist, right? Commander Lu did not know why Lin Xiao would change the topic to the city of Thousand Gold City Lord. He replied, So what if it is? Then why don't you take a look at my cultivation level? All of a sudden, the spiritual energy in Lin Xiao's body surged out, and the surrounding people felt an invisible sense of oppression. The 8th stage of the martial path. No, this is not the 8th stage of the martial path, but the 9th stage of the martial path. Commander Lu widened his eyes in disbelief. In a small city that didn't even have an 8th stage martial artist, there was actually a 9th stage martial artist. This was too fake. Impossible. You are not from Lianyun City. Commander Lu exclaimed. It's none of your business whether I'm from Lianyun City or not. However, if you want to continue behaving atrociously, you'll have to go through me first. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes as he slowly spoke. So you're saying that you're determined to go against my Wan Jincheng? Commander Lu asked. Lin Xiao did not answer. He only coldly said, I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. He was 4 stages higher than Commander Lu. Even if there were 10 Commander Lu here, they would not be his match. Good, very good. Lianyun City, let's wait and see. Commander Lu angrily said. He glared at Yi Xian as if to say, You brat, just you wait. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Then he left the Yi residence with the 6 guards. A 9th stage martial artist. It would probably take a lot of 8th stage martial artists to deal with him. He had to report back to the city of Thousand Gold. After Commander Lu and the others left, Yi Zhang and the others came forward to welcome them. Congratulations to old Master Lin for breaking through. Ah, thank you. It's a pity that I used up a lot of the energy that the senior left in my body. Lin Xiao stroked his beard and said, Now, everyone understood why Lin Xiao broke through so quickly. It was because the Sky Yuan sect protector had left some energy in his body. Before anyone could speak, Lin Xiao said, It's a pity that the senior said that he did not want to break the balance in this area. So, he could only help me this much. However, don't worry. With me around, even the city of Thousand Gold will have to weigh its own weight. With old Master Lin around, Lianyun City will be able to squeeze into the ranks of the big cities soon. Yi Zhang and the others smiled. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head and said, Yi Xian, when do you plan to go to the Shattering Cloud sect? Maybe we'll leave today. Yi Xian replied. In fact, he could go to the Shattering Cloud sect after the new year. However, it would not be a problem if he went a few months earlier. One had to know that his current cultivation had far surpassed that time. With his aptitude, no matter where he went, he would definitely be in high demand. That's fine. When you enter the Shattering Cloud sect, as long as you are chosen by the elders, your strength will increase rapidly. Moreover, I am in charge of Lianyun City now. You can go without worry. Lin Xiao nodded. Then he left for a meeting with Yi Zhang and the others. Yi Xian and the others also returned to their own residence and began to pack their things. As Yi Xian's maid, Wu, also began to help him pack his things. Now that Yi Xian had the devouring space, it was very convenient for him to go out. All he had to do was to stuff everything he needed into the devouring space. "Young master, you must come back more often in the future," Lu said with red eyes when they were about to leave. She was only an ordinary person, not a martial artist. Therefore, she could not follow him to the Shattering Cloud sect. "And I will be back soon. Who knows, I might even be able to come back for the new year." Yi Xian nodded and stroked Lu's hair. In the Yi clan, children could practice martial arts at the age of 10. Lu had also reached the age where she could practice martial arts. However, she was not very interested in it. Yi Xian originally wanted to get some pills to help Lu increase her strength. Although it was not good for her to cultivate like this, she would at least have the ability to protect herself. However, Yi Xian did not have enough funds now. Therefore, he put this matter on hold first. When he had money in the future, he would directly turn Lu into a super genius. One had to know that there were many precious pills in the devouring space that could not be bought outside. That afternoon, Yi Xian and Xue Qingqing left Lianyun City and rushed towards the Shattering Cloud sect. "Yi Xian, with my cultivation level, I can only be an ordinary disciple. You can be accepted as a disciple by an elder. After entering the Shattering Cloud sect, you must protect me." On the way, Xue Qingqing could not help but ask, "No problem. Who knows, I might even be accepted as a disciple by the sect master." Chapter 42. The Shattering Cloud sect was quite influential in the South Forest County. The sect master's net worth was definitely not low. As long as he had money, Yi Xian could make unlimited breakthroughs and find a powerful backer. That was Yi Xian's plan. However, before he found a backer, Yi Xian could not reveal his devouring ability to prevent others from coveting it. However, he didn't leave for the Shattering Cloud sect directly. He wanted to settle the 100 Beasts bloodline before going to the Shattering Cloud sect. Lianyun City was quite a distance away from the Shattering Cloud sect. It would take 10 days to half a month to get there. Coincidentally, there was a good place to train, the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. "Ah, Yi Xian, are you thinking of taking the shortcut of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun?" Xue Qingqing could not help but ask. "That's right." Yi Xian nodded his head. Right now, he still needed the blood essence of 99 types of demonic beasts. The 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun was his first choice. In the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, 7th rank demonic beasts would appear from the 10th mountain range onwards. There were 9th rank demonic beasts in the 16th mountain range. However, Yi Xian's plan was to train around the 10th mountain range for a period of time. Then he would leave through the 9th mountain range and rush to the Shattering Cloud sect. "But I'm only in the mid-4th rank of the martial path. Aren't you afraid that I'll drag you down and we'll die together?" Xue Qingqing was a little worried. "If we really encounter danger, then we'll just be a pair of mandarin ducks." Yi Xian laughed. It was only a 7th rank demonic beast. He could still handle it. After all, he still had some devouring points to exchange for the bursting spiritual pill. Moreover, as long as he had the 100 Beasts bloodline, he would definitely be able to challenge those of a higher rank. Thinking about it, as a mid-7th rank of the martial path, he would be able to defeat a peak 7th rank martial artist. How awesome would that be? Who wants to be a mandarin duck with you? Xue Qingqing wrinkled her nose. However, her mind was also filled with thoughts. If Yi Xian's father hadn't rejected her, she would probably be engaged to Yi Xian right now. Entering the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun was part of Yi Xian's plan. However, due to the issue of Xue Qingqing's strength, Yi Xian did not allow her to follow. Instead, he arranged for her to stay in a small town outside the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. As for Yi Xian, he entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun alone. In less than 2 days he arrived at the 10th mountain range of Lianyun. From here onwards, 7th rank demonic beasts would appear. 99 kinds of 7th rank demonic beasts blood essences. This is not an easy task. Forget it, let's do it. Yi Xian took a deep breath. The 100 Beasts bloodline required the blood essence of 100 types of demonic beasts of the 7th grade and above. Although there were quite a few demonic beasts in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, there were only so many types of demonic beasts. Yi Xian did not know if he could gather 100 types of demonic beasts. If he really couldn't, he would have to buy them. However, it wouldn't be that easy to buy them because most people would only take the materials from the demonic beasts and rarely collect the blood essence. Only a small amount of demonic beast's blood essence could be used to refine pills. Just like that, Yi Xian began his long journey of hunting. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, Yi Xian had hunted hundreds of demonic beasts. However, most of them were 6th rank and below. There were only 20 or so demonic beasts that were 7th rank, and some of them were duplicates. Looking at the 100 beasts blood essence slot, Yi Xian felt a little helpless. At this rate, he was afraid that it would take a long time to fill it up. He was a little hesitant now. I only have 22 types of 100 beasts blood essence now. I still need 78. This is too slow. I might as well go to a big city and sell the martial arts. Then I can get 100 devouring points to buy one. Yi Xian started to worry, but in the past few days, he'd hunted hundreds of demonic beasts and had improved quite a bit. He estimated that if he stayed here for 2 months, he might be able to break through to the peak of the 7th level of the martial Dao. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to go deeper. Perhaps he would encounter more 7th rank demonic beasts. At this time, he was in the 12th mountain range. If he went deeper, he would reach the 13th mountain range, where 8th rank demonic beasts would appear. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Although it was more dangerous, he could still escape from ordinary 8th rank demonic beasts. Immediately, Yi Xian moved forward. An 8th rank demonic beast was equivalent to an 8th rank martial artist. However, the biggest difference between demonic beasts and humans was that they usually fought head-on. For ordinary people, this was a difficult thing to deal with. However, Yi Xian was a multi-species martial artist. In addition to sword and fist techniques, he also had a bow and arrow. As long as he took the initiative, he might be able to deal with 8th rank demonic beasts with his mid-7th rank cultivation. He didn't know whether he was unlucky or lucky. He had just entered the 13th mountain range, and he already encountered an 8th rank demonic beast. Saber-toothed tiger. It has extraordinary strength. Its sharp fangs can pierce through a person's body. Yi Xian looked at the yellow tiger in front of him that was eating a demonic beast's corpse and thought to himself. Fortunately, the tiger was focused on eating and didn't notice Yi Xian. This saber-toothed tiger is a low-level 8th rank demonic beast. As long as I keep a distance, there shouldn't be any problem. Yi Xian thought to himself. He began to quietly approach the tiger. When he was only 100 meters away from it, he suddenly drew his bow. Preemptive strike. Xiu! 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 A series of arrows swept out and shot towards the saber-toothed tiger. The 8th rank demonic beast was still eating and didn't expect someone to sneak up on it. It was directly hit by 6 arrows. However, 8th rank demonic beasts had tough skin and thick flesh. Moreover, the chaotic star arrow wasn't very strong. It was superior in quantity. The saber-toothed tiger roared and turned its head to rush towards Yi Xian. Chaotic star arrow. Before the saber-toothed tiger could reach Yi Xian, it was turned into a sieve by the countless arrows. Blood splattered all over the ground. The saber-toothed tiger relied on its strong vitality to withstand Yi Xian's attacks and rushed in front of him. Then, it pounced and its fangs, which were longer than Yi Xian's arms, shone brightly under the sunlight. It seemed like it wanted to pierce through Yi Xian's head. Large demonic beasts are harder to kill. It's better to use guerrilla warfare. Yi Xian immediately used the 7th grade movement technique, nether steps, to escape and then continued to shoot with his bow. Although the saber-toothed tiger was an 8th rank demonic beast, it was still dominated by its bestial nature and didn't have high intelligence. It continued to resist Yi Xian's attacks and pounced forward. Yi Xian kept retreating and attacking. The saber-toothed tiger couldn't do anything to him. In less than half a minute, the saber-toothed tiger was already drenched in blood and its speed had obviously decreased. After another half a minute, it was finally exhausted by Yi Xian to the point of almost dying. Chapter 43. A rank 8 demonic beast was indeed a rank 8 demonic beast. Its vitality was really tenacious. In order to kill this saber-toothed tiger, Yi Xian had almost used up all his spiritual energy. Yi Xian immediately took out 2 elixirs and swallowed them. These were spirit recovery elixirs that he had spent some devouring points to buy. There were 20 elixirs in a bottle. 2 elixirs were enough to fully replenish his spiritual energy. To put it simply, 1 elixir was worth 50,000 taels of silver. Let me see how much this rank 8 demonic beast is worth. Yi Xian's sword pierced through the saber-toothed tiger's eyes, killing the dying saber-toothed tiger. Then, Yi Xian reached out and swallowed the saber-toothed tiger's corpse. Devouring successful. Yi Xian sensed that the rank 8 demonic beast's corpse was worth about 200,000 taels of silver. However, when Yi Xian heard another notification in his mind, his eyes lit up with surprise. The host has successfully devoured the obsidian ore powder. Obsidian ore? Isn't this the obsidian ore that I devoured in the white-scaled python's nest? Yi Xian recalled. But what's with the powder? Yi Xian glanced around and saw another corpse. It was the corpse that the saber-toothed tiger had just eaten. He immediately rushed over and saw that it was the corpse of a steel dragon turtle. The steel dragon turtle was a rank 7 demonic beast. It was a peculiar demonic beast that specialized in eating stones. In addition, it could also eat some ores that could increase its defensive power. Its offensive power was not strong, but its defensive power was extremely strong. Therefore, most cultivators would not hunt a steel dragon turtle. Yi Xian squatted down and swallowed the dragon steel turtle's corpse as well. Then, a trace of pleasant surprise flashed through his eyes. Congratulations to the host for devouring a piece of obsidian Oregon. You have received 5 devouring points. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian could not help but laugh. Sure enough, this dragon steel tortoise had gotten lucky and swallowed an obsidian stone. If it hadn't died, it would have grown into an 8th rank monster beast with the help of this obsidian stone. Unfortunately, its head was pierced by the sharp fangs of the saber-toothed tiger. However, this also benefited Yi Xian. My spiritual power has increased by a lot. If I can get a few more obsidian ores, I'm afraid I can break through to the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. Yi Xian thought to himself. After the last time, he had also looked up information on obsidian ore. It was a type of associated ore, and there might not even be a single obsidian ore in an ore vein. However, the fact that there was a dragon steel turtle here was good news for Yi Xian. Dragon steel turtles usually live near ore veins. If there's a dragon steel turtle here, there might be ore veins nearby. Even if there's no obsidian here, it's not bad to find a vein. Yi Xian's eyes lit up again. He felt that he was too smart. As long as he followed the footprints of the dragon steel turtle, he might be able to find it. The dragon steel turtle was bigger than the saber-toothed tiger. It was about the size of an SUV on Earth. It weighed at least 2 tons, so its footprints were very obvious. Immediately, Yi Xian followed the footprints of the dragon steel turtle to find it. Today was indeed the day that the goddess of luck went out for a stroll. Yi Xian followed the heavy footprints of the dragon steel turtle and found a vein. Is it only blue gold ore? Yi Xian was a little disappointed. Blue gold ore was relatively common, so it was relatively cheap. The entire vein was probably worth less than 1 million taels of silver. Yi Xian did not immediately take out his long sword and started mining. He wanted to explore the mine first. The mine was quite big, and there was only one way to go. There were also footprints of the dragon steel turtle on the ground. It seemed that this was the nest of the dragon steel turtle. However, when Yi Xian reached the end of the mine, he could not help but open his mouth wide. The end of the mine was very spacious. It was almost the size of a basketball court. There were countless blue gold ores embedded in the stone wall at the end of the mine. The light made Yi Xian's eyes hurt. But right at this moment, Yi Xian swept his gaze over and suddenly noticed a color that wasn't quite right. Damn, obsidian ore. That's obsidian ore. Yi Xian couldn't help but shout. His voice echoed in the mine. The goddess of luck really liked Yi Xian. She actually found another obsidian ore for Yi Xian. Moreover, this obsidian ore was much bigger than the one in the white-scaled python's nest. The dragon steel turtle is so pitiful. There's obsidian ore right above its head, but it can't harvest it. However, I can do it. Yi Xian immediately took out his black iron bow and aimed at the stone wall beside the obsidian ore. Crack! The energy shot into the stone wall and made a hole in it. Yi Xian was not stupid. He did not attack the obsidian ore. Instead, he cracked the stone wall around the obsidian ore and let it fall. The obsidian ore grew on the stone wall 8 meters away. Yi Xian's black iron bow was very strong. After a while, the obsidian ore fell to the ground. Devour! Yi Xian immediately rushed forward and devoured the obsidian ore along with the stone. Host has successfully devoured the obsidian ore. You have received 12 devour points. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian laughed until his mouth was crooked. 12 devour points. I have another 20 devour points. 20 devour points could be exchanged for 1 or 2 grade 7 martial arts techniques. However, what Yi Xian needed the most right now was not martial arts techniques, but equipment. The black iron bow was only a medium-grade mortal weapon. What Yi Xian wanted the most right now was a high-grade mortal weapon. If he had a high-grade mortal weapon just now, he would have been able to kill the saber-toothed tiger easily. He would not have had to consume so much spiritual power. Come out, Cloudbreaker Bow. A white longbow suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. This was a high-grade mortal weapon that he had spent 15 devour points on. Whether it was the range or the spiritual power boost, it was much better than the black iron bow. With this, Yi Xian's confidence increased greatly. Come, let me see if there are any more obsidian ores. Yi Xian began to look around again. After a while, he found another obsidian ore on the ceiling. His luck was really good. Come down. The obsidian ore fell again. Yi Xian rushed forward and devoured it, earning him another 7 devour points. Now, he was only a little bit away from breaking through to the peak of Martial Path Realm 7th stage. Perhaps one more obsidian ore would be enough. Found it. There's one more. Yi Xian laughed until his saliva flew everywhere. He immediately raised his hand, but at this moment, a strange sound suddenly entered his ears. Kacha! Kacha! Oh no, the mine is going to collapse. Yi Xian's expression changed when he saw the cracks start to appear around the mine. He hastily attacked, and in less than 3 seconds, the last piece of obsidian ore fell down. Nether steps. He quickly rushed to the obsidian ore and absorbed it. Chapter 44. Not good, I have to leave now. Yi Xian's face sank and ran. The moment he left the place, the ceiling cracked open. His mining method was too overbearing, resulting in the destruction of the mineral veins foundation. It would be strange if it did not collapse. Fortunately, the Netherworld Steps was a 7th grade martial art, so he was not smashed to death in the mine. Huff huff, I was scared to death. Outside the blue gold mine, Yi Xian placed his hands on his knees and gasped for breath. If he was 4 or 5 seconds later, he would have become Sun Wukong. However, this was a daunting experience. He successfully broke through to the peak of the 7th grade of the martial path and did not die in the mine, which was very good. Now I have nearly 20 devour points. Supernova Arrow, here I come. Yi Xian laughed twice and directly used 15 points to exchange for a 7th grade martial art. This martial art was called Supernova Arrow, which could condense an explosive arrow with great power. Now, Yi Xian's strength had also increased greatly. If he were to face the saber-toothed tiger again, he was afraid that he would only need a few moves to cripple the saber-toothed tiger. Peak of the 7th grade of the martial path, Supernova Arrow, Cloud-splitting bow, Explosive Spirit Pill. I think I should be able to run rampant in the 13th and 14th mountain ranges. The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately went out to hunt monsters. His strength had increased by several levels, and he encountered another saber-toothed tiger. Sure enough, in less than 3 supernova arrows, this saber-toothed tiger was blown up to black and blue. When the 4th supernova arrow landed on its body, it was injured to the point of paralysis on the ground, and then it was killed by Yi Xian. In the 13th mountain range of Lian Yun, there were some monsters that did not exist in the first 12 mountain ranges. This was good news for Yi Xian. Not only that, there were a large number of different types of 8th grade monsters. In these few days, Yi Xian continuously hunted monsters, and the 100 Beasts blood essence slot also increased rapidly. 10 days later, when Yi Xian devoured an 8th grade monster called the Herculean King Kong ape, the 100 Beasts blood essence slot finally reached 100. Ding! The host has successfully devoured the blood essence of the Herculean King Kong ape. Ding! The 100 Beasts blood essence slot is full. Host has obtained the 100 Beasts bloodline. Do you want to fuse it? Yes. Yi Xian answered in his mind without thinking. Following that, he felt a visible change in his body. His entire body began to grow. His original height of 1.75 meters grew to 1.8 meters. Not only that, but his arms and thighs were also much thicker, and he even had 2 more pecs. So strong. My entire body is filled with power. Although this change only lasted for a few seconds, Yi Xian's confidence skyrocketed. He clenched his right fist and aimed it at the ground. Bang! The floor was cracked by him. He was full of power. So strong. My strength has increased by at least 3 times. Yi Xian hurriedly took out the cleaving cloud bow. Previously, with his physique, he was unable to fully draw the cloud-piercing bow. But now, he could easily draw the bow fully with both hands. Buzz! A stream of energy shot out and quickly traversed a distance of over 300 meters, blowing apart a large tree. Haha, as expected of the 100 Beasts bloodline. It's full of power. Now, one punch of mine can probably break 2,000 kilograms. If I use martial arts, I can release a force of several thousand kilograms. Yi Xian laughed until his saliva flew everywhere. He estimated that one punch of his could instantly kill a 7th-order demonic beast. An 8th-order demonic beast. Let's fight. Yi Xian put away the cleaving cloud-piercing bow and began to search around. After merging with the 100 Beasts bloodline, his physique had greatly improved. Even his running speed had increased by 2 times. After using the 7th-grade martial arts, Netherworld steps, his speed was even faster. Soon, he encountered a demonic beast. Coincidentally, it was a saber-toothed tiger. Roar! This saber-toothed tiger discovered Yi Xian and immediately pounced, preparing to tear Yi Xian apart and swallow him. Take this! Yi Xian also roared and rushed forward, throwing out a punch. Boom! A fist the size of a clay pot landed on the saber-toothed tiger's forehead, forcing it to retreat. One must know that this punch was a normal attack. If he had used martial arts, would it have instantly killed the saber-toothed tiger? Roar! After being sent flying by Yi Xian, the saber-toothed tiger immediately revealed a fearful expression. It could feel that this human in front of it was different from the ones it had encountered before. Come, let's fight! Yi Xian roared at the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger shook its head. The punch just now had made it dizzy. At this moment, when it discovered that Yi Xian was charging at it, it actually turned around and ran. F***CK, you want to run? Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately used Netherworld steps to catch up with the saber-toothed tiger, then grabbed the saber-toothed tiger's thick tail. Bang! The saber-toothed tiger's huge body was smashed to the ground by Yi Xian. Watch my barbarian bull charge. Yi Xian took a big stride forward and punched with both fists. This was the Yi family's rank 2 martial arts, penetrating back fist technique. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds rang out. The saber-toothed tiger's 2 large fangs were directly broken. The saber-toothed tiger let out a painful cry. Go to hell! Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He punched with his right fist again, but this time, it was the rank 7 frost fist technique. Boom! The fist accurately landed on the saber-toothed tiger's head. After the punch, the saber-toothed tiger's eyes rolled back. It was actually killed by a single punch. So good, so good. You're so strong that you can kill a rank 8 monster in an instant. So good. Yi Xian could not help but roar loudly a few times. Killing a rank 8 monster in an instant at the peak of rank 7 martial path, even the experts of the Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect would not be able to do so. 100 Beast bloodline, I love you to death, ha! Yi Xian laughed as if he had lost his mind. The 100 Beast bloodline was only the lowest level of bloodline, but it was already so powerful. If the 100-beast bloodline was allowed to evolve into the 1,000-beast bloodline, the 10,000-beast bloodline, or even the Beast King bloodline, how powerful would it be? Also, those divine bloodlines were probably at a level that Yi Xian could not imagine. If he could obtain them, then he would be able to kill God and Buddha in his way. After the 100-beast essence blood slot reached 100, the upper limit directly increased to 1,000, which was 10 times of 100. 10 times, in theory, could be achieved in 10 times the time. However, there were not many types of monsters, so it was very difficult to reach 1,000. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. After all, he already had the 100-beast bloodline, so his strength had at least increased by several times. At that moment, he wandered around the 13th mountain range and continued to hunt monsters. With his current strength, he could already do whatever he wanted in the 16th mountain range. Chapter 45. It's been so long, Qingqing should be anxious by now. Yi Xian was also somewhat anxious to return, but when he returned to the inn in the small town outside the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, he didn't find Qingqing. What's going on? Don't tell me she went out shopping? Yi Xian felt helpless and prepared to look for Qingqing. But at this moment, the waiter who was passing by suddenly asked, "Sir, are you looking for the lady who is staying with you?" "Yes, where did she go?" Yi Xian nodded. The waiter had a strange expression and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Yesterday afternoon, a group of people suddenly came and took her away." What? When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. She was taken away? Who took her away? Yi Xian's eyes widened. "I don't know either, but I heard that the leader was called Commander Lu." The waiter said slowly, "Commander Lu." Now, Yi Xian knew who took Qingqing away. "I didn't expect that he would be able to find this place. Fortunately, she was taken away yesterday, so she shouldn't have gone far." Yi Xian thought to himself and continued asking, "Where did they go?" "I heard that they entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun." The waiter replied, 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun? Seems like they want to take a shortcut back to Wanjin City. Yi Xian instantly understood. Then, he directly gave the waiter 1,000 taels of silver as a reward. Thank you. If you want to chase after them, you can go to the stable in the northern part of the town and buy a precious horse." The waiter kindly reminded him. "Okay, I got it." Yi Xian nodded. However, he was prepared to use his feet to chase after him. Without further ado, he immediately set off and entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun again. With his current physique and a level 7 martial art, he would be able to catch up in less than a day. After entering the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, Yi Xian rapidly advanced and spent a day to reach the 9th mountain range. Here, there was a path to leave the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. In this shortcut, Yi Xian also found a large number of horse footprints. Yi Xian analyzed them and concluded that they were probably formed in the last few hours. "Looks like we're about to catch up." Yi Xian's expression froze, and he immediately chased after him. Just as he had expected, he saw a long line in less than an hour. There were 11 people in this long line, and the 10 of them were surrounding a young girl. "We made it." Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He had been extremely tired these past few days, but he had finally caught up. This was good news. Among this group of 10, there was Commander Lu from last time. However, this Commander Lu was not leading the way at the front. Instead, the one leading the way was a middle-aged man. It should be another commander. I wonder how strong he is. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the 7th level of the martial path and possessed the 100-beast bloodline, it was definitely more than enough to deal with Commander Lu. However, the strength of the middle-aged man in the lead made him hesitate. Demonic beasts were not very intelligent, so they were easy to deal with. However, martial artists were different. Martial artists could use martial arts and were very crafty. Forget it. While they are still taking a break, I'll kill their horses first. Yi Xian followed in the forest 200 meters away and suddenly took out the cloud splitter bow. Xiu! 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 A series of arrows shot out, a total of 12 arrows. Oh! Now that Yi Xian could fully draw the cloud splitter bow, he could shoot enemies 300 meters away. Coupled with the level 7 chaotic star arrow, his speed was so fast that no one could react. 9 of the 12 arrows were hit, but 3 of them were blocked by the middle-aged man in the lead. "Be careful, there's a sneak attack," Commander Lu shouted. These guards from the City of Gold were not to be trifled with. They quickly patted the backs of their horses and landed safely on the ground. However, as soon as their feet touched the ground, the sound of the wind appeared again. These guards of the 6th level of the martial path fell to the ground one after another. Their legs were shot by Yi Xian and they could not stand still. "Who is it?" Commander Lu turned his head and shouted. Xue Qingqing, who was riding on her horse, also turned her head and saw a figure flying towards her. When she saw the person's face, she was pleasantly surprised. "Yi Xian." Xue Qingqing could not help but exclaim out of excitement. She thought that she would not be able to escape this time, but she did not expect Yi Xian to catch up with her. However, when she remembered that the person who came to pick her up was a consecrator of the 8th level of the martial path, her expression dimmed again. Although Yi Xian was strong, he could only fight against Commander Lu. If he fought against an 8th level martial artist, he would not have much of a chance of winning, not to mention taking her away with Commander Lu's help. When Commander Lu heard the name Yi Xian, he revealed a sinister expression and laughed in his heart. "I was still thinking of how to find you, but you came to me yourself. Heaven is helping me. This time I want to see who can save you." He admitted that he was careless the last time. Moreover, with Lin Xiao around, he did not dare to do anything. However, this time, he had an expert by his side. Yi Xian was courting death by chasing after him alone. "How dare he shoot our horses? Commander Lu, go catch this brat." The middle-aged man in the lead rode on his horse and said coldly, "Yes." Commander Lu nodded respectfully and then rushed out madly. The guards on the ground stopped screaming and turned to look. They wanted to see how Commander Lu would avenge them. However, what happened next shocked them to the core. Commander Lu's speed was extremely fast, but when Commander Lu rushed to Yi Xian's side, the latter only threw out a single punch and sent Commander Lu flying more than 10 meters away. How was this possible? Commander Lu, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the martial path, was sent flying with a single punch. Furthermore, there was a crisp sound. It was the sound of his hand being broken. This is impossible. This brat could only fight with Commander Lu before. How could he kill Commander Lu in seconds today? Did I see wrongly? No, I recognize him. It's this brat. This brat is too monstrous. However, with Consecrated Yuan here, he's dead meat. Yes, he's dead meat. The middle-aged man in the lead heard the discussions and frowned. He jumped off his horse and said, "Watch Miss Xue." Chapter 46. After Commander Lu was sent flying, Yi Xian also ran over. He looked at Xue Qingqing in anger. Xue Qingqing's eyes were red. It was obvious that she had been crying all the way here. This made Yi Xian clench his fists. He wanted to directly send this middle-aged man flying. "Brat, you really have guts. Do you know who I am?" The middle-aged man had an arrogant look on his face. "I don't care who you are. Let go of Qingqing and I'll let you go." Yi Xian's gaze fell on the middle-aged man. The latter deliberately suppressed his spiritual power, but Yi Xian could feel that this person was at least in the 8th stage of the martial path. He might even be in the middle stage of the 8th stage of the martial path. What a big tone. Yi Xian's words made the middle-aged man extremely unhappy. He snorted and said, "I know you are from the Lianyun city's Yi family. If that Lin Xiao came, I might be a bit afraid. But it's not him, it's you, brat. Don't take advantage of your seniority. You've only eaten for a few decades more than me. Even so, you're only in the middle stage of the 8th stage of the martial path. What qualifications do you have to say this in front of me?" Yi Xian said coldly. This old man is in the middle stage of the 8th stage of the martial path. Although it's not very strong, it's enough to deal with a brat like you." The middle-aged man snorted and continued, "You're only in your teens and you're already at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. I think you must have had some kind of opportunity. I guess you must have obtained the inheritance of the demonic path. Otherwise, it's impossible to reach this stage. In his opinion, Yi Xian must have cultivated some kind of demonic technique, such as sucking human blood and eating human flesh to cultivate. That's why he was able to cultivate to the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path at such a young age. I don't need you to worry about my matters. I'll only ask you one thing. Will you let go of this person or not? Yi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Just now, he had already found out that this middle-aged man was in the middle stage of the 8th stage of the martial path. He estimated that he could still deal with him. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Fine, since you've cultivated a demonic cultivation technique, then I'll eliminate evil for the people today. Little brat, die. The middle-aged man shouted as he stretched out his hand to slap Yi Xian. This was a grade 7 martial art. Based on his mid-stage of the 8th grade martial path, he could definitely kill a 7th grade martial path cultivator in an instant. But Yi Xian was no ordinary person. Yi Xian, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. At this moment, Xue Qingqing hurriedly shouted out. In her opinion, it was impossible for Yi Xian to defeat this middle-aged man. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed. However, Yi Xian completely ignored her words. His eyes flickered a few times before he took a heavy step forward and took the palm head-on. Bang! This palm strike was very powerful, but Yi Xian's current physique was astonishing. He was able to receive this palm strike without retreating. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was shocked. Ever since he started cultivating this grade 7 martial art, not many people were able to receive it head-on. Usually, only cultivators with a higher level could do so. However, Yi Xian's level was lower than his, yet he was able to receive this palm strike head-on. Furthermore, he received it head-on with his body. What was going on? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly threw a punch. Frost fist. Boom! A fist the size of a clay pot landed on the middle-aged man's chest. The huge force instantly leaked out and directly blasted the middle-aged man who was careless, causing him to retreat continuously. While you're down, I'll take your life. Yi Xian endured the pain and pursued the attack. He took a big step forward and threw out another punch. Not good. When the first punch landed, the middle-aged man regretted it. Now that he saw the second punch, he hurriedly threw out a punch as well. Boom! The two fists collided, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently. One was at the peak of the 7th level of the martial path, while the other was at the middle of the 8th level of the martial path. Both of them were using grade 7 martial arts, but they were actually evenly matched. How was this possible? There was only one explanation for this, and that was that Yi Xian's physique was astonishing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make up for the difference in spiritual strength. Demonic cultivators like to temper their bodies. Kid, you're dead meat. The middle-aged man was even more convinced that Yi Xian cultivated a demonic cultivation method and relied on evil cultivation methods to increase his level. It's not certain who's going to die yet. Yi Xian coldly shouted. He suddenly took out a pill from his chest and swallowed it. This was the spiritual explosion pill. The spiritual explosion pill could increase the level of a martial artist below the 8th level of the martial path. Sometimes, it could increase 1 level, sometimes it could increase 2 levels. After taking the spiritual explosion pill, Yi Xian's spiritual strength suddenly increased. This time, it was 2 levels. Middle of the 8th level of the martial path. What? The middle-aged man subconsciously realized that something was wrong. He had actually forgotten about the spiritual explosion pill. More importantly, the spiritual explosion pill had no effect on him. Now, both of them were at the middle of the 8th level of the martial path, and Yi Xian's strength was much stronger than the middle-aged man's. In the next moment, the middle-aged man was directly sent flying by Yi Xian. The bones in the middle-aged man's hand were pierced out of his elbow by Yi Xian. Die! Yi Xian's fighting spirit soared. He used the nether steps to chase after the middle-aged man and beat him fiercely. I'm going to kill you! The middle-aged man shouted as he took the beating. Before long, The bones in his hand and leg were all broken. His entire body went limp on the ground, unable to move. You cultivate a demonic cultivation method. If anyone finds out, you'll definitely become a target of scorn. You're dead meat. Before the middle-aged man died, he did not forget to remind Yi Xian. However, how could he know that Yi Xian did not cultivate a demonic cultivation method? Yi Xian did not want to kill him with his hands. Instead, he suddenly summoned a long sword and pierced the middle-aged man's heart. You talk too much. That. From beginning to end, Yi Xian did not know his name. There was no need for that. Moreover, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked before he died. Wasn't Yi Xian's technique from the interspatial ring? This time, Yi Xian was able to kill him so quickly because of his good luck. After taking the spiritual explosion pill, he had jumped 2 levels. Not good. Venerable Yuan is dead. Everyone run. Venerable Yuan is dead. He'll definitely kill us to silence us. But he's coming. But in an instant, the 8 guards scattered, dragging their injured legs as they ran. Since we've killed them, let's kill them to our heart's content. Yi Xian suddenly took out the cloud splitter bow and quickly pulled the bowstring, killing the 8 guards who were not even in the 7th level of the martial path. Although these guards were only following orders, they could only blame themselves for relying on the wrong person. Yi Xian. Chapter 47. Shu, stay here obediently. I'm going to kill that Commander Lu too. Yi Xian said and then quickly rushed out. After he killed that consecrator, he suddenly realized that Commander Lu had disappeared. It was obvious that he had escaped. Thus, he had to catch up to this Commander Lu and then kill him. Otherwise, this matter would be a little troublesome. However, after chasing for a while, he still couldn't find Commander Lu's figure. He carefully searched for a while but still couldn't find him. It would appear that Commander Lu had either fled or gone into hiding. Damn, he actually ran away. If I knew earlier, I would have just killed him. Yi Xian felt some regret in his heart because this Commander Lu definitely knew that he had killed that consecrator. If he let him return to Thousand Gold City, then the city lord would definitely be furious and even send experts to Lianyun City to exterminate the Yi and Lin families. Yi Xian, what do we do now? Xue Qingqing wasn't stupid. She also knew the severity of the matter. You can't keep hiding like this. Since that's the case, then we'll directly go to Thousand Gold City. Yi Xian frowned and said, Thousand Gold City? Then aren't we walking right into a trap? Xue Qingqing opened her small mouth wide. Right now, we have 2 methods. The first is to wait in Thousand Gold City and wait for Commander Lu to appear. Then we'll kill him. However, this method has a very low success rate. The second method is to directly cancel the engagement. Yi Xian said, Cancel the engagement? Xue Qingqing blinked her large eyes in disbelief. This method didn't seem to have a high success rate. She carefully thought about it and said, But if I marry Thousand Gold City's young city lord, then my father will be unimpeded in Thousand Gold City. Then your father won't care about your opinion? Yi Xian asked. Actually, I agreed before, but I went back on my word. Xue Qingqing said somewhat helplessly. Since you agreed, why did you run away from the engagement? Yi Xian asked puzzledly. Because my father's business is getting bigger and bigger. The city lord definitely won't let him handle most of the business in Thousand Gold City, so I could only agree. However, later on, I heard that this young city lord is very ugly. Before Xue Qingqing could continue, Yi Xian burst out laughing. Why are you still laughing at this time? Hurry up and think of a way. Otherwise, if Commander Lu returns to 10,000 Gold City, your Lianyun City will suffer. Xue Qingqing said unhappily. I'm dying of laughter. You think the other party is ugly? Yi Xian laughed until his stomach hurt. Isn't it all because of you? Who asked you to reject my father's marriage? Xue Qingqing pouted. Yi Xian's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He said, If that's the case, then there's a way. What method? That's easy. Just say that I like you. Yi Xian replied. Xue Qingqing was dumbfounded. After a long time, she finally reacted and said coquettishly, Did you plan this long ago? What is the plan? The plan is to make me break off the engagement. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, "How is that possible? I saw that you were in deep trouble, so I came out to rescue you. Otherwise, do you really think that I like you?" Xue Qingqing didn't refute and silently agreed. She didn't know whether this method would work or not, but the probability was quite high. After all, Yi Xian's father had saved her family before. At the same time, Xue Qingqing also asked herself in her heart, if the person of this engagement wasn't the young city lord of the myriad gold city, but Yi Xian, would she refuse? Yi Xian was also very helpless. He really wanted to help Xue Qingqing and didn't have any other thoughts. Although his physical body was only 15 years old, his mental age was already 20 years old. How could he like a 14-year-old girl? Yi Xian immediately searched around and then rode on the same horse with Mu Qingqing, preparing to leave the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. However, after they left, a figure suddenly walked out. This person was Commander Lu, who was hiding earlier. Damn it, why is this brat so strong? Even Venerable Yuan isn't his match. Damn it, he took the lead. Looks like I can only let them go first and then take a detour back to Million Gold City. Commander Lu revealed a resentful expression and immediately turned around to leave. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to go to the Shattering Cloud sect after obtaining the 100 Beasts bloodline. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become the chief disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. However, there was a sudden change in the situation. Thus, he could only change his plan and go to Million Gold City first. This time, it could be considered to be a tiger's den. After all, the city lord of Million Gold City was a 9th-rank martial path cultivator and he had many experts under him. If he wasn't careful, he could fall into a deep abyss. However, according to Xue Qingqing, Xue Hai's business had been growing in recent years. Half of the properties in Million Gold City belonged to him. With so much money, he must have hired many experts. His influence shouldn't be any weaker than the city lord of Million Gold City. Yi Xian and Xue Qingqing spent a few days to rush to Million Gold City. Father, come back. Come out and see who's here. Xue Qingqing just returned to the Xue family and ran into the house. Yi Xian was also shocked because the size of the Xue family was probably several times larger than the Yi family. One had to know that the Yi family was a family while the Xue family only had 3 people. Before Xue Qingqing even entered the house, a Xue family guard went to report. Not long after, a meatball-like figure ran out. It seemed to be at least 250 jin. This meatball-like figure was actually Xue Qingqing's father, Xue Hai. He rolled all the way to Xue Qingqing and said, "Oh, my little grand, you're finally back. Father, how did you get fatter in the few days I wasn't here?" Xue Qingqing sized him up and asked in astonishment. "Little girl, you suddenly ran away. Father was extremely worried, so I could only eat 6 meals a day to distract myself." Xue Hai grinned. At this time, his gaze also fell on Yi Xian and said, "Oh, nephew, you're also here. I have to thank you this time. I thought I would have to search the entire world for this little girl." "Uncle, long time no see." Yi Xian smiled and cupped his fists. In his memory, this Xue Hai was quite good to him. In the past, he would often bring Xue Qingqing to Lianyun City. However, in the past few years, his business had expanded and he didn't have much time. Come. Let's talk inside." Xue Hai brought the two in and sat down. With his 200 jin weight, he could only sit on a special chair. "Qingqing, you came back this time. Have you thought it through?" Xue Hai asked. "I've thought it through. I want to break off the engagement. I won't marry that ugly bastard." Xue Qingqing nodded. Chapter 48. Who knew that guy would be so ugly? I was about to throw up after seeing a portrait. If I saw the real person, wouldn't I throw up my intestines? Xue Qingqing hurriedly said. However, she did not dare to think about it as she was afraid that she would throw up last night's dinner. Then what should we do? The city lord will definitely not agree. Xue Hai wiped his cold sweat. He was the most successful merchant in 1,000 Gold City. He could still afford to return the 50 million taels of silver, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 taels of gold. However, Xue Qingqing was engaged to the city lord of 1,000 Gold City. If they were to cancel the engagement, wouldn't they be slapping the city lord's face? In the future, they would not be able to live peacefully in Thousand Gold City. I don't care. In any case, I won't marry that ugly guy. Moreover, father, didn't you attract so many consecrators in recent years? Our Shui family is not much worse than the Zhang family. If we can't fight, we will fall out. Shui Qingqing said angrily. You little girl really knows how to cause trouble for me. It would have been fine if you didn't agree back then. Now, you've caused such a big problem for me. Shui Hai was also helpless. However, he loved Shui Qingqing the most. He also did not want Shui Qingqing to marry someone as ugly as a pig, even if the other party was extremely talented and had been accepted as a direct disciple by an elder of the sky-splitting sect. As an outsider, Yi Xian also kept his mouth shut and did not interrupt. The three of them were silent for a while. However, at this moment, a servant of the Shui family suddenly came in. Master, someone from the city lord's mansion is here. What? So fast? Shui Hai was shocked. He did not expect the Zhang family's information network to be so good. Shui Qingqing had not returned for 10 minutes and the other party had already sent someone over. It must be because we were discovered when we entered the city. Father, I don't care. Anyway, I want to cancel the engagement. You do as you see fit. Otherwise, I'll run again. Shui Qingqing's heart also jumped as she said, Don't. The world is so chaotic now. If you run around again, what if you meet some bad people? Shui Hai said as he turned his head and said, Quickly invite Consecrator Lien and then invite the city lord's mansion's guest in. The servant left in a hurry. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked in. Revered Elder Lien, this time my Shui family might be in big trouble with the Zhang family. I hope Revered Elder Lien can help. I agree to your conditions. Shui Hai said painfully. Reverend Lien was an expert that he had recently invited. He had already reached the 9th grade of the martial path. However, the other party's offer was too high. It was equivalent to the price of 5 consecrators at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path, so Shui Hai hesitated. But now, he could only agree. That's easy. Since I'm the Shui family's consecrator, I'll definitely take action. This consecrator Lien was also full of smiles because he could get 10 million taels of silver every month, and this was without doing anything. Then, Revered Elder Lien stood behind Shui Hai. After a while, the people from the city lord's mansion came in as well. So it's General Chen. Welcome. Shui Hai hurriedly stood up and cupped his fists when he saw the visitor. General Chen was the garrison general of the city of Thousand Gold. At the same time, he was also the city lord's confidant. After he entered, he saw Shui Qingqing sitting at the side and said, Minister Shui, you know the purpose of my visit, right? Shui Hai smiled awkwardly and said, I know. I think General Chen must be here for my daughter's marriage. That's right. Since Miss Shui has returned to the city of Thousand Gold, the city lord will not pursue the matter of Miss Shui running away from the marriage. The city lord has set a date for the engagement of Miss Shui and the young city lord 3 days later. General Chen said. This. Shui Hai hesitated for a moment. He did not know what to say. Does Minister Shui have any objections? I will pass on the message to the city lord. General Chen said. Shui Hai glanced at Shui Qingqing and saw that she was about to cry. His heart jumped and he said, General Chen, I hope you can pass on the message to the city lord. This marriage is not going to happen. I will double the betrothal money back to the Zhang mansion. What? You want to break off the engagement? Have you thought about the consequences of doing so? General Chen stared at him and said in disbelief. In the city of Thousand Gold, the city lord had the highest authority. However, someone actually dared to break off the engagement. This was equivalent to slapping the city lord's face. Most importantly, the target was the young city lord of Thousand Gold. Yes, I have already considered this matter. I hope General Chen can pass on the message to the city lord. Shui Hai braced himself and said, You are really rebelling. Shui Hai, do you really think that your Shui family can go against the city lord? The young city lord has already taken a fancy to Miss Shui. If you dare to break off the engagement, I am afraid that you will not be able to do as you wish in the city of Thousand Gold. General Chen reminded. Shui Hai clenched his teeth and said, "See the guest out." "Good, very good. I will pass on the message to the city lord without missing a word. Goodbye." General Chen said angrily and turned to leave. Although he was at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path, he could feel that the person behind Shui Hai was not simple. He was at least at the 9th stage of the martial path. Thus, he could not act presumptuously in the Shui family and could only return to the city lord's mansion to report. After General Chen left, Shui Qingqing rushed over and hugged Shui Hai. She fiercely kissed the latter's face. "Father is the best. Little girl, this time you have caused a lot of trouble for father. If you knew this would happen, why did you agree to this engagement?" Shui Hai squeezed his chubby face and said helplessly, "I already said that I regret it. Who told you to give me a portrait so slowly?" "Alright, that guy's ugliness is one reason, and the second reason is actually because of him." As Shui Qingqing spoke, she suddenly pointed at Yi Xian. Shui Hai was dumbfounded. He did not understand. Shui Qingqing explained, "I am not bad-looking. In any case, I will marry someone like Yi Xian. Moreover, father, didn't you want to marry me to him before?" "You are saying that you want to marry Yi Xian?" Shui Hai was stunned. He immediately reacted and said, "No, you are such a troublemaker. You broke off the engagement with the city lord. If you marry Yi Xian now, wouldn't you be harming him?" Shui Hai was actually also a martial artist. However, he used pills to increase his strength. In essence, he was still a businessman. As for who his future son-in-law was, it did not matter. It did not matter if he was an expert or an ordinary person. As long as he was not stupid and could take over his business, it was fine. "Father, don't underestimate Yi Xian. Do you know what realm he is at now?" Shui Qingqing's beautiful eyes suddenly turned as she said somewhat wittily. "What realm?" Shui Hai asked. In fact, he had also heard that Yi Xian was the #1 genius of the Yi family. However, Lianyun City was only a small city. A genius from there was not worth mentioning in the City of Thousand Gold. Chapter 49. He's now at the peak of the 7th level of the martial path. I repeat, the peak of the 7th level of the martial path. Shui Qingqing said as if she was herself. "What? That's impossible!" Shui Hai exclaimed. It had only been a month since Yi Xian had broken through to the early 4th level of the martial path. However, Yi Xian had jumped 11 levels in 1 month. How was that possible? How is it impossible? I saw Yi Xian's strength increase with my own eyes. Father, you don't know, but an expert came to Lianyun City and gave Old Master Lin some pointers. After that, Old Master Lin directly broke through from the peak of the 7th level of the martial path to the 9th level of the martial path. Shui Qingqing explained. This, Shui Hai held his head. This information was too much for him to process. Furthermore, Yi Xian has been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader of the Shattered Cloud sect. He's definitely worthy of me. If the city lord comes later, just say this, Shui Qingqing added. Yi Xian frowned. He hadn't even entered the Shattered Cloud sect. How could he be accepted as a disciple by the sect leader? However, he quickly reacted. This was taking advantage of the situation. With his current aptitude, he could definitely obtain the position of the head disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect. It was very possible for him to be accepted as a disciple by the sect leader. However, when Shui Qingqing's voice fell, Consecrator Lian on the side suddenly laughed. "Uncle, what are you laughing at?" Shui Qingqing asked, puzzled. "Little girl, you can't lie." Guardian Lian shook his head. "Uncle, if you don't believe me, you can check his realm." Shui Qingqing pouted. Guardian Lian shook his head. I'm not talking about his realm. I can feel that this kid is already at the peak of the 7th level of the martial path. I'm saying that he can't be a disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect's sect leader. Why not? Shui Qingqing didn't understand. Was there a loophole in this lie? Little girl, stop fooling around. Guardian Lian was originally a teacher of the Shattered Cloud sect. Shui Hai reminded her. What? Hearing this, Shui Qingqing and Yi Xian were both stunned. The person in front of them was actually an instructor of the Shattering Cloud sect? No wonder the lie was exposed so quickly. So that was the reason. You were before but not now, Xue Qingqing said stubbornly. Indeed, I have already left the Shattering Cloud sect. However, I know that it is impossible for the sect master to accept him as a disciple because the sect master is not in the Shattering Cloud sect. Right now, the vice sect master is in charge. Worshipper Lien said with a smile. Xue Qingqing was at a loss for words. She quibbled, I was talking about the vice sect leader. I just didn't say it clearly. Up to you, but since I'm now the Xue family's consecrator, I can help you cover up this lie. Consecrator Lien said. After all, he had accepted the other party's money. Thank you very much. Xue Hai also knew that Xue Qingqing was spouting nonsense. However, there was nothing wrong with impersonating Yi Xian. After all, with Yi Xian's aptitude, even if he went to the sky-splitting sect, the sect master would probably take a fancy to him, let alone the Shattering Cloud sect. It's fine. Consecrator Lien said with a smile. Sure enough, not long after, another servant came in to report. Master, the city lord has arrived in person. Before he could finish his sentence, several figures walked in. A strange expression flashed across Xue Hai's face. He hurriedly went up to them and said, Greetings, city lord. This time, the city lord of 1,000 Gold had also come in person. He was a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was quite handsome. However, the young man behind him was extremely ugly. He looked like a pig. His eyes were large, his nostrils were exposed, and his mouth was wide. When Yi Xian saw this person, his stomach churned. Xue Qingqing did not dare to look directly at his face. She was afraid that she would spit out the tea she just drank. Needless to say, this must be the city lord of 1,000 Gold's son. Yi Xian was also very puzzled. How could the city lord of 1,000 Gold, who had some good looks, have such an ugly son? Could it be that it was the woman's problem? Xue Hai, General Qin said that you want to break off the engagement? The city lord of 1,000 Gold, Zhang Lai, also went straight to the point. Xue Hai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He nodded and said, Yes. No, since I have already agreed to this, how can I go back on my words? If I break off this engagement, how will the world look at me? Zhang Lai said angrily. With his status, it was too easy for him to find a beautiful daughter-in-law for his son. If it was not for Xue Hai's background, it would be useless even if Xue Qingqing was stunning. Now, the most important thing was to lose face. A city lord actually broke off the engagement. This would definitely make him a laughing stock. Xue Hai gritted his teeth and did not explain further. He said directly, City Lord, I have already prepared double the betrothal gift. I will send it to the City Lord's mansion later. Hearing this, Zhang Lai finally could not hold it in anymore. He shouted, Xue Hai, how dare you? Are you playing with me? Before he finished speaking, Consecrator Lien took a big step forward and stood beside Xue Hai. Zhang Lai frowned. He could feel that this person in front of him was not simple. Or you? Zhang Lai asked with fear. Lien Yuan, consecrator of the Xue family. Consecrator Lien replied calmly. I don't care who you are. You just have to remember that this city of gold is my territory. Zhang Lai said as he placed his attention on Xue Hai. He said, I can break off the engagement, but it is too easy for you to return double the betrothal gift. I want 10 times. What? 10 times? Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. The original 50 million taels of silver had suddenly become 500 million taels of silver, which was equivalent to 5 million taels of gold. This was a huge sum, and even Xue Hai couldn't take it out in such a short time. City Lord, are you asking for too much? Xue Hai's face sank. He could take out 500 million taels of silver, but to sell off most of his properties, this was a huge sum to him. If you want to break off the engagement, then take out 10 times the betrothal gift. Otherwise, I will not agree. Zhang Lai said coldly. Yi Xian, who was at the back, could not sit still. He had done something similar before. He suddenly felt that his price was too low. Zhang Lai wanted 500 million taels of silver, but he only offered 3 million taels of silver. The difference was too big. One had to know that any item in Yujin's yin and yang ring would be worth more than 500 million taels of silver. What a loss. If I had known, I would have shouted more. Otherwise, I might have been in the 9th rank of the martial path. Yi Xian regretted it. He was too young at that time. He was afraid that he would anger the Sky Yuan sect protector by shouting a high price. Seeing Yi Xian and Xue Qingqing walking over, Zhang Lai said sternly, "No wonder you want to break off the engagement. So you ran away with this pretty boy. Brat, you even dare to hit my subordinate. Are you tired of living?" Chapter 50. City Lord Zhang, your subordinate has a bad temper. He was rude in front of me, so I taught him a lesson. If City Lord Zhang really wants to blame someone, blame it on his lack of skill. He couldn't even defeat a brat like me. Since the situation had escalated, Yi Xian couldn't back down. If he wanted to act, he had to act crazier. How dare you? General Chen, capture him. Zhang Lai was a little agitated at this moment, so he directly gave the order. General Chen behind him wanted to make a move, but at this moment, Lian Yuan suddenly stood in front of Yi Xian. City Lord Zhang, don't think that you're a big shot. I forgot to introduce you. This little brother is the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice sect leader. If you dare touch him, you can imagine the consequences yourself. Lian Yuan said as he retreated. Vice sect leader of the Shattering Cloud sect? Zhang Lai was shocked and asked, "Who are you?" City Lord Zhang is so forgetful. I am Lian Yuan. I used to be a teacher of the Shattering Cloud sect. I am now a consecrator of the Xue family. Lian Yuan said as he cupped his fists. A teacher of the Shattering Cloud sect. Zhang Lai hesitated. He didn't expect that Xue Hai would be able to find a teacher of the Shattering Cloud sect to be a consecrator. This was troublesome. Although Lian Yuan was no longer a teacher of the Shattering Cloud sect, his strength was still there. Most importantly, he had just spoken up for Yi Xian. Could this be fake? Impossible. At this moment, the apologetic-looking youth walked out and said, "This brat is the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice sect leader. You really can't judge a book by its cover." Damn. Yi Xian almost wanted to spit out salt soda water all over his face. With his current appearance, he still dared to say that he couldn't judge a book by its cover? Young City Lord, I know that you're the disciple of an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect. However, you're from the Shattering Cloud sect, not the Shattering Cloud sect. How do you know that he's not the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice sect leader? Lian Yuan smiled slightly. He's in the 7th realm of the martial path at such a young age. Other than using pills, he must have cultivated some inhumane demonic technique. If you want to prove it, then it's simple. As long as you can defeat me, then this marriage will be cancelled. I don't want the betrothal gift that's 10 times the price. Just give me the original price back. The youth said coldly. He could also sense that Yi Xian's level was not low, but level and strength were two different concepts. Good, this is a good idea. If you can defeat my son, I will admit that you are the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice sect leader. If you lose, you will return me 10 times the amount of the betrothal gift. Xue Hai, what do you think? Zhang Lai's eyes flashed. This time, he was actually eyeing the betrothal gifts. 10 times the betrothal gift was 500 million taels of silver. This was a huge sum that even he could not imagine. With this 500 million taels of silver, Xue Hai would probably be unable to recover from this setback. In the future, the 10,000 gold city would still be dominated by his Zhang clan. Why would they need to arrange a marriage alliance? Xue Hai hesitated. He knew that the young city governor, Zhang Xiang, was a disciple of the sky-cracking sect's elder. His strength had long reached the peak of the 7th rank of the martial path. Although Yi Xian was the same now, Zhang Xiang was 5 or 6 years older than Yi Xian, so he was obviously at a disadvantage. Father, agree with him. Yi Xian is very powerful. Xue Qingqing hid behind Xue Hai and said softly. One had to know that she had personally witnessed Yi Xian killing the Zhang clan's 8th rank consecrate. Although Yi Xian had consumed a pill, before that, Yi Xian was already able to fight evenly with his opponent. Xue Hai was still hesitating. He already understood that Zhang Lai was doing this on purpose. When Zhang Lai personally came to propose marriage, Shui Hai only asked Shui Qingqing for her opinion before deciding on the marriage. However, who would have known that Zhang Lai's son was as ugly as a pig? All of this was a trap set by the Zhang clan. Their goal was to make the Shui clan bleed and then suppress them. After the Zhang clan had profited, they could use this large sum of money to develop. Then, in the future, the Zhang clan would be the first in wealth and power in the 10,000 gold city. No wonder Qingqing could escape from the city so easily. So that's the reason. Forget it, I still owe brother Yichong a life. This time I will go all out. At most, I will change cities and start again. Shui Hai made up his mind. He glanced at Yi Xian and saw the latter nodding slightly. Immediately, he replied, "Okay." Straightforward. Let's make this clear first. If my son wins, your Shui clan will have to give 10 times the betrothal gift. Zhang Lai revealed a cunning expression and thought to himself, it's not that easy to get a 50 million betrothal gift. Although he doubted Yi Xian, he believed in his son's strength more. Although he was over 20 years old, he had already reached the peak of 7th rank martial path. He was only one step away from 8th rank martial path. In the future, he might be able to break through the shackles of 9th rank martial path and reach 10th rank martial path. Therefore, he was sure that Yi Xian would definitely lose to Zhang Xiang. If Yi Xian wins, we just have to return the 50 million betrothal gift. Shui Qingqing's voice came from behind. She was so scared that she did not dare to look at Zhang Xiang. He was too ugly. Zhang Lai nodded. Although he did not think that Yi Xian would win, he had to convince the other party. Very good. Then, Mayor Zhang and I will be the judges. If one party falls to the ground 3 times, it will be the loser. What do you think? Lian Yuan said. They 3 falls. Zhang Lai nodded in agreement. At the same time, he whispered to Zhang Xiang, be careful, don't hurt him. Although Yi Xian's identity had to be verified, if he was really the disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect's vice sect leader, then this matter would not be easy to resolve. Yes, father. Zhang Xiang nodded, pulled out his sword and walked out. As for Yi Xian, he clenched his fists and walked out. Now that he had the 100 Beasts bloodline, if he used a sword, he might not even be able to use 60% of his strength. Yi Xian, do your best. Shui Qingqing cheered. If Yi Xian lost, then the Shui family would not be able to stay in Million Gold City. Yi Xian nodded. If it was him in the past, then it would be a little troublesome. But now, he did not even put Zhang Xiang in his eyes. If you are ready, then let's begin. Zhang Lai said. He could not wait to get his hands on the 500 million taels of silver. Zhang Xiang stood 10 meters in front of Yi Xian and snorted in his heart, what a joke. How dare he say that he is the disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect's vice sect leader? He saw that Yi Xian's clothes did not fit him at all. Because the latter had merged with the 100 Beasts bloodline, his body had changed a little. He became taller and stronger, so he looked a little out of place. Therefore, he did not put Zhang Lai's words in his heart. It did not matter if Yi Xian was the disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect's vice sect leader, because he was the disciple of the Sky-Splitting sect's elder. And the Sky-Splitting sect was much stronger than the Shattered Cloud sect. Chapter 51. Rank 8 Movement Technique? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. It seemed that Zhang Xiang had some ability, but he still stood in his original position. His realm was the same as Zhang Xiang's. Although the latter had a rank 8 movement technique, he had the 100 Beasts bloodline. This was enough to make up for the difference in martial arts. Zhang Xiang instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian and stabbed his sword towards Yi Xian's throat. Although the rules of the competition stated that the one who fell to the ground 3 times would lose, as long as he could subdue Yi Xian in 1 strike, it would be his win. However, Yi Xian was not that easy to deal with. He looked at the long sword and suddenly clasped his hands together. Pa! The 2 palms clapped together and locked the long sword tightly. What? Zhang Xiang was shocked. He realized that he could not pierce the sword further, nor could he pull it out. What kind of strength is this? While he was still in shock, a large foot suddenly kicked his abdomen and sent him flying. Zhang Xiang flew out horizontally. He did not even take his long sword with him. His entire body fell to the ground and rolled a few times. He fell to the ground once. Lian Yuan, who was at the side, was slightly surprised and said loudly. Zhang Lai could not believe that the son he was most proud of was sent flying with a single kick. If Zhang Xiang was not his son, he would have thought that this was an act. Shui Hai, who originally had a grave expression on his face, relaxed a little after seeing this scene. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Xiang stabilized his body and climbed up from the ground. He immediately charged towards Yi Xian. Rank 8 Martial Art, Tiger Dragon Fist. Damn, the disciples of the big sects indeed have their benefits. However, I'm not a pushover either. Yi Xian was not afraid at all. After taking a step forward, he met Zhang Xiang's attack with a punch. Rank 7 Martial Art, Frost Fist. Boom! Shockwaves rolled and dust flew everywhere. The two of them were evenly matched. However, this was because Yi Xian had been lenient. His punch could match a grade 7 martial technique used by a mid-8th grade martialist, so he had still gone easy on Zhang Xiang. This was because the purpose of this sparring session was not to kill the opponent, but to defeat the opponent. Scram! Yi Xian's other hand suddenly reached out and slapped Zhang Xiang's face. Zhang Xiang's face took the brunt of the impact and he was sent flying again. Plop! The second fall. Everyone was shocked once again. Zhang Xiang's punch was extremely powerful. If it had hit Zhang Lai or Lian Yuan, these two martial artists at the 9th rank of the martial path, they would have been severely injured. But Yi Xian was able to take it head-on. What kind of strength was this? That's the second time. There's one more time. Shui Hai finally revealed a smile. Yi Xian had sent Zhang Xiang flying twice. As long as he did it again, he would not have to pay such a huge sum of money. Impossible, how could this brat have such strength? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Zhang Xiang's face was covered in dust. He roared in his heart as he got up from the ground and charged forward again. However, Yi Xian still sent him flying with brute force. Boom! Zhang Xiang's entire body smashed into the wall, almost causing it to collapse. As long as he fell down this time, this match would be considered a loss. No, I can't fall. As long as I have the 500 million, I can reach the 9th rank of the martial path in a short time and become the top disciple of the sky-splitting sect. Zhang Xiang was holding on. He originally thought that Yi Xian relied on pills to reach the 9th rank, but he did not expect him to be so strong. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed to his side and slapped him. Plop! Zhang Xiang fell to the ground. The battle was over. Yeah. The moment Zhang Xiang fell to the ground, Shui Qingqing, who was behind Shui Hai, also jumped up and exclaimed. As for the City of Gold's mayor, Zhang Lai's face had already sunk to the bottom. He thought to himself, this brat defeated Xiang so easily. Could he really be the disciple of the deputy sect leader of the sky-splitting sect? Why didn't the sky-splitting sect make any news about such a huge matter? He still had some doubts. However, Yi Xian had Lian Yuan, the former teacher of the sky-splitting sect, as his proof. Furthermore, he was extremely strong. With such talent, even the sect leader of the sky-splitting sect would be tempted. City Lord Zhang, the young city lord, has fallen to the ground 3 times. Yi Xian has won this battle, right? Lian Yuan asked. Zhang Lai coldly snorted. He never would have thought that his 500 million taels of silver would be in vain because of Yi Xian, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. City Lord, I will send the 50 million taels of silver as a betrothal gift to the City Lord's mansion. Shui Hai also came forward with a smile on his face. General Qin, let's go. Zhang Lai had no face to stay here any longer. He quickly asked General Chen to carry the injured Zhang Xiang back. Zhang Xiang hadn't fainted yet. Before he left, he said a few words. I will report this grudge during the competition between the two sects. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. The competition between the two sects? Could it be the sky-splitting sect and the sky-splitting sect? However, by that time, he would have already entered the sky-splitting sect. It didn't matter. Looking at Zhang Lai and the others leaving the Shui family in a hurry, Shui Hai took a deep breath and quickly ordered the servants to prepare the banquet. This time, it was all thanks to Yi Xian. Otherwise, he would have to pay a heavy price. However, he was afraid that his future in the City of Gold would not be so smooth. After offending the city lord, how could he expand his business in the City of Gold? That night, Shui Hai prepared a banquet to entertain Yi Xian and Lian Yuan. If it wasn't for Yi Xian and Lian Yuan, Shui Hai would have had to pay a huge price. Come. My nephew, you more. Tell me what you want to eat. I will get it for you. Shui Hai was very happy. Yi Xian had not eaten a big meal for a long time. His appetite was very good. Little brother, how did you cultivate to this level? Lian Yuan suddenly asked when they were halfway through the meal. Oh, my dantian was suddenly broken. After it was healed, my cultivation speed increased a lot. Yi Xian casually replied. There were many unchanging factors in cultivation. If he made up a lie, the other party would not know whether it was true or not. Broken dantian? Lian Yuan was shocked. He had never heard of a broken dantian that was not healed. Yes. After my dantian was broken, I used 2 energy-gathering pills to heal it. Maybe the energy-gathering pill I ate was not an ordinary pill. Yi Xian finished speaking and told Lian Yuan about Eugene. Lian Yuan could not guess. Maybe that senior took a liking to Yi Xian and helped him heal his dantian. However, even someone of his level had never heard of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Chapter 52. Seeing that Yi Xian was almost done eating, Shui Hai rolled his eyes and said, Nephew, now that Qingqing's engagement has been cancelled and the betrothal gifts have been returned, then you, what us? Yi Xian raised his head. Your marriage? Shui Hai smiled. If it was any other time, Shui Qingqing would definitely jump out to object. However, this time, she was surprisingly silent and just ate in silence. Uncle, I'm only here to help. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Nephew, since you've already helped, why don't you accept her? I think you two are quite compatible. Shui Hai raised his eyebrows at Yi Xian. Uncle, this isn't. Before Yi Xian could finish, Shui Hai pretended to cry and said, Sigh, I knew it. Nephew, you must be disgusted by the stench of money. Hearing this, Yi Xian was helpless. He was already in his 20s. Was he supposed to marry a 14-year-old lowly? After all, 14-year-old was still underage. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. When he turned his head, he saw Shui Qingqing leaning over and whispering, Hurry up and agree to my father. If you want to help, then help until the end. What if the city lord comes again? The matter has already been resolved. What's the point of helping? Then agree first. Moreover, I still have a lot of dowry. You can take it first and return it to me when you become stronger. Shui Qingqing whispered. What the F***ck, this girl can't have really fallen for me, right? Yi Xian was shocked. He'd already encountered several annulments of marriage recently. Once for Lin Shui, once for Shui Qingqing. If he agreed to Shui Qingqing, then he would have to cancel another engagement in the future. However, Shui Qingqing said a very tempting condition. Dowry. How much dowry do you have? Yi Xian asked curiously. Seeing that Yi Xian had taken the bait, Shui Qingqing hurriedly extended a slender hand. 5 million? Yi Xian whispered. No, it's 50 million. Shui Qingqing corrected. What? 50 million? When he heard this number, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. 50 million taels of silver was enough for him to break through to the 8th stage of the martial path. As long as you agree, I will give you the dowry first. For now, you should become stronger and return it to me in the future. Shui Qingqing whispered again. Yi Xian had already fallen into the trap of money. If he went to the Shattering Cloud sect as a mid-stage 8th stage martial path, he would definitely shock everyone. All right. Yi Xian nodded. He immediately agreed to Shui Hai's proposal. Seeing that Yi Xian had agreed, Shui Hai was pleasantly surprised. He immediately ordered that the engagement would be held tomorrow. Yi Xian was also scared half to death. Shui Hai really wanted to marry Shui Qingqing off, but if things didn't work out, he wouldn't be able to get the dowry. The Zhang family had just broken off the engagement and the news hadn't spread yet. The Shui residence was already holding a wedding. This was a slap to Zhang Lai's face. However, Shui Hai had already sent the 50 million taels of betrothal gifts back to the Castellan residence. Furthermore, Zhang Lai wasn't sure of Yi Xian's identity, so he couldn't do anything. The next day, Yi Xian directly set the engagement with Xue Qingqing. As for the betrothal gifts, they were Yi Xian's martial arts. This betrothal gift wasn't cheap. No one knew how to use the Frost Fist, Chaotic Star Arrow, Exploding Star Arrow. If they were auctioned, they could be sold for at least 10 million taels of silver. Now, Yi Xian had directly become the son-in-law of the Xue residents. Yi Xian wasn't sure either. If his father, Yi Chong, found out about this, would his but be beaten to a pulp? Son-in-law, those martial arts of yours have all been sold. Here is 50 million taels of silver. On the night of the engagement, Xue Hai sent over a large pile of treasures. These were all bought by Yi Xian after he sold the martial arts. Thousand Gold City was a big city and there were many wealthy families in it. Once the martial arts were taken out, they were immediately snatched up. After all, these were martial arts that had never appeared before. Furthermore, they were even better than martial arts of the same level. At this moment, in Yi Xian's house, 50 million taels of treasures. In addition to Qingqing's dowry, that's 100 million taels of silver. This is 100 devour points. Yi Xian couldn't stop smiling as he hurriedly devoured all the items. However, what made him surprised was that the 50 million taels of silver was still not enough for him to break through. The system is too stingy. 50 million taels of silver isn't enough for me to break through from the peak of the 7th rank to the 8th rank? Yi Xian was helpless. Fortunately, he still obtained 50 devour points. This was because he had specially instructed him to choose something that was worth 1 million or 2 million taels. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Yi Xian opened the door and saw Xue Qingqing walking in alone with a large box. "What is this?" Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Xue Qingqing placed the large box at the door and wiped her fragrant sweat. "My dowry is 500,000 taels of gold, so I went out and spent all the money. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. 500,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 50 million taels of silver. Hee, it's been hard on you." Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly carried the box into the room. Devour successful. Ding! The host has broken through to the early stage of the 8th rank. Yi Xian didn't even open it and directly devoured the entire box. Then, he broke through to the 8th rank of the martial path. It's finally here. Damn it, the price is too high. 100 million taels of silver is enough to create several 8th rank martial artists. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. Now that he had broken through to a new realm, the things he needed were probably calculated in hundreds of millions. However, he was calm. As long as he entered the Shattering Cloud sect, would he be afraid of not having enough money? "Did you break through?" Xue Qingqing sat on the bed and asked. "I broke through to the 8th rank of the martial path." Yi Xian nodded. Xue Qingqing looked at him with a face of worship. "I'm so envious. With your physique, as long as you have good things, you can break through without limit. Of course, I'm Yi Xian." Yi Xian also grinned. He turned his head and said, "Now that you've solved this matter, are you still going to the Shattering Cloud sect?" "Oh, I don't like to cultivate. Previously, I was preparing to go to the Shattering Cloud sect to escape the marriage, so I'll forget about it." Xue Qingqing shook her head and said, "However, you are now my fiancé. When you go to the Shattering Cloud sect, you have to restrain yourself. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Chapter 53. Pa. Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish his sentence, Xue Qingqing angrily slapped him on the back of his head. "You pervert, we were just acting. To think that I even lent you my dowry." Xue Qingqing snorted. "It was just a joke." Yi Xian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His actual age was almost 10 years older than Xue Qingqing. How could he be interested in a 14-year-old girl? Xue Qingqing jumped off the bed and prepared to leave. But before she could take a few steps, she turned around and said, "When are you leaving?" Yi Xian was startled and said, "Tomorrow." Xue Qingqing slightly nodded and opened the door. Before she left, she did not forget to remind Yi Xian not to attract unwanted attention. After she left, Yi Xian also laid on the bed alone. He now had over 100 devouring points. What should he exchange them for? Only by fusing with the 100-beast bloodline can I exchange for the 1,000-beast bloodline. And this 1,000-beast bloodline actually costs 10,000 devouring points. It seems that I can only exchange them for other things. Yi Xian was very helpless. Right now, he was relying on the 100-beast bloodline to be invincible among those of the same level. He might even be able to challenge those of a higher level. Bloodlines could be said to be the highlight of the devouring system. Yi Xian felt that it was necessary to exchange for bloodlines first. However, if he exchanged for martial arts, he could still sell them after he learned them. This was not a bad idea. However, when Yi Xian saw those 8th-grade martial arts that were worth tens of devouring points, he could not help but roll his eyes. Not to be spread. These martial arts were actually marked with the words, "not to be spread." This meant that after he learned them, he could not sell them to others. Damn, I lost so much. I still wanted to buy an 8th-grade martial arts and sell them at the 1,000 Gold City auction house. Yi Xian could not help but exclaim. He actually did not notice this attribute before. What a blunder! Using devouring points to exchange for martial arts was too heaven-defying. An 8th-grade martial arts required tens of devouring points. If he sold it outside, he could sell it for tens of millions of silvers. As long as Yi Xian traveled more and went to a few more cities, he would definitely be able to break even. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it now. Yi Xian's attention returned to the bloodline. Bloodlines were a very peculiar thing. There were also some relatively strange bloodlines, such as the swordsman bloodline that could enhance the power of sword skills, and the archer bloodline that could enhance the power of archery martial arts and vision. In addition, there were some bloodlines that could transform, such as the moonlight werewolf, deep sea flood dragon, titan giant, and so on. Yi Xian had a phobia of choice, so he did not know what to do with these 100 devour points. Yi Xian rolled around on his bed. He probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The next day, when the servant delivered breakfast, he was almost scared to death. Today, Yi Xian had fluffy hair and 2 dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he was about to collapse. They just got engaged and they already. Young master and young mistress are really amazing. The servant hurriedly left, thinking that Xue Qingqing was also inside. In fact, this was only because Yi Xian couldn't sleep. He had planned for the entire night and finally exchanged those 100 devour points. In the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. Therefore, he spent 50 devour points to exchange for a wind-chasing leopard bloodline. This wind-chasing leopard bloodline could increase speed, and it also had an extremely strong jumping ability. Now that Yi Xian already had a 100 beasts bloodline, coupled with the wind-chasing leopard bloodline and a rank 7 movement martial art, his speed would be off the charts. As for the remaining devour points, Yi Xian exchanged them for a 100 flowers bloodline. This would make him immune to poison, and also increase his recovery ability. Whether it was physical strength or spiritual power, it would increase. The reason why he did not exchange for martial arts was because once he reached the Shattering Cloud sect, there would definitely be martial arts. Using devour points to exchange for martial arts was too wasteful, unless it was an extremely powerful martial art. As for weapons, he did not need them. Even if he wanted to exchange for them, he would exchange for powerful weapons such as large sabers, large axes, large hammers, etc. With his strong physique, it would be a waste not to use these large weapons. Yi Xian finished his breakfast with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Then he went out to buy a few sets of clothes. After that, he was ready to leave. Son-in-law, after you go to the Shattering Cloud sect, you have to come back and visit more often. Xue Hai said with a smile. I will. Yi Xian nodded. Xue Qingqing also reminded him, after you go to the Shattering Cloud sect, don't attract unwanted attention. Otherwise, I will beat you up. Yi Xian blushed with shame. Then he left the Million Gold City. When the Shattering Cloud sect sent people to Lianyun City to recruit people, he was only in the 4th level of the martial path. Now, in less than 2 months, he had broken through to the 8th level of the martial path. If he entered the Shattering Cloud sect, he would definitely make the sect tremble. However, after he left the 10,000 gold city, 3 people followed him. These 3 people were sent by the 10,000 gold city lord to verify his identity. Following me? Yi Xian, who had just left the million gold city, heard the sound of horse hooves behind him. Immediately, he jumped off his horse and began to stretch his muscles. What is this kid doing? He let the horse go. Is he going to walk to the Shattering Cloud sect? The city lord said that this kid is in the peak 7th level of the martial path and is not easy to deal with. Why does it not seem like it? Shoo, let's get off our horses too. The 3 people also drove their horses away and followed behind Yi Xian. However, in the next moment, they were shocked because Yi Xian suddenly burst out with speed and pulled apart the distance between them. What kind of speed is this? Is this kid in the 9th level of the martial path? Impossible, he is only in his teens. How can he be in the 9th level of the martial path? Quick, follow him quickly. The 3 people hurriedly broke into a run. However, no matter how hard they ran, the distance between them and Yi Xian was gradually widening. What a joke, I have the Chasing Wind Leopard bloodline and the 100 Flowers bloodline now. My recovery is extremely strong. Even if you drive a sports car, you won't be able to catch up to me. Yi Xian snorted without looking back and continued on his way. The reason why he exchanged for the 100 Flowers bloodline was because of its recovery ability. This recovery ability included many things, such as physical strength, spiritual power, and even the speed of recovery of injuries. With the 100 Flowers bloodline and the Chasing Wind Leopard bloodline, he could definitely run to the Shattering Cloud sect. There were many forks in the 9th mountain range of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. However, the Shattering Cloud sect and the Million Gold City were not in the same direction. Therefore, Yi Xian had to return to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. However, just as he was about to enter the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Hey, isn't this Commander Lu? Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was really afraid that Commander Lu would return to the Million Gold City. If that was the case, the Zhang family and the Shui family would fight. Chapter 54. Not good. Commander Lu's expression changed when he saw Yi Xian. He quickly turned around and ran. He had been hiding in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun for a few days. He did not expect to bump into Yi Xian, who was on his way back. Die! Yi Xian quickly approached and took out the cloud-splitting bow. Wang! 6 arrow lights shot out, instantly turning Commander Lu into a sieve. Yi Xian was now in the 8th realm of the martial path, while Commander Lu was in the peak 7th realm. With the cloud-splitting bow, Commander Lu could not block it at all. How pitiful! Who asked you to be so unlucky? Yi Xian shook his head and searched Commander Lu's body, but did not find much. If Commander Lu had left through the entrance of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun and taken a detour back to the City of 1,000 Gold, Yi Xian would definitely not have encountered him. This was luck. After Commander Lu's death, the stone in Yi Xian's heart finally fell. Right now, no one knew that he'd killed a team under the command of the Myriad Gold City's city lord, including a consecrator at the 8th level of the martial Dao. Only he and Shui Qingqing knew about this. After solving this problem, Yi Xian continued on his journey. He spent about 3 days and finally arrived at the foot of the Shattering Cloud sect. However, the long journey had caused him to wear out a few pairs of shoes. At this time, the shoes on his feet could not be more worn out. Even his toes were exposed. However, this did not matter. After entering the Shattering Cloud sect, he would definitely receive the Shattering Cloud sect's disciple robes. Shattering Cloud sect, I'm coming! Yi Xian shouted at the foot of the mountain and then began to climb the mountain gate. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many Shattering Cloud sect disciples coming down the mountain. At the same time, he felt that the strength of these disciples was much stronger than that of ordinary family disciples. He even saw disciples in the 7th realm of the martial path who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The Shattering Cloud sect was indeed worthy of being one of the 2 great sects of the South Forest County. The Shattering Cloud sect's mountain gate had a total of 999 steps. Yi Xian climbed up with ease. However, as soon as he reached the top of the mountain, a discordant voice came from the side. Where did this savage come from? He doesn't even have shoes. How dare he come to my Shattering Cloud sect? Yi Xian turned his head and saw 3 figures walking towards them. They were all wearing the Shattered Cloud sect's disciple robes. Moreover, they were inner sect disciples. Men beat this kid down. The leader of the inner disciples waved his hand and said. Immediately after, a disciple guarding the mountain approached Yi Xian and said, "Brother, you should quickly descend the mountain." "I'm here to report," Yi Xian said slowly. The disciple who was guarding the mountain was stunned. He immediately turned his head and said, "Senior Brother Ning, he is a newly accepted disciple of the sect. He is here to report." However, the inner sect disciple ignored him and continued, "I told you to beat him down. Junior Sister Guan will be descending the mountain soon. Don't let him pollute Junior Sister Guan's eyes." The disciple guarding the mountain was very helpless. He turned his head and said, "Junior brother, you should go down the mountain and buy a pair of shoes first." However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure flashed to his side and slapped the back of his head. "Senior Brother Ning told you to beat him down. Didn't you hear him?" The person who attacked was also an inner sect disciple. It was one of the people behind Senior Brother Ning. Yi Xian did not expect the other party to suddenly attack. He immediately grabbed the disciple guarding the mountain and gently swept his right foot, kicking the disciple who hit him in the leg. The disciple who suddenly attacked did not expect that he would be ambushed. He immediately fell down and rolled down the long ladder. "How dare you attack his opponent? You are courting death." When the other inner disciple saw this, he immediately yelled and rushed forward. "A mere 7th stage of the martial path dares to be arrogant in front of me. You get down as well," Yi Xian muttered. When the other party rushed over, he directly kicked him down the stairs. This time, Senior Brother Ning was no longer calm. His 2 followers were actually kicked down by Yi Xian. How could he just sit back and watch? "How dare you attack my people?" Senior Brother Ning arrogantly walked towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian helped the disciple guarding the mountain up and said, "You attacked your fellow disciples over such a small matter. Is this the quality of a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect? Quality? What qualifications do you have to say this? You actually dared to attack my 2 junior brothers. I will give you a chance now. Get down to the foot of the mountain yourself. Otherwise, don't even think about keeping your legs." Senior Brother Ning looked at Yi Xian with an arrogant look. However, this could not be blamed on him. He was born in a noble family and was ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect disciples. Therefore, he still had some capital. "If you want to get lost yourself." Yi Xian coldly snorted. "You are courting death." Senior Brother Ning glared and rushed towards Yi Xian. He was ready to kick Yi Xian down. "What a joke. You are the one courting death." Yi Xian easily avoided the opponent's attack. His right hand quickly hit Senior Brother Ning. Senior Brother Ning lost his balance and directly fell down. Plop, plop. Senior Brother Ning really rolled down. The surrounding disciples of the Shattering Cloud sect were shocked. Yi Xian was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He had just arrived and he had already provoked an inner sect disciple. Was he courting death? However, Yi Xian had just arrived at the Shattering Cloud sect. How could he have such strength? Could it be that he was sent by a big family? Pow! Senior Brother Ning was not to be trifled with. He pushed his hands on the ground and his whole body flew up. Then he landed steadily on the stairs. He did not care about the dust on his body and directly rushed up. At the same time, he shouted, "I will kill you. It seems that you are not ruthless enough. Get lost." Without waiting for Senior Brother Ning to rush up, Yi Xian kicked him in the face. In an instant, a strong force leaked out and directly kicked Senior Brother Ning's nose crooked. At the same time, his body was also sent flying. Senior Brother Ning's body smashed onto the stairs and began to roll down. The whole audience was stunned. Senior Brother Ning's name was widely known in the Shattering Cloud sect. As the 10th in the inner sect, he was already in the middle of the 7th level of the martial path. After a period of time, he could even reach the peak of the 7th level of the martial path. However, such a realm was actually so weak in front of Yi Xian. Could it be that this senior brother Ning was a paper tiger that relied on medicinal pills? Could it be that the moment he was crushed, his true colors would be revealed? Many unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. Yi Xian coldly snorted. Then, he turned his head to look at the guarding disciple and said, "Senior brother, I am Yi Xian from Lianyun City. May I ask where I am reporting?" The guarding disciple was so shocked that he could not speak. He stared at Yi Xian's harmless face. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. However, before he could speak, someone on the side started to jeer. Chapter 55. Senior Sister Guan is here. Senior Sister Guan is here. The disciple originally wanted to say something, but he forcefully stuffed his words back. He even left Yi Xian behind and ran to the side. Yi Xian also turned his head to look, only to see a graceful and beautiful figure slowly walking over in front of him. The figure paused and stopped more than 10 meters away from Yi Xian. She glanced at Yi Xian, and when he saw the lower half of Yi Xian's body, he immediately frowned. It's over, it's over. This kid is over. Senior Sister Guan hates people with disheveled clothes. This kid is over. Someone whispered from the side. Yi Xian was startled. He lowered his head to look and was furious. My shoes are just scratched. How am I disheveled? However, he had forgotten that he had been on the road for several days and had not washed his hair. It was a little messy and shiny under the sun. Even an ordinary person would be disgusted by it. However, before he could open his mouth, another person rushed out and blocked Senior Sister Guan. At the same time, he shouted at Yi Xian, "Stinking brat, why aren't you backing off? Do you want to die?" It seemed that another troublemaker had come looking for him. I'm so low-key, but trouble always comes looking for me. Tisse. Yi Xian muttered to himself. He then snorted, I'm not leaving. What are you going to do about it? Today, he was prepared to make a big scene. Otherwise, he would only be an outer disciple. If he did not make a big scene, how would he attract the experts of the Shattering Cloud sect and make them accept him as a disciple? Stinking brat, you're courting death. The inner disciple shouted. He drew his sword and rushed towards Yi Xian. It's over. Senior brother Lu is the 6th in the inner sect. He has already broken through to the peak of the 7th level of the martial path. He is much stronger than senior brother Ning. This kid can't take 3 strikes from senior brother Lu. 3 strikes my ass. 1 strike is enough. The surrounding dozens of Shattering Cloud sect's disciples were all whispering to each other. However, in the next moment, they were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. They saw that senior brother Lu, who was charging at Yi Xian with his sword, missed and was then hooked by Yi Xian's leg and sent flying outside. Plop. Senior apprentice brother Lu fell down the stairs. Because of his fast speed, he fell even more miserably than senior apprentice brother Ning. It's over, it's over. Senior apprentice brother Lu has also fallen. This brat has offended 2 of the top 10 inner disciples. He's dead for sure. That's right, senior martial brother Lu is elder Lu's grandson. The rest of the disciples had sympathetic expressions on their faces. However, there were also many people who were guessing what kind of deity Yi Xian was. He had just reported to the Shattering Cloud sect, yet he was able to turn the 10th and 6th ranked inner sect disciples into such a state. Tisk. Yi Xian spat on the ground with a look of disdain. In the next moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw that senior apprentice Sister Guan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together again. Damn, this senior apprentice Sister Guan can't be a germaphobe, right? Yi Xian immediately reacted. He looked around and found that the surroundings were very beautiful. There wasn't even a piece of trash on the ground. Even the leaves that had just fallen had been picked up by the disciples. It was very clean. He was drunk. This germaphobe had probably reached the point of ascending to the immortal world. She couldn't tolerate even a speck of sand in her eyes. Stinking brat, I'm going to kill you. Waves of angry roars came from behind him. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that the 2 inner sect senior brothers had already gotten up and were charging towards him. Yo, you still want to come up? Get down. Yi Xian immediately strode forward and kicked them down one by one. Plop. Plop. The 2 of them rolled down like rubber balls again, their bodies dirty. Just now, he didn't control his strength well, and that senior apprentice brother Ning even spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. At this time, senior apprentice Sister Guan's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Her eyes were burning with anger, as if she was about to spit fire. At this time, Yi Xian finally reacted. He found that this senior apprentice Sister Guan was quite good-looking. She was about 17 or 18 years old, but her face was as cold as ice, without any expression. If it wasn't for the anger in her eyes and her slightly trembling body, Yi Xian would have thought that she was a wax figure. Senior apprentice Sister Guan was tolerating this. She really wanted to attack, but even she couldn't see through Yi Xian's strength. A person who could easily defeat the 6th and 10th inner disciples was definitely not an ordinary person. She was only the 5th inner disciple and was also at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. She was probably not a match for Yi Xian. At this time, "What's going on here?" An old voice came from afar. Immediately after, an old man wearing the Shattering Cloud sect's elder robes walked over. Finally, someone with status has come. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that his plan to create momentum was already half successful. Everyone's eyes fell on this old man. Except for Yi Xian, and everyone recognized this old man. "It's the Guardian Elder," someone said in a low voice. However, this sentence also reminded Yi Xian. It seemed that this old man wasn't an ordinary elder. A Guardian Elder was an elder in charge of guarding the mountain gate. The mountain gate was the face of a sect. It was an extremely important place. Therefore, the Guardian Elder of the mountain gate was naturally not an ordinary person. "What's going on here? Why is it so noisy?" The Guardian Elder looked around and asked. However, when he said this, no one answered. Just then, Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Ning caught up. The former immediately cupped his hands and said, "Elder, this kid's clothes are disheveled." Junior Brother Ning asked him to tidy up his clothes before going up the mountain. However, we didn't expect that this kid would directly attack Junior Brother Ning. Then he even disheveled clothes? The Guardian Elder also saw the girl surnamed Guan and said with a smile, "I see. However, the two of you are in the top 10 of the inner sect. How could you be kicked off the stairs by him?" This question stumped Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Ning. They didn't understand how the other party had such strength. However, they couldn't be blamed. After all, Yi Xian deliberately suppressed his spiritual energy fluctuations. Just now, he was only relying on his physical body. Forget it. The Guardian Elder didn't ask any more. He just slowly approached Yi Xian. When he was only 10 meters away from Yi Xian, his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed, "Eighth realm of the martial path?" The surrounding people were also shocked. No wonder Yi Xian could easily kick Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Ning off the stairs. It turned out that he was already in the 8th realm of the martial path. However, they hadn't heard of a disciple from a big family entering the Shattering Cloud sect recently. Chapter 56. This old man is so powerful. I deliberately suppressed my aura, but he was still able to sense it from so far away. As expected of an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect. He should be a martial artist of the 10th stage of the martial path. Yi Xian was secretly impressed. The 10th stage of the martial path was the final stage of the martial path. As long as one reached the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path, they would have to work hard to break through to the true spirit realm. It was said that the sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect was a very powerful true spirit realm expert. "Little brother, where did you come from?" The Guardian Elder was extremely shocked because Yi Xian looked very young. "I came from Lianyun City to report to the Shattering Cloud sect." Yi Xian respectfully cupped his fists. "Report?" The Guardian Elder was startled again and shouted, "What kind of joke is this?" The disciples of the Shattering Cloud sect who are in charge of excavating are usually from the 4th stage to the 5th stage of the martial path. At most, they are from the 6th stage of the martial path. I have not heard of any family that is willing to send a genius of the 8th stage of the martial path to the Shattering Cloud sect. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, you can go and check. Yi Xian said and then added, "My name is Yi Xian and I come from the Yi family of Lianyun City." The guardian elder still didn't believe him, but he directly called an outer sect disciple. Not long after, this outer sect disciple brought in a deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect. Check how many disciples came from Lianyun City. The guardian elder said. The deacon nodded and then began to open a thick book. After a long while, he replied, Lianyun City has 2 disciples. One is Chen Feng from the Chen family, but he has yet to return from the experience. The other is Yi Xian from the Yi family. He is in the early 4th stage of the martial path and has yet to report. Hearing this, the mountain guardian elder was also surprised. There really was someone like Yi Xian, and he was even here to report. This brat is already in the early 8th stage of the martial path. He is 4 stages higher than the record. This is too fake. But who would do such a thing? The guardian elder was astonished and said, Who went to Lianyun City at that time? Call him over. Yes. The deacon nodded and ran off. Not long after, he returned with another person. It was an outer disciple. This outer sect disciple had just arrived and was a little confused about the situation. He respectfully greeted them. 2 months ago, it was you who went to Lianyun City? The guardian elder glanced at Yi Xian and asked. The outer disciple nodded. Then take a look. Do you know him? The guardian elder pointed at Yi Xian. The outer sect disciple followed his finger and saw Yi Xian. He nodded. I recognize him. He's Yi Xian from the Yi family in Lianyun City. What? At this moment, the surrounding disciples were in an uproar. Was this person really from a small rural town? Was he really Yi Xian? How could this be possible? Are you sure? The mountain guardian elder asked, not daring to believe it. Disciple affirms. The outer sect disciple looked at Yi Xian again. He still had an impression of Yi Xian, but the latter's figure was a little stronger and taller than before. Are you really Yi Xian from the Yi family in Lianyun City? The mountain guardian elder still didn't believe it, because in these 2 short months, Yi Xian had directly broken through from the early stage of the 4th level of the martial Dao to the early stage of the 8th level of the martial Dao. There were a total of 11 realms here, and on average, it was a small realm every 6 days. This was simply inconceivable. Elder, could it be that this brat is here to replace someone else? Yi Xian asked. It was impossible for a genius at the 8th stage of the martial Dao to replace a person at the 4th stage of the martial Dao to come to the Shattering Cloud sect. After all, a person like Yi Xian would be heavily nurtured wherever he went. The guardian elder continued to ask, Then how did you break through from the 4th realm to the 8th realm in 2 months? With regards to this question, Yi Xian had already thought of an excuse. After all, he couldn't possibly reveal his ability to break through. He immediately explained, this brat had a fortuitous encounter while training in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, so, 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun? When they heard about this place, the surrounding people all revealed expressions of enlightenment. This caused Yi Xian to be somewhat puzzled. It is said that many strange things have happened in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun recently. There are many demonic beasts wearing crystal pendants moving around. It seems like you obtained a lot of crystals and then bought elixirs to break through. The guardian elder slowly said. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples revealed a look of disdain. Because Yi Xian actually used elixirs to break through. That meant that he was just a paper tiger. Tiske, I thought that he was a super genius. It turns out that he is just a paper tiger. Using elixirs to break through is just a temporary show of power. He will suffer in the future. I heard that there was a senior brother who continuously used elixirs to break through. In the end, his cultivation base became unstable and his meridians were damaged, causing his strength to regress. Also, there are many drawbacks to using elixirs to break through one's cultivation base. Some people even suffered chi deviation during cultivation and lost their minds. In the end, they jumped into a well and died. The disciples began to whisper among themselves. From the initial worship to the current disdain, the change was very timely. That senior sister Guan was originally shocked by Yi Xian's talent, which was why she didn't make a move. However, after hearing the guardian elder's words, she revealed the same expression as the surrounding people. Since you are here to report, then go ahead. However, This old man has to remind you that you should stop cultivating like this as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will only destroy yourself. Someone, bring him to collect his uniform. After the guardian elder finished speaking, he turned around and left. It turned out that they had all misunderstood Yi Xian. Yi Xian also wanted to explain, but when he saw the expressions of the surrounding people, he hesitated. This was because he couldn't explain that he cultivated normally or used elixirs. Forget it. I will start as an outer disciple first. In any case, I will be promoted to the inner sect very soon, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, after the guardian elder left, senior brother Lu and senior brother Ning looked at each other and rushed towards Yi Xian. Brat, you are finished this time. Plop. Plop. The two of them were kicked down by Yi Xian. The surrounding people revealed sympathetic expressions. They didn't sympathize with the two top 10 inner sect disciples, but with Yi Xian. Yi Xian had just arrived and he had already provoked two people. Moreover, he was so arrogant even though he didn't have any real abilities. This meant that his future days wouldn't be so easy. Chapter 57. The 8th stage of the martial path was definitely the #1 expert in Lianyun City. However, in the Shattering Cloud sect, there were countless of them. There were even a few of them in the younger generation. Before the age of 25, it was the prime time for a human to practice martial arts. This was because the meridians weren't fixed during this period, so cultivation was faster. After the age of 25, cultivation would slow down. Therefore, when Yi Xian broke through to the 8th stage of the martial path in 2 months, it didn't surprise many people. After all, in their opinion, Yi Xian relied on a large number of elixirs. Looking at Yi Xian's departing figure, Senior Sister Guan's brows slightly relaxed. However, when she saw two dirty figures rushing towards her, she instantly frowned and turned around to leave. The deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect brought Yi Xian to receive the outer disciple's uniform. Then he assigned Yi Xian a house. AI, what a pity. I thought you were a super genius. I didn't expect you to rely on a large number of elixirs. You are too unwise. You should have saved up so many crystals. A gradual cycle is the way to go. The deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect shook his head and left. Damn, a super genius is being buried. I should think about how to attract attention. Yi Xian stayed in his courtyard and pondered. He suddenly remembered that the outer sect of the Shattering Cloud sect had a ranking. As long as he was in the top 10 every month, he would be promoted to the inner sect. At that time, he would be able to challenge the inner sect disciples. Hey, there are only a few days left this month. I will fight my way to the top of the outer sect. Yi Xian thought. He directly put on his shoes and washed his hair. He didn't want others to think that he was a country bumpkin. After that, he strolled around the Shattering Cloud sect. He asked about a few places and rushed over. He first went to the place where the Shattering Cloud sect applied to challenge the outer sect disciple. What? You want to challenge the outer sect disciple? What's your name? A deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect raised his head. I just reported today. My name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian reported his name. The deacon also looked through the book, but couldn't find Yi Xian's name. Therefore he said, No, your name hasn't been updated. Wait for it to be updated. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. After looking around, he secretly took out a silver note worth 10,000 taels of silver and said, Senior brother, can you make an exception? The deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect glanced at him, and his expression changed. What kind of person do you think I am? At least 30,000 taels of silver. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. However, 30,000 taels was simply a drop in the bucket for him. He immediately took out another 40,000 taels of silver and secretly handed it over. The junior brother's EQ is really high. The deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect quickly put away the silver notes. After adding Yi Xian to the book, he asked, Junior brother, are you really going to challenge the #1 outer sect disciple? Are you sure? Outer sect disciples are at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. The Shattering Cloud sect's deacon kindly reminded him. Don't worry. I can handle it. Yi Xian nodded again. What kind of joke was this? He could even kill someone in the 8th stage of the martial path. Why would he be afraid of someone in the 6th stage of the martial path? Alright, I'll register it for you. When do you want to challenge? The Shattering Cloud Sect's deacon didn't say much and asked again. As soon as possible. Best if it's today. Yi Xian said. Today, he had caused a ruckus in front of the sect, but it was suppressed. Of course, he wanted to cause a ruckus again. Alright, then go to the challenge arena and wait. I'll inform junior brother Chiu. Hearing this, Yi Xian thanked the deacon and left. He asked for the direction of the challenge arena and rushed over. There were thousands of outer sect disciples in the Shattering Cloud sect. To be able to get first place in the outer sect, he definitely had some skills. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Xian. Not long after, a few outer sect disciples came to the challenge arena. The deacon was among them. You're the one who wants to challenge me? An outer sect disciple with thick eyebrows asked. That's me, Yi Xian replied indifferently. You're really reckless. Wasting my time. Hurry up and get on the arena. I still need to cultivate. This outer sect disciple had never seen Yi Xian before, so he thought Yi Xian was looking for trouble. The Shattering Cloud sect's deacon who registered Yi Xian was the judge. Yi Xian and this outer sect disciple went up the arena together. However, in the next moment, the deacon was also shocked. He saw that the outer sect disciple was directly slapped out of the arena by Yi Xian. He was defeated. What's going on? I just blinked. How did senior brother Chiu fly out of the arena? The disciples who followed them widened their eyes. I saw senior brother Chiu get slapped out of the arena. How is this possible? Senior brother Chiu is at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. He's unrivaled in the 6th stage of the martial path. How could he be slapped out of the arena? At this moment, the Shattering Cloud sect's deacon reacted and announced, Yi Xian wins. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be so strong. He was afraid that he had already reached the 7th stage of the martial path. However, he hadn't heard of any large family sending their disciples to the Shattering Cloud sect recently. After obtaining victory, Yi Xian walked out of the arena without turning his head and left in a hurry. The outer sect disciple who was slapped out of the arena was stunned. If Yi Xian wasn't wearing outer sect disciple robes, he would have thought that some inner sect disciple had come to find trouble with him. Just like that, Yi Xian took first place in the outer sect. Unfortunately, there weren't many people who came to watch. His momentum was a bit of a failure. This won't do. I have to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Otherwise, if the city lord of the Million Gold City sends people to the Shattering Cloud sect, my lie will be exposed. Yi Xian was a bit worried. If his lie was exposed, then Lianyun City would be in danger. Forget it. I'll go to the martial arts pavilion first and sell my martial arts. Yi Xian thought for a moment and walked towards the martial arts pavilion. His martial arts were relatively rare. At least, they hadn't appeared in the Million Gold City. He should be able to sell them for a good price in the Shattering Cloud sect. The Frost Fist, Exploding Star Arrow, Chaotic Star Arrow, Netherworld Steps were all 7th grade martial arts. Adding in some 6th grade martial arts, Yi Xian estimated that he could sell them for at least 50 million taels of silver. However, he underestimated the black-hearted nature of the Shattering Cloud sect. His martial arts were only sold for 30 million taels of silver. The Shattering Cloud sect implemented a point system. Yi Xian exchanged the 30 million taels of silver for more than 3,000 points. He then bought some heavenly treasures and divine weapons to consume. His strength increased once again. Chapter 58. Damn it, after breaking through to the 8th level of the martial path, the experience points required are too much. I estimate that I'll need another 70 to 80 million or even 100 million. Yi Xian was slightly helpless, but this time, he obtained another 30 points of Devour points. However, he did not use them. Instead, he saved them. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He thought of an excellent way to attract the attention of others. Since I've already provoked the inner sect disciples, why don't I directly fight my way to the inner sect? I'll set up an arena and challenge all the elites of the inner sect. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Ever since he merged with the 100-beast bloodline, he had become violent. Perhaps it was because of Xue Qingqing. However, it had to be said that fighting his way to the inner sect was a good idea. This was because the mentors and elders of the Shattering Cloud sect were all inner sect disciples. Immediately he rushed to the inner sect. Under normal circumstances, outer sect disciples were not allowed to enter the inner sect. However, some inner sect disciples found outer sect disciples to run errands, so this rule was gradually forgotten. Yi Xian walked into the inner sect. At a glance, he saw a bunch of disciples wearing inner sect robes. Their strength was around the 7th level of the martial path. There were thousands of outer sect disciples in the Shattering Cloud sect. However, there were only 200 inner sect disciples. Every month, 10 outer sect disciples would be promoted to the inner sect. At the same time, 10 older inner sect disciples would leave the Shattering Cloud sect or become deacons of the Shattering Cloud sect. Therefore, the number of inner sect disciples was maintained at around 200. After entering the inner sect, Yi Xian went directly to the inner sect's martial arts field. At this time, the martial arts field was very lively. Looking at the dozens of figures in the martial arts field, Yi Xian thought to himself, "Tisk, since I want to make a scene, I'll make it big." He walked into the martial arts field and suddenly shouted, "All inner sect disciples, listen up. I, Yi Xian, seek defeat." His voice was extremely loud and clear. It was amplified by spiritual power. Almost half of the inner sect disciples could hear it. When the inner sect disciples in the martial arts field heard this roar, they stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look. At this time, Yi Xian loudly repeated his words. This time, he became the focus of attention. Is this guy crazy? A mere outer sect disciple dares to cause trouble in the inner sect? I think he's really crazy. Doesn't he know that even the weakest inner disciple can sweep through the outer disciples? Idiot. These inner disciples didn't care and continued to practice. There were a few inner sect disciples who were closer to the entrance of the martial arts field. They all gathered around and prepared to teach Yi Xian a lesson. "Brat, are you possessed by the devil? Get the hell out of here." Hearing the conversation, Yi Xian turned his head and snorted, "You want me to scram? That'll depend on your strength." "What arrogance! Scram!" An inner disciple rushed forward without drawing his sword, preparing to fan Yi Xian out of the training field. The few people at the side also revealed expressions of schadenfreude. However, in the next moment, their expressions that were not smiles suddenly stopped. They saw that the inner disciple who rushed forward was easily knocked down by Yi Xian and then stepped on under his foot. Yi Xian shouted. The martial arts field suddenly quieted down. Those inner sect disciples who didn't think much of it turned their heads again, each with a strange look on their faces. What's going on? They didn't understand the situation. An outer sect disciple was stepping on an inner sect disciple. What was going on? "You're courting death." After seeing that their companion was knocked down by Yi Xian, two people also rushed forward. However, their strength was on par with the person under Yi Xian's foot, so they were easily knocked down by Yi Xian. "Get the hell out of here." Yi Xian kicked each of them out of the martial arts field. These three people were all inner sect disciples in the early stage of 7th realm of the martial path. No wonder you dare to cause trouble in the inner sect. It turns out that you have some skills. Let me take you on. A voice drifted over. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a young man walking out from the side. Middle stage 7th realm of the martial path. Yi Xian thought to himself. The young man didn't wait for Yi Xian's reply and rushed straight at him. Mountain Splitter Fist. Get lost. Faced with his opponent's attack, Yi Xian also met his opponent's punch with a punch. Bang. The two fists collided, and a shockwave swept over. The two of them were evenly matched. This time, Yi Xian also threw a punch with all his might. However, he didn't use a 7th realm martial art, but the barbaric bull charge of the back connecting fist, a level 2 martial art. What's going on? Isn't that the back connecting fist, a level 2 martial art? Oh my god, using a level 2 martial art to block a level 7 martial art? How strong is this kid? Could it be that he's been training his body since he was young and has an extraordinary physique? While the surrounding people were still in shock, Yi Xian suddenly kicked out and sent the inner sect disciple flying. He landed outside the martial arts field. Not a single one of you can fight. Who else is there? Yi Xian shouted loudly. What an arrogant kid. Everyone attacked together. Immediately, a few inner sect disciples rushed out. Although it was unethical to bully the young with numbers, Yi Xian's strength was unquestionable. If they didn't attack, the entire inner sect would lose face. 3 Good timing. Yi Xian shouted and quickly rushed forward. His 100-beast bloodline and wind-chasing leopard bloodline gave him extraordinary speed. Coupled with the level 7 martial art, netherworld steps, no one could catch up to him. Bang! 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 Several muffled sounds rang out. Without exception, all 3 inner sect disciples were kicked out of the martial arts field by Yi Xian. 1-on-1, Yi Xian won. 1-on-2, Yi Xian also won. However, in a 1 versus 3 situation, Yi Xian still won. His strength had already intimidated everyone present. Yi Xian looked around and said, "This is not fun. All of you, come at me together." Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. Everyone, attack together and beat him up. Kill him, or we'll lose face in the inner sect. Go. Yi Xian had already aroused public anger. Everyone rushed toward him. There were dozens of people. Let's fight to our heart's content. After shouting, Yi Xian rushed into the crowd. He was now fighting one against many. This group of inner sect disciples were all in the 7th realm of the martial path. Some were in the early stage while others were in the middle stage. Although some of them were in the middle stage of the 7th realm like Senior Brother Ning, their strength was different. Senior Brother Ning was ranked 10th in the inner sect. In a 1-on-1 situation, not many people could beat him. However, he was easily defeated by Yi Xian. Yi Xian relied on his speed. Bang! 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 Chapter 59. In just a few breaths of time, 10 of the inner sect disciples had fallen. In less than 10 seconds, 20 inner sect disciples had fallen. A minute later, everyone was lying in the martial arts field, screaming in agony as dust billowed in the air. "TSK, not a single one of you can fight." Yi Xian stood in the middle with a disdainful look on his face. He had counted 57 people here. Just now, he had fought 57 alone. However, he still won under such circumstances. There were already many people gathered outside the martial arts field, including those who had been thrown out by Yi Xian. After witnessing Yi Xian's heaven-defying strength, these people quickly retreated. No one dared to enter the martial arts field. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew over from afar, causing these people to retreat in shock. Yi Xian began to throw the disciples who had fallen out of the martial arts field one by one. Oh my God, he threw people more than 20 meters away with one hand. Is he still human? That's too scary. Could he be a monster in human form? Quick, go and inform the other senior brothers. The people outside the martial arts field looked at each other. At this moment, there were already dozens of people gathered outside the martial arts field. In addition to those who had yet to be thrown out of the martial arts field, there were already more than 100 people. One had to know that there were only 200 people in the entire Shattering Cloud sect. In less than 2 minutes, the entire martial arts field had been cleaned up. Other than Yi Xian, there was no one else. I've booked this martial arts field. If you want to enter, you'll have to go through me first. When Yi Xian's voice fell into everyone's ears, the same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. This kid was too damn arrogant. However, he had the right to be arrogant. Who here could fight 57 alone? Perhaps even the number 1 senior brother in the inner sect couldn't do it. Not to mention the number 1 in the inner sect, even those experts who had already become deacons of the Shattering Cloud sect couldn't do it. After all, the ranking list of the inner sect only recorded the geniuses who were 20 years old and below. In fact, before Yi Xian spoke, many people had already gone to invite experts from the inner sect. Therefore, Yi Xian's goal this time could be considered to have been partially achieved. As long as he beat up the inner sect's number 1 disciple, he would become famous. When that time came, would he still be afraid of not attracting the attention of the Shattering Cloud Sect's elders? Come on, bring a few more who can fight. Yi Xian was also secretly looking forward to it. Although the bloodline of the wind-chasing leopard was not expensive, it was extremely cost-effective. In the world of martial arts, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. As long as he was fast enough and strong enough, he could beat up everyone. Yi Xian was the only one in the martial arts training grounds. Outside the martial arts training grounds, over 100 inner sect disciples had gathered. Not long after, a few figures walked out from the crowd. It's the 7th, 8th, and 9th disciples of the inner court. This is going to be a good show. Someone recognized the 3 of them. The 6th in the inner sect was Senior Brother Lu. He was at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, but after that, everyone was at the middle stage of the 7th stage. In other words, these 3 people were also at the same stage. However, the 3 of them were able to stand out from the dozens of middle stage 7th stage martial path disciples. Their strength was definitely extraordinary. Kid, you're just an outer sect disciple. How dare you cause trouble in the inner sect? Are you tired of living? A long-haired young man said coldly. If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. The 3 of you can come at me together. Yi Xian did not care. He did not think that these 3 people were any different from the people he had beaten up just now. What an arrogant kid. Junior Brother Chen, Junior Brother Lin, let's go together. The long-haired young man had heard of Yi Xian's strength, so he did not dare to be careless. Okay. The other 2 nodded and drew their long swords. The 3 of them rushed out together. However, they had only taken a few steps when Yi Xian had already swept in front of them. Then, each of them threw a punch and sent them flying. Watch out! The people outside the martial arts training grounds retreated. No one dared to catch them. Plop! The 3 of them fell hard on the ground and cried out in pain. The 3 of you are too weak. Call more powerful people. Yi Xian said coldly. What a big mouth. I don't believe it. Junior Brother Chen, Junior Brother Lin, let's go again. The long-haired young man said and rushed out again. However, the 3 of them were sent flying by Yi Xian again. Who was the inner sect disciple? How can this person be so fast? I'm afraid he's almost catching up to the instructor. Also, his strength is too amazing. He can easily send people flying more than 20 meters. Where's Senior Brother Zhong? Why aren't they here yet? Didn't Senior Brother Zhong go out to train a long time ago? He's not back yet. The Senior Brother Zhong that the group of inner sect disciples were talking about was the current number 1 inner sect disciple, Zhong Yang, who was in the middle stage of 8th stage martial path. In addition, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th inner sect disciples were also in the 8th stage of martial path. These were the last 2 straws in the hearts of the inner sect disciples. If even these 4 people were defeated, then the inner sect would really lose face. The dignified inner sect of the Shattering Cloud sect was defeated by an outer sect disciple. How could they cultivate here in the future? They're here. The 3 senior brothers are here. The crowd stepped aside to make a path. Then 3 more young men came. I heard that an outer sect disciple came to our inner sect to cause trouble. I thought someone spread the rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. An extremely handsome young man said, then turned his head and asked, Junior Brother who, the 3 of you were defeated too? The long-haired young man clutched his chest and nodded. Senior Brother Hua, this kid is very strong. The 3 of us are no match for him. Someone on the side added, Senior Brother Hua, this kid just defeated dozens of us by himself. Senior Brother Hua, you have to be careful. What? When he heard these words, the handsome young man was also shocked. One person had challenged dozens of people. Even he couldn't do this, right? This guy is quite capable. Junior brothers, it seems that we have to fight together. The handsome young man said to the 2 beside him. Okay. The 2 beside him also nodded. Although they didn't believe it, there were so many people present. It was impossible for all of them to lie through their teeth, right? Moreover, there were so many people present. Most of them were injured and their clothes were dirty. It seemed that they had fought a battle. It's better to be safe than sorry, lest you get into trouble. The handsome young man led the two of them into the martial arts field. I'm Huiyuan. May I ask who you are? The handsome young man cupped his fist and asked. Yi Xian. When Huiyuan heard this name, he thought carefully in his heart for a moment, but he couldn't remember anything. So he asked again, since junior brother is so capable, why are you still an outer sect disciple? I just reported in today. Chapter 60. Seeing that Yi Xian had no intention of talking nonsense, Huiyuan nodded slightly and said, in that case, junior brother, be careful. Just as he finished speaking, a muffled sound was heard. At the same time, Huiyuan rushed out like a cheetah. The other two did the same. Rank 8 movement technique, stormy thunder steps? Someone outside the arena exclaimed. A rank 7 movement technique was already very rare. Most of the disciples present had a rank 6 movement technique. Only a few had a rank 7 movement technique. As for a rank 8 movement technique, it was likely that only these 3 geniuses who had broken through to the 8th stage of the martial path knew it. The 3 people's speed was very fast, almost catching up to Yi Xian, who used rank 7 movement technique. However, Yi Xian now had more than 100 beasts' bloodline in his body. Shio. Yi Xian also used rank 7 martial arts to meet them. Now, these 3 people were all in the 8th level of the martial path. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers, so Yi Xian had to be serious. Rushing Thunder Hand. Thousand Splitting Leg. Soul Chasing Slash. The 3 people all used their best martial arts, all of which were rank 8 martial arts. Damn, these 3 people must be the true disciples of some elder or mentor. They all know rank 8 martial arts. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. His face was gloomy. After dodging 2 attacks, he quickly threw out a punch. Frost Fist. Zizi. Kacha. Yi Xian's fist and Huiyuan's rushing thunder hand collided. The 2 special forces began to shake violently. This rushing thunder hand carried a trace of a paralyzing effect, and the flowing frost fist actually froze. The 2 people were unexpectedly evenly matched. Rank 8 martial arts are really powerful. It seems that I can't meet force with force. Yi Xian also broke out in a cold sweat. If he didn't have 100 Beasts bloodline, this move would have broken his hand. At the same time, Huiyuan was also very surprised. Because in the current inner sect, only the number 1 inner sect disciple, Zhongyang, could take this move. Take this. With the advantage in numbers, the 3 of them began to attack Yi Xian. We can't be surrounded. We have to break through them one by one. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. His figure flashed as he arrived beside the sword-wielding youth. Frost Fist. The sword-wielding young man barely managed to block this punch, but in the next moment, Yi Xian's other punch arrived. Boom. Frost's fist landed on the young man's chest and sent him flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xian's physique was astonishing, and his attack speed was as fast as lightning. When his opponent slashed out with his sword, he could easily throw out 2 punches. Using this advantage, he was the first to injure one of them. Take this. Another youth who was skilled in leg techniques attacked. He kicked 3 times in an instant, but all of them were blocked by Yi Xian. Since it's a leg technique, I'll attack your lower body. Yi Xian kicked out and hit the youth's standing leg. The youth lost his balance and began to sway. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian threw out another frost fist. The second one was dealt with. In terms of attack speed, Yi Xian's legs were faster than his fists because he had the bloodline of the wind-chasing leopard. However, he had never learned a leg technique. Now, only Huiyuan was left among the 3. Rushing Thunder Hand. Frost Fist. Boom. The 2 spiritual forces collided, and muffled sounds rang out continuously. What surprised everyone was that Yi Xian and Huiyuan actually began to exchange blows for more than 10 seconds. The sound was so loud that it sounded like muffled thunder. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 of them exchanged blow after blow. They were both in the mid-stage of martial path 8th realm. Huiyuan was using an 8th grade martial arts technique, while Yi Xian was using a 7th grade martial arts technique. However, Yi Xian's physique was much stronger than Huiyuan's. In fact, he had the upper hand in every blow, even if it was only by a small margin. However, as time passed, This slight advantage began to grow. Gotcha. Hui Yuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. He glanced around and found that his right fist was frozen. Oh no! He widened his eyes. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian's fist was already on him. Bam! Hui Yuan was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 senior brothers at the 8th level of the martial Dao were actually defeated by Yi Xian. This was too terrifying. He's so powerful. Even senior brother Hua and the other 2 are no match for him. Could this person's strength be comparable to senior brother Zhong's? It's a pity that senior brother Zhong has gone out to train. Otherwise, he would definitely come and fight with this person for 300 rounds. How fake. Senior brother Hua and the other 2 don't know this kid, right? This kid looks so young. However, his looks are not bad and he's so powerful. I wonder if he's married. Outside the martial arts field, there were endless discussions. However, what they did not know was that Yi Xian was already at the end of his rope. Just now, he had used a 7th grade martial art to fight with Hui Yuan for more than 10 seconds. His spiritual power was completely depleted. If his opponent could hold on for a few more seconds, he would have lost. The 100 Beast bloodline is indeed powerful. The opponent's paralysis effect did not have any effect on me. Yi Xian wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and began to use his cultivation method to recover his spiritual power. At the same time, he glanced at the group of people at the martial arts field's entrance and secretly revealed a smile. Junior brother is indeed powerful. I admit defeat, Hui Yuan said with a fist salute. He had been beaten into submission, because when the 3 of them joined forces, even the number 1 inner disciple, Zhong Yang, couldn't defeat them so quickly. However, Yi Xian did it. Moreover, he was 1 level lower than Zhong Yang. Senior brother Hua, you flatter me, Yi Xian said with a fist salute. Hui Yuan walked over with a hand on his chest and continued, I don't know how junior brother's physique was trained to such a level. Could it be that junior brother has been practicing a body refining cultivation method since young? Body refining cultivation method? Yi Xian did not hear this name often, but he also understood. Body refining cultivation method required a person with a strong will to practice it. This was because during cultivation, the meridians would constantly tear and then repair, thus improving one's physique. However, among 100 martial artists, there was probably not a single martial artist who practiced body refining. I've been practicing body refining since I was young. Yi Xian nodded and admitted. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain it. So it's like this. Then junior brother Yi, where are you from? Could it be Nanlin City? Hui Yuan asked curiously. He could see that Yi Xian was a few years younger than him. Such a talented genius was definitely from a big city. The Nanlin City he mentioned was the county city of Nanlin County, which was also the city of the county king of Nanlin. Chapter 61. Hui Yuan also understood. He knew that Yi Xian didn't want to expose himself, so he said, Junior brother Yi, you said that you just entered the Shattering Cloud sect. Do you have a master now? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He shook his head and said, No. In that case, why don't you become my master's disciple? My master is an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect. Hui Yuan's heart moved as he tried to rope Yi Xian in. Being accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect was already considered outstanding. One had to know that every elder of the Shattering Cloud sect was at least a martial artist in the 10th stage of the martial path. When Hui Yuan's voice fell, the crowd outside the martial arts field was once again in an uproar. Following that, a figure walked in. My good disciple, I'm here. The person who came in was a middle-aged man wearing the robes of an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect. Master, I knew you were nearby. Hui Yuan hurriedly shouted. Since it's already so big, I naturally can't miss it. The middle-aged man laughed a few times and then asked, Young man, how old are you this year? 15. Yi Xian replied. Hearing this age, the middle-aged man and Hui Yuan were shocked. A 15-year-old martial artist in the 8th stage of the martial path was definitely a talent that could sweep through the entire Shattering Cloud sect. Good. My name is Bai Lai. Are you willing to become my disciple? the middle-aged man asked straightforwardly. He also understood that Yi Xian came this time to make a scene in order to find a master. However, Yi Xian had just entered the Shattering Cloud sect and didn't know much about it. However, he saw that the middle-aged man in front of him seemed to be quite powerful, so he was a little moved. However, just as he was about to agree, a person suddenly jumped directly into the martial arts field. Young man, wait. Yi Xian wanted to say something but stopped. It seemed that another person had come. He turned his head and looked. Sure enough, another elder of the Shattering Cloud sect had appeared. Bai Lai, you are not being kind. You already have Hui Yuan and a few others in your sect. You still want to snatch him away? The newcomer was a bald old man with a long scar on his face. He had a fierce look that would definitely scare a little girl if he walked out. Elder Xie, there is a first-come, first-served rule. Before Bai Lai's voice fell, the bald old man retorted, first come, first serve my ass. He's just one person, how can he worship both of us at the same time? Young man, this guy already has a lot of disciples under him, but I don't even have a disciple in the top 10 of the inner disciples. If you become my disciple, I will definitely focus on training you. Elder Xie, Elder Bai, do you think only the two of you are here? At this time, a few more people walked out. They were all elders of the Shattering Cloud sect. The sudden appearance of so many elders from the Shattering Cloud sect also made Yi Xian lose his composure. Sure enough, with his aptitude he would be highly sought after wherever he went. Now, he only hoped to find a rich elder to be his master. Could it be that he had to directly state a price and ask how much he had to pay every month? Apart from Elder Bai and Elder Xie, there were 3 other elders. Then they started arguing with each other. Young man, as long as you become my disciple, I will give you 500 points every month. 500 points? Do you think I'm a beggar? I'll give you 800. You bunch of misers, I'll give you 1,000. 1,000 points was equivalent to 10 million taels of silver. This was the price that the Shui family's 9th stage martial path consecrator offered. However, Yi Xian was still not satisfied with this price. He was now in the 8th stage of the martial path. If he wanted to break through to the middle stage of the 8th stage, he was afraid that he would need at least 70 to 80 million taels of silver. Breaking through once every few months, Yi Xian could not wait that long. The disciples outside the martial arts field were already shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. 10 million taels of silver per month was a huge temptation to them. One had to know that their family would at most give 1 million taels of silver per month, and some wealthy families would give as much as 2 million taels. 10 million taels of silver was several times more than theirs. Why are there so many elders fighting for this kind of person who just swallowed pills? The disciples outside were very puzzled. However, at this time, a figure suddenly jumped into the martial arts field. When the group of elders saw this person, they all stopped. Greetings, Vice Sect Leader. Several elders greeted in unison. The newcomer was a white-haired old man. The wrinkles on his face were comparable to a cliff. This person was the Vice Sect Leader of the Shattering Cloud sect, Zhou Tsang. Ha! The main character is finally here. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. Previously, the Shui family's consecrator Lian had said that the sect leader of the Shattering Cloud sect was not in the sect. Therefore, the vice sect leader was now the most powerful person. Although the elders were not bad, surely they could not compare to the vice sect leader? Young man, how old are you this year? The vice sect leader walked in front of Yi Xian and asked. 15. Yi Xian answered honestly. Without waiting for his voice to fall, Zhou Tsang suddenly reached out and touched Yi Xian's body a few times. At the same time, he used his spiritual energy to circle Yi Xian's body. Sure enough, you're only 16 years old. Good seedling, good seedling. Zhou Tsang was a little excited. Young man, are you willing to be my disciple? Vice sect leader this. Immediately, some elders were unhappy. After all, it was a fair competition. Every month 2,000 points. At the same time, you can use any martial arts of the 9th rank and below in the Shattering Cloud sect. Zhou Tsang directly stated the conditions. Several elders' faces darkened. When they saw Zhou Tsang appear, they secretly cursed in their hearts. After all, an elder was an elder. They could only teach their disciples martial arts of the 8th rank. However, the vice sect leader was different. He had more authority and could teach martial arts of the 9th rank. Now that Yi Xian was in the 8th rank of the martial path, it would not be a problem for him to spend some time learning a 9th rank martial arts. Moreover, every month he would receive 2,000 points, which was equivalent to 20 million taels of silver. These points could be used to exchange for weapons or various heaven and earth treasures. Without waiting for the elders to speak, Zhou said, "Young man, as long as you are willing, I will do my best to train you. When you meet the requirements, you can inherit my position." What? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Inherit the position of vice sect leader? Zhou wanted to train Yi Xian as his successor? Oh my God! I'm so lucky! Yi Xian shouted in his heart. At the same time, he immediately nodded and said, "I am willing. Greetings, master." Good. Zhou stroked his long beard and laughed a few times. The elders' faces darkened. They did not expect that such a good seedling would be snatched away by Zhou. However, Zhou was the vice sect leader. They did not dare to complain and could only accept their fate. Since Yi Xian had already become Zhou disciple, there was no use for these elders to stay. They immediately shook their heads and left. "Yi Xian, come with me." Chapter 62. At this moment, Yi Xian was still wearing the outer disciple uniform of the Shattered Cloud sect. An outer disciple was directly accepted as a disciple by the vice sect leader. This could be said to be a meteoric rise. Presumably, the entire Shattered Cloud sect would be in turmoil. After leaving the martial arts field with vice sect leader Zhou, Yi Xian was directly brought to Zhou's residence. Zhou lived in a bamboo forest. The environment was very elegant, which suited Yi Xian's taste. Then, Zhou began to investigate Yi Xian's household registration. However, this did not matter. After all, Zhou could confirm that Yi Xian was indeed only 15 years old. "Disciple, I have to go out for a while. This is my token. You can use this token to go to the alchemy hall and the martial arts pavilion." Zhou directly gave Yi Xian a token and hurriedly left. 2,000 points every month, and you can learn any martial arts of the 9th grade and below. This is so awesome! Yi Xian happily shouted a few times. Immediately, he took the token and went to the alchemy hall. Why is it you again? Yi Xian had already been here once before and bought 30 million taels of heaven and earth treasure, so the deacon of the alchemy hall recognized him. Without saying anything, Yi Xian threw the token his master gave him on the table and said, "Give me 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old blood ginseng." A stalk of 1,000-year-old blood ginseng was worth 2 million taels of silver. 10 stalks would be 20 million taels of silver, which was exactly 2,000 points. The deacon picked up the token and looked at it in surprise. He was so shocked that he almost swallowed his tongue. "The sect leader's token? That's right." Yi Xian nodded. "This, I have to ask the elder." The deacon was almost scared to death. He hurriedly ran into the inner hall. After a while, he came out with an elder. Yi Xian had seen this elder before. It was Elder Xie. "So it's yours. I was wondering who would come with the sect leader's token. Sigh, what a pity. If this old man had arrived earlier, you would have been this old man's disciple." Elder Xie rubbed his bald head helplessly. Yi Xian was also shocked. He did not expect that this burly Elder Xie was actually in charge of the alchemy hall. This meant that Elder Xie knew how to refine pills. Yi Xian had heard of this profession before. Alchemists were all rich people. However, being a vice sect master's disciple was not bad. He had both benefits and status. Most importantly, Yi Xian's lie from before should not be exposed. Although the timing was a little off, was that important? Yi Xian took the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and left. These things were actually charged to Zhou's account. Yi Xian returned to the bamboo forest and devoured everything in his room. Then, he left for the martial arts pavilion. He threw the sect leader's token and went to the martial arts pavilion to take a look. He brought back many copies of level 9 martial arts. The martial arts in the Shattering Cloud sect were not allowed to be spread to outsiders unless they had permission. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. Yi Xian was a man of integrity, so he would not spread the news. Previously, he had obtained all the martial arts through the devouring system, so he learned them directly. However, this time, he had to learn them like a normal martial artist. However, the devouring system was very humane. When Yi Xian opened a copy of a level 9 martial arts, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Discovered the level 8 martial arts, Storm Steps. The host can learn it immediately by using 2 devouring points. Do you want to learn it using devouring points? What? Yi Xian was shocked. The devouring system could let him learn a martial art immediately? This was good news. 2 devouring points is not that expensive. If I learn this Storm Steps, I don't know when I will be able to master it. Let's learn it first. Yi Xian thought to himself and immediately chose to accept. Devouring points successfully deducted. The host has learned the level 8 martial arts, Storm Steps. Yi Xian opened his attribute panel to take a look. Host, Yi Xian Realm, Early Stage 8 Martial Path Bloodline, 100 Beast Bloodline, 100 Flower Bloodline, Chasing Wind Leopard Bloodline Martial Arts, Storm Steps, Netherworld Steps, Exploding Star Arrow Level 1, Frost Fist Level 1, Chaotic Star Arrow Level 2, Devouring Points, 56-inch haha, this is great news. Again. Yi Xian was overjoyed and continued to use devouring points to learn martial arts. Devouring points successfully deducted. The host has learned the level 8 martial arts, Rushing Thunder Hand. Devouring points successfully deducted. The host has learned the level 8 martial arts, Thousand Splitting Legs. Devouring points successfully deducted. The host has learned the level 8 martial arts, Soul Chasing Sword Technique. Devouring points successfully deducted. The host has learned the level 8 martial arts, Heaven Reversal Technique. These level 8 martial arts required 2 to 3 devouring points to learn. Yi Xian learned all of them. His way of leveling up was different from ordinary martial artists. He relied on devouring to level up, so the martial arts did not improve much. However, the better the cultivation method, the faster the speed at which one condensed spirit energy. Furthermore, the speed at which one recovered spirit energy with a cultivation method was also faster, so Yi Xian spent 2 points to learn an 8th rank cultivation method. At the same time, he also realized something. If he obtained martial arts in the future, he could store them in the devouring system and learn them when he needed them. However, this would not spread. He needed to have a copy to teach others, just like what he was doing now. The benefits of being a vice sect leader's disciple are great. I don't need level 9 martial arts for the time being. Moreover, the cost is too high. I'll store them first and think about it later. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he still spent 10 devouring points to learn a level 9 martial arts called Sky Illusion Body Technique. Now, his strength had improved a lot. One should know that he used level 7 martial arts before, but now, he was proficient in several level 8 martial arts and a level 9 martial arts. He estimated that he could send Hui Yuan flying in an instant. It would not be a problem even if he faced a peak level 8 martial artist. Now that I don't need to cultivate, what should I do next? Yi Xian was a little bored, so he left the bamboo forest and prepared to stroll around the inner sect. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the bamboo forest, he saw 3 figures. He had seen all 3 of them before. Hey, it's you too. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. These 3 people were Senior Martial Brother Lu, Senior Martial Brother Ning, and the misophobic Senior Martial Sister Guan. It's you. Why are you here? Senior Brother Ning exclaimed. Senior Brother Lu was the same. As for Senior Sister Guan, she was so shocked that she could not speak. At this time, Yi Xian had already washed his hair and changed his clothes and shoes, but they could still recognize him. Chapter 63. What are you doing here? What? An inner disciple? Senior Brother Ning exclaimed. When Yi Xian first arrived at the Shattering Cloud sect, he wasn't even an outer disciple. However, in just a few hours, Yi Xian had become an inner disciple. How was this possible? That's right. I'm an inner disciple now. Yi Xian nodded. However, before he could finish his sentence, Senior Brother Lu pulled out his sword and said, You must have stolen another disciple's clothes. Now you're trying to steal from the vice sect master's residence. We just happened to bump into you. Senior brother Ning did the same. The two of them rushed toward Yi Xian again. Tisich, two losers. I could easily kick you down the stairs before. It's the same now. Yi Xian also admired the courage of these two people. He immediately stepped on the explosive thunder steps that he had just learned and taught the two of them a heavy lesson. The two of them were sent flying by Yi Xian's ordinary fists and rolled a few times on the ground. Storm steps. Senior Sister Guan was shocked. This was a martial art that even she didn't know. Among the inner disciples, perhaps only the top 4 disciples knew this martial art. However, Yi Xian actually knew it. Where did he learn it? This was the violent thunder steps. Every step would produce a unique sound, so it was impossible for her to recognize it wrongly. Senior brothers, you should restrain yourself. Don't ask for trouble, Yi Xian said slowly. He was sincerely warning them. Ask for trouble? Senior brother Lu was stunned. He was the 6th disciple of the inner sect. How could he bear to hear such words? Kid, you're courting death. Soul chasing / Senior brother Lu was furious. He actually used the 8th grade martial art, soul chasing sword technique. Seeing this, Yi Xian kicked with his right foot and grabbed a branch. He snorted, soul chasing sword technique, I know it too. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two black slashes collided. In an instant, Senior brother Lu's soul chasing slash was scattered. What? Senior brother Lu was shocked. By the time he reacted, his body had already been struck by the soul-chasing slash, and he was sent flying more than 30 meters away. And this was because Yi Xian had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been cut in half. Chasing soul slash. Senior apprentice brother Ning cried out from the side. This was the same as violent thunder step, a rank 8 martial art. Senior apprentice brother Ning, do you want to give it a try? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and used the branch in his hand to draw a sword flower. What kind of joke was this? Senior apprentice brother Ning swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was 1 level lower than senior apprentice brother Lu, and he didn't know how to use the soul-chasing slash. If he was struck by Yi Xian, he would definitely be cut in half. For you? Senior brother Ning asked in surprise. Senior apprentice brother Ning is truly a person of high status with short memories. Junior apprentice brother Yi Xian has just acknowledged the vice sect master as his master. I hope that senior apprentice brother and senior apprentice sister can give me some pointers. Yi Xian threw away the branch in his hand and cupped his fists. Vice sect master? Senior apprentice sister Guan's eyes widened when she heard this. No wonder Yi Xian came out of the bamboo forest. So this was the reason. Impossible. You're just a paper tiger who used pills to climb up. Why would the vice sect master take a fancy to you? Senior apprentice brother Lu endured the pain as he crawled up and said in disbelief. Senior apprentice brother Lu, are you mocking yourself? You can't even beat me. What right do you have to say this? Yi Xian retorted. This sentence shut them up. Yi Xian glanced at them and said, Senior apprentice brother and senior apprentice sister, may I ask why you've come to the bamboo forest? You liar. You don't even know that junior apprentice sister Guan lives here, and you still say that you're the vice sect master's disciple? Senior apprentice brother Ning suddenly stood up and said. Yi Xian was a little surprised. Senior apprentice sister Guan, who was obsessed with cleanliness, actually lived here? What kind of situation was this? Senior apprentice brother Ning, whether you believe it or not is none of my business. In any case, I believe it. But you guys, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to attack your junior apprentice brother for no reason? Yi Xian's gaze fell on senior apprentice brother Ning, causing him to tremble slightly. He was the one who had started this conflict. If he had been too lazy to pay attention to Yi Xian back at the mountain gate, this wouldn't have happened. Fine. You say that you're the vice sect master's disciple. What proof do you have? Senior apprentice brother Ning questioned. Does this count as proof? As Yi Xian's voice rang out, a token flew towards senior apprentice brother Ning. Senior apprentice brother Ning caught the token and was almost scared to death. It was actually the sect master's token. There were only 2 sect master's tokens. One was in the hands of the sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect, and the other was with the vice sect master, Zhousong. You dare to steal the sect master's token? Senior apprentice Brother Ning still couldn't believe it. A country bumpkin who had just arrived at the Shattering Cloud sect was actually accepted as a disciple by the vice sect master? How was this possible? Before Yi Xian could reply, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Enough. It was a girl's voice. Needless to say, it was Senior Apprentice Sister Guan. Junior Apprentice Sister Guan. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning also turned his head, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Senior Apprentice Sister Guan. Senior Apprentice Brothers, please go back. After she finished speaking, she directly walked into the bamboo forest. It seemed that she was indeed living in the bamboo forest. Yi Xian recalled that there were a few small wooden houses in the forest, and one of them seemed to be occupied. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, if you still don't believe me, you can ask the others. Although this junior apprentice brother has just arrived at the Shattering Cloud sect, he has already familiarized himself with the people there. If you don't want to go back, please return the token to me. Yi Xian stretched out his hand, indicating for Senior Apprentice Brother Ning to return the token to him. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning tossed the sect master's token over, then left with Senior Apprentice Brother Lu. He still didn't believe Yi Xian's identity, so he had to find someone to verify it. TSK, you don't have any eyesight at all. Do you think something like the sect master's token can be stolen so easily? Yi Xian muttered with a look of disdain, then left. He estimated that he would be living in the Shattering Cloud sect for a period of time, so he had to adapt to the environment. Right now, almost everyone in the inner sect recognized him, but it was useless. They didn't have to pay to see him. He strolled around the inner sect and found a fun place. This was a place called the Wooden Dummy Array. As long as one could stay inside for 5 minutes under a certain difficulty level, they would be rewarded with points. The first level gave 1 point, the second level gave 5 points, the third level gave 50 points, the fourth level gave 500 points, and so on. Right now, Yi Xian was lacking points, so he could give it a try. Hey, isn't that Yi Xian? Someone recognized Yi Xian before he even entered. Yi Xian smiled at the person beside him, then walked in. Chapter 64. I heard that senior brother Zhong Yang reached the 5th stage half a year ago, but he didn't make it. Yi Xian's physique is extraordinary. I wonder how many stages he can reach. At least the 4th stage. Moreover, the wooden puppet array mainly depends on one's physique. Yi Xian should be able to pass the 4th stage easily. He's just a brute. I don't think he can even pass the 4th stage. The people in the surroundings all gathered around. At this time, Yi Xian had finished his registration and walked into the wooden puppet array. The wooden puppet was actually made of a special kind of wood. It was controlled by an array master and moved according to a certain pattern. The wooden puppet had no legs and moved by turning. However, the wooden puppets were of different sizes. When they moved together, they would not touch the other wooden puppets. It was very magical. Yi Xian walked into the wooden puppet array. Immediately, the wooden puppets began to turn. They were not fast, and even a 6th realm martial path martial artist could handle them. The first stage of the wooden puppet array was the slowest. As long as one stayed for 5 minutes, they would pass. The wooden puppets in the first few stages were not fast, and the power of the 2 wooden arms was not strong. Yi Xian passed it easily. Soon it was the 4th stage. Whoosh whoosh. As time passed, a gust of wind blew in the wooden puppet array. This was caused by the wooden puppets moving at high speed. They are quite fast. This power is probably not inferior to a 7th realm martial path martial artist using a 7th realm martial art. Yi Xian's expression also became serious. He was still able to handle this stage. All he needed to do was occasionally use the netherworld steps. One could not attack the wooden puppets in the wooden puppet array. Otherwise, one would be disqualified. Soon, a minute had passed. Then 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Yi Xian is so powerful. I remember that when senior brother Zhong Yang passed the 4th stage, it was very difficult, but he passed it so easily. The inner disciples who were watching from the stands looked at each other in dismay. While they were discussing, Yi Xian passed the 4th stage. Junior brother, do you want to proceed to the fifth stage? The fifth stage of the wood puppet array wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Even a martial artist in the eighth stage of the martial path would be seriously injured if they were hit by the wood puppet. Those who passed the fifth stage of the wooden puppet array were usually instructors of the Shattering Cloud sect, who were also martial artists in the ninth stage of the martial path. Senior brother, come on, Yi Xian shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the madman in the wooden golem array blew even more violently. Huff huff. These hundreds of wooden dummies began to spin crazily. Their speed was no slower than an electric fan. Yi Xian's expression was extremely solemn as he waved those sturdy wooden arms frantically. Now, he had no choice but to use the grade 8 movement technique, violent thunder steps. Pa! 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 Yi Xian's figure moved quickly among the wooden dummies, making muffled sounds. Oh my god, what did I just see? Raging thunder steps, that is the 8th grade movement technique. Raging thunder steps? How did he know it? Impossible, he just entered the Shattering Cloud sect today. How could he learn the Raging Thunder steps in a day? I remember that Hui Yuan and a few other senior brothers also spent more than a month to reach the small success stage. Impossible, he must have learned it long ago. But, I heard that he came from a small town. How could a small town have a grade 8 martial art? The crowd outside was already boiling with excitement. A minute passed, and Yi Xian was still dodging with ease. 2 minutes passed. This time, Yi Xian was finally sweating. However, at the 3rd minute, Yi Xian was finally hit by the wooden dummy for the first time. Under the high-speed rotation of the wooden dummy, Yi Xian had just endured the first attack when 2 more arms hit him. Pang! 3 attacks that were equivalent to that of a martial artist in the 8th stage of the martial path made Yi Xian's qi and blood churn. He had no choice but to use a movement technique that he had just learned. Heavenly Illusion Movement Technique. A grade 9 movement technique was very taxing for him, who was in the 8th stage of the martial path. However, it was not a problem to hold on until the wooden dummy array ended. Looking at Yi Xian, who was dragging his afterimage in the wooden dummy array, the crowd boiled again. Oh my god, what did I just see? Isn't that the grade 9 martial art, Heaven Illusion Movement Technique? Afterimage, dragging the afterimage out 3 meters, this is the Heaven Illusion Movement Technique's great success stage. Who is he? How can he even know the Heaven Illusion Movement Technique that was created by the Vice Sect leader? Is this really his first day in the Shattering Cloud sect? Could he be the Vice Sect leader's illegitimate son? Shu, be careful. If this spreads, you're done for. Yi Xian had completely shocked the group of inner sect disciples. Not only did he learn the Raging Thunder steps in a day, he even learned the grade 9 martial art, Heaven Illusion Movement Technique. He was simply a super genius. At this time, on the other side of the stands, there were a few figures. Too scary, too scary. If I knew that this kid had such a high aptitude, I would definitely fight with the Vice Sect leader for it. Tisk, if I knew, I would have bet everything on this kid. This kid's aptitude may even surpass the sect leaders. That's right, this kid will be a true spirit realm expert in the future. A true spirit realm seed with great potential. Even if I don't want those disciples, I'll accept it. The one who spoke was the first elder to appear, Bai Lai. They watched in silence. 5 minutes passed quickly. Yi Xian successfully passed the 5th stage. Junior brother, do you still want to pass the 6th stage? The Shattering Cloud sect deacon who controlled the wooden dummy array asked timidly. No, senior brother, open the door and let me out. Yi Xian, who was sweating profusely, shook his head. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for the Sky Illusion Body technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to pass the 5th stage's wooden dummy array, even if he had the 100 Beasts bloodline and the wind-chasing leopard bloodline. Junior brother, you passed the 5th stage and obtained a total of 5,556 points. This is the points medallion. The deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect took out some points medallions and handed them to Yi Xian. The Shattering Cloud sect implemented a point system, but there was no real name system. The points could be used by others. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian wiped off his cold sweat. It seemed that those 3 hits weren't in vain. Fortunately, he had the 100 Beasts bloodline and had an amazing physique. Otherwise, those 3 hits would have definitely injured him severely. After that, Yi Xian quickly left. Now that he had obtained more than 5,000 points, he could exchange them for things to improve himself. So scary. He was hit 3 times by the wooden dummies in the 5th stage, but he could still walk out alive and well. Is this person's body made of iron? What iron? Even an Iron Man would be beaten into a metal pancake in the 5th stage. Chapter 65. After leaving the wooden puppet array, Yi Xian went to the alchemy hall and exchanged for 27,000-year-old blood ginsengs. My physique is strong. Exchanging for blood ginsengs should not arouse other people's imagination. Yi Xian took the 27 blood ginsengs back to his room and swallowed them. When he broke through to the early stage of the 8th realm, he swallowed 30 million and 20 million taels worth of items. Now that he had more than 50 million taels, he should be able to break through. However, these items that were worth 1 million taels of gold were not enough for him to break through. Damn, are you kidding me? 1 million taels of gold is not enough for me to break through to the next level? My God, how hard is it to break through to the next level? Yi Xian was helpless. He felt that he was on the verge of breaking through, but he estimated that he was just a little bit away from breaking through to the next level. Forget it, I'll go see where I can earn points tomorrow. At most, I'll just go down the mountain and kill some demonic beasts. Yi Xian shook his head. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. He found a recliner and lay down outside his wooden house with his arms bared. After coming to this world, he had not seen the night sky properly. The night breeze blew on Yi Xian's body, making him feel a little drowsy. Huff huff. Just as Yi Xian was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of the wind and opened his eyes wide. Papa! Stormy thunder steps. Yi Xian instantly flashed a few meters away. When he reacted, he found that his recliner had been cut in half. Not far away, a figure slowly walked over. With the help of the moonlight, Yi Xian saw the person clearly. It was actually Senior Sister Guan. Just as Yi Xian was about to ask why Senior Sister Guan sneaked an attack on him, Senior Sister Guan said, "Put on your clothes properly." At this time, Yi Xian finally realized that he was half naked. Immediately, he picked up his clothes and put them on. Then, he said somewhat angrily, "Senior Guan, I respect you as a senior sister, so I called you that. But you sneak attacked your junior brother without saying anything. Isn't that a little inappropriate?" Humph. Senior apprentice Sister Guan didn't reply and went straight back to her little wooden hut. Yi Xian was also helpless. What was wrong with Senior Sister Guan? He simply couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand. This senior martial Sister Guan seems to be a clean freak, but there are so many leaves and insects in the bamboo forest. Can't she live just fine? Moreover, they want people to dress up neatly. It's obvious that they have mental illness. Yi Xian thought to himself as he shook his head helplessly. Up until now, he didn't even know Senior Sister Guan's name. He only knew that her surname was Guan. He was thinking that he had to find out more about this tomorrow so that he wouldn't be accidentally killed by Senior Martial Sister Guan in the future. This was Yi Xian's first night in the Shattered Cloud sect. However, on this day, Yi Xian had shaken the Shattered Cloud sect. When the next day arrived, Yi Xian woke up early. He had always been thinking about his cultivation level. As long as he worked a little harder, he would be able to break through to the mid-8th stage of the martial path. Although he didn't have many points left, he still went to the alchemy hall and used 5 points to ask the deacon of the alchemy hall to reveal some information. After the deacon's explanation, Yi Xian found out that Senior Martial Sister Guan was called Guan Yulan and was adopted by the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect. Guan Yulan was originally the child of an ordinary farmer. However, when she was 7 years old, her entire family was killed by a hooligan. After that, the hooligan even wanted to rape her. Fortunately, the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect happened to pass by and saved her. He then brought her back to the Shattered Cloud sect. That incident left a deep shadow in her heart. Therefore, she wasn't a clean freak. She just hated those who had the temperament of a hooligan. A few years ago, when the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect went out, He entrusted Guan Yulan to the vice sect master Zhouzong. Therefore, Guan Yulan lived in the bamboo forest. After listening to the story, Yi Xian finally understood. However, he felt very wronged because he wasn't a hooligan. He just wanted to go to the Shattered Cloud sect as soon as possible. Junior Marshal Brother, don't tell anyone that I told you this. Not many people know about this. The deacon of the alchemy hall called Wang Tao whispered. Senior Marshal Brother, do I look like a talkative person? Don't worry. Yi Xian smiled and asked, by the way, Senior Marshal Brother, do you know how to get points? Points? Apart from the wooden dummy area, you have to go to the training hall to accept some training missions. Wang Tao said, training missions? I understand. Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother. Yi Xian said and directly left the alchemy hall. Wang Tao was also smiling from ear to ear. After chatting for a while, he actually got 5 points. That was 50,000 taels of silver. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. This Yi Xian was so generous. He was worthy of being a dragon among men. In the future, he would definitely achieve great things. After leaving the alchemy hall, Yi Xian also walked towards the training hall. He was still 10 to 20 million taels away from breaking through. His master had also disappeared after accepting him, so he could only do it himself. He arrived at the training hall. As soon as he entered, he became the center of attention. He ignored the gazes of the people around him and began to look for missions. The missions of the Shattering Cloud sect were also graded. A rank 4 mission required a martial artist of the 4th stage of the martial path. Of course, the number of martial artists was not fixed. Yi Xian was now in the 8th stage of the martial path. Logically speaking, he should be able to accept a rank 8 mission. Unfortunately, there were no rank 8 missions in the Shattering Cloud sect. In desperation, he could only accept a rank 7 mission. Eliminate the Blackwater Mountain stronghold and bring back the head of the Mountain King, Chao Hu. Chao Hu's strength is at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. Rank 7 mission reward is 600 points. 600 points is equivalent to 6 million taels of silver. However, this is a mountain bandit den. There must be a lot of good things inside. It should be able to help me break through. I'll accept it. Yi Xian made his decision and directly accepted the mission. Blackwater Mountain was some distance away from the Shattering Cloud sect. However, there was another reason why Yi Xian accepted it. Blackwater Mountain was only a few days' journey from Lianyun City. After completing the mission, he could return to Lianyun City to take a look. However, just as he was about to leave the training hall, 3 people suddenly walked in. Coincidentally, these 3 people were Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Ning, and Guan Yulan. You again? Senior Brother Ning's eyes widened. Oh, so it's Senior Brother. I wonder if Senior Brother still thinks that I'm an imposter? Yi Xian asked with a faint smile. Yesterday, when Senior Brother Ning and Senior Brother Lu returned, they asked many people. As it turned out, when they went down the mountain with Guan Yulan to buy things, Yi Xian caused a ruckus in the inner sect of the Shattering Cloud sect. Then, he was accepted as a disciple by the vice sect master. Chapter 66. Senior Marshal Brother, you're also here to take the experiential mission, right? Please. Yi Xian smiled and stepped aside. At the same time, he glanced at Guan Yulan from the corner of his eyes. Senior Marshal Brother Ning ignored Yi Xian and walked straight ahead. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave the experiential hall, a cry of surprise came from inside. Why you took the Blackwater Mountains mission? Senior Marshal Brother Ning chased after him. Yi Xian was startled, then laughed mischievously. That's right. Could it be that Senior Marshal Brother Ning also wanted to take it? I'm sorry, but I didn't know. If I didn't give it up, I would have definitely given it to Senior Marshal Brother Ning. Give it up? Senior Marshal Brother Ning said hot-headed. Senior Marshal Brother, I remember that there's a rule in the Shattering Cloud sect. When accepting a mission, there's a first-come first-served basis. Since this mission was accepted by me, it's mine. Senior Marshal Brother, you can only accept other missions. Yi Xian shrugged. That's a bandit nest. Can you complete it alone? Senior Marshal Brother Lu walked over. Then I won't trouble Senior Marshal Brother. If Senior Marshal Brother and Senior Marshal Sister are interested, Junior Marshal Brother can consider letting you join. However, the rewards will be split 70-30. How about it? Yi Xian suddenly revealed a crafty expression. 70 for us, 30 for you? Senior Marshal Brother Ning blurted out. However, in the next moment, he almost spat out blood in anger. No, I'll take 70, you guys take 30. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't go too far. Although you're strong, you're only one person. That bandit nest has at least several hundred people. Can you handle them all? Senior Marshal Brother Lu scolded. That's none of your business, Senior Marshal Brother. In any case, I've already given my points as a guarantee. If Senior Marshal Brother doesn't have anything else to say, then Junior Marshal Brother will take his leave. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the three of them, then turned and left. He was just saying it casually. He could destroy that bandit nest by himself. Why would he need 3 more burdens? However, he had only taken a few steps when Senior Marshal Brother Lu shouted, 50-50, we'll join. Yi Xian paused and thought to himself, you really have the guts to ask for it. 50-50? I can take care of the 3 of you single-handedly, and you still want to talk about 50-50? But at this time, a strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. There were still plenty of 7th-rank missions in the Hall of Experience. Why did the 3 of them have to accept this mission to eradicate a bandit lair? Could it be that they were eyeing the huge profits in the bandits' lair? That's not right. Senior Apprentice Brother Lu looks a little too nervous. It's just a mission. Could it be that there's another reason? Yi Xian frowned. He now knew that this Senior Apprentice Brother Lu was called Lu Buping, the grandson of the Shattering Cloud Sect's Elder Lu. That Senior Apprentice Brother Ning was called Ning Chuan, the son of a Shattering Cloud Sect's instructor. They might have some unspeakable secrets. Are you sure you want to join, Senior Marshal Brother Lu? Yi Xian asked curiously. That's right. Lu Buping nodded. Yi Xian secretly glanced at Ning Chuan and Guan Yulan and asked again, 50-50? I'll take 50%? Lu Buping nodded again, but he was thinking in his heart, F***CK, you're just a little stronger. What are you pretending for? If you fall into my hands, I'll definitely kill you. Oh, that's fine. Junior Apprentice Brother Lu, I also feel that I'm not enough. I welcome Senior Apprentice Brother Lu to join. Yi Xian immediately changed his expression. The speed of his change shocked Lu Buping and the others. Yi Xian alone took 50%, and the 3 of them together only took 50%. It would be strange if they didn't have ulterior motives. However, just as Yi Xian thought, Lu Buping and the others did indeed have other things to do at Blackwater Mountain. Now that Yi Xian had accepted the mission of Blackwater Mountain's bandit lair, they could only thicken their faces and join. Otherwise, if they followed Yi Xian and were accidentally discovered by Yi Xian, it would be hard for them to explain. And now, the 3 of them joined Yi Xian. After the mission was completed, Yi Xian would return to the Shattering Cloud Sect alone. TSK, do you really think I'm a fool? I beat you so badly and you still want to join my team. Even a fool can guess my ulterior motives. Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, he didn't know why Lu Buping and the others were going to Blackwater Mountain. At that moment, Yi Xian followed Lu Buping and the others and left the Shattering Cloud Sect. Along the way, Yi Xian also found something strange. That was, the relationship between Guan Yulan, Lu Buping, and Ning Chuan was not very good. There was some distance between the horses of the 2 parties. Of course, Yi Xian and the other 2 parties were the same. Senior Apprentice Brother Lu, what should we do? Ning Chuan took advantage of the break and asked softly. Let's eliminate the Blackwater Mountain bandit lair first. Then, on the way back, we'll find an excuse to leave. Lu Buping replied. But, can we really do it with just the 3 of us? No problem. Grandfather gave me a bottle of special poison. That thing is weak after giving birth. With this bottle of special poison, the 3 of us can deal with it. Lu Buping and Ning Chuan were whispering to each other. Yi Xian also wanted to listen, but unfortunately, he didn't have a good ear. That Guan Yulan doesn't seem to have a very good relationship with the 2 of them. She should have been called over to help. TSK, just what is it that can make these three talented students of the Shattering Cloud sect form a team? Yi Xian was also a little curious. For the rest of the journey, they traveled very quickly. In less than 3 days, they had already arrived at the foot of Blackwater Mountain. Junior apprentice brother, this group of Blackwater Mountain bandits have done all kinds of evil. They have brought a lot of trouble to the surrounding cities. So, when we go up the mountain, you can't show mercy. When they were about to go up the mountain to eliminate the Blackwater Mountain stronghold, Lu Buping also said, "Senior apprentice brother, please don't worry. I won't show mercy," Yi Xian said slowly. At the same time, there was a sentence in his heart that he didn't say out loud. That was, "I will beat you harder than when I beat you." Very good. Then, let's go up the mountain and eliminate this bandit nest. Lu Buping nodded and then pulled out his long sword. The few of them were the elites of the Shattering Cloud sect. Dealing with a bandit nest was not a problem. When they arrived at the mountainside, they encountered a few bare-chested bandits. Shio. Without waiting for Lu Buping to open his mouth, there was a beautiful white figure that swept out, instantly beheading these few mountain bandits under the sword. Junior apprentice Sister Guan is indeed powerful. Lu Buping praised. Although Guan Yulan was a woman, her strength was still above Lu Buping. She was ranked 5th in the inner sect. Now that he knew that Guan Yulan encountered Yi Xian, he was relatively calm. Bandits were a more despicable profession than hooligans. The 4 of them moved very quickly. The bandits on the road were all killed by Guan Yulan. Her actions were very swift. Yi Xian, who was walking at the back, was also doing some petty things. That was to devour the things on the bandits, such as weapons and elixirs. Chapter 67. Senior brother Lu, this kid is very strong. Why don't we? Ning Chuan, who was walking in front, asked softly. No need. The 3 of us can deal with that thing. Why should we add one more person? Lu Buping shook his head slightly. Ning Chuan was still a little worried. But that's a spirit beast. Moreover, this kid's strength is comparable to senior brother Zhong's. With him at the front, we'll be safe. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Lu Buping shook his head again. He then turned around and asked, Junior brother, what are you doing behind us? Oh, I'll be right there. Yi Xian was so scared that he quickly shouted. He immediately stopped the devouring. If they found out about the devouring ability, they would definitely mistake it for a Qian Kun ring. At that time, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. However, after seeing Lu Buping's attitude, Yi Xian was even more convinced that the 3 of them must have some kind of plan. I've already beaten them to such a state, yet they still followed me with a thick face. It's too fake. TSK. Don't tell me this Blackwater Mountain has some kind of treasure? Yi Xian fantasized in his heart. If he could find an ancient site, he would be rich. There were quite a number of Blackwater Mountain bandits. Along the way, they had already killed dozens of them. Most of them were killed by Guan Yulan. As for Yi Xian, he was walking at the back. From time to time, he would complain that these bandits were all poor bastards. Outsiders are coming up the mountain. When the 4 of them were halfway up the mountain, a shout suddenly came from the forest. Then, dozens of people suddenly appeared. Finally, some strong people came. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The bandits that Guan Yulan and the other 2 had killed were all weaklings. They were not even at the 6th rank of the martial path. But now, there were quite a number of people who were at the 6th rank of the martial path. There were even some who were at the 7th rank. The leader was a bald man. He was carrying a bloodied broadsword. However, before he could finish his words, Guan Yulan rushed over and killed him in an instant. He did not even have time to react. This bitch killed the 3rd master. Kill her. The crowd suddenly became excited. They held their weapons and rushed towards Guan Yulan. Junior brother, let's go. Lu Buping gave a low shout and also charged up together with Ning Chuan. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out the cloud splitter bow from his devouring space and fired. Chaotic star arrow. Swish. Swish. Dozens of arrows shot out, and in the blink of an eye, a large group of bandits fell. What? Lu Buping and the other 2 were also shocked. who had launched this attack. When they turned around, they saw Yi Xian walking towards them with his bow in hand. Swish! An arrow brushed past Lu Buping's shoulder, piercing through the head of a mountain bandit. Senior apprentice brother Lu, you can't be distracted in battle. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death, Yi Xian said with a half-smile. Cold sweat appeared on Lu Buping's forehead. As he killed the enemy, he asked, "Where did you get this bow?" "I picked it up on the road," Yi Xian replied slowly. Fortunately, the cloud splitter bow looked very ordinary. It looked like a low-grade mortal weapon, so Lu Buping didn't pay much attention to it. What he was surprised about was that Yi Xian, in addition to his shocking strength, was also proficient in archery. One shot of the chaotic star arrow could kill at least 4 enemies. Sometimes, it could even kill 5 or 6. After a few rounds, the dozens of bandits were almost all dead. Guan Yulan and the other 2 were also shocked. They originally thought that Yi Xian didn't use weapons, but they didn't expect him to be proficient in archery. No wonder he dared to accept the mission of MT Blackwater alone. Junior apprentice brother is very strong. Lu Buping revealed a fake smile, but he was hesitating in his heart. In this mission, if they had Yi Xian's help, then their safety would increase by a lot. However, with one more person, it meant that they would have less points than before. Most importantly, Yi Xian had beaten them up before. "Thank you for your praise, senior apprentice brother." Yi Xian smiled slightly and slowly followed. There were quite a few bandits in MT Blackwater. When Yi Xian and the other 3 arrived at the peak, they had already killed hundreds of bandits. However, there were still 200 to 300 bandits waiting for them at the peak. When they were killing the bandits, the news had already spread to the peak. At this time, MT Blackwater's first master and second master, 2 martial artists at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, had already walked out under the protection of a group of experts. The 4 of you should be disciples of the Shattering Cloud sect. My MT Blackwater and your Shattering Cloud sect have never interfered with each other, and we have never entered your territory. Why are you looking for trouble with my MT Blackwater? The one who spoke was a bald man. He was MT Blackwater's first master, Chao Hu. Chao Hu, you have done all kinds of evil. Today, we are here to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Lu Buping walked out. Such big words. Since it is so, then we have nothing to say. Go, whoever kills him will be rewarded with a mid-grade mortal weapon. Chao Hu directly ordered. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of bandits rushed up. These bandits were all martial artists from the 4th stage to the 6th stage of the martial path. Only a few of them were at the 7th stage of the martial path. Although their strength was not strong, they had the advantage in numbers. With so many people attacking, even a martial artist at the 8th stage of the martial path would have to retreat. Not good retreat. Lu Buping hurriedly shouted and led Guan Yulan and the other 2 to retreat. However, at this time, a figure burst out, nimbly dodging those attacks and directly killing into the crowd. Yi Xian, die! Yi Xian roared. He picked up a long sword and began to cut through the thorns and hemp, killing whoever he saw. Although the sword in his hand was only a low-grade mortal weapon, he was at the 8th stage of the martial path. The strength of his spiritual energy was extremely strong. With a casual slash, he could cut a person in half. The 100 Beasts bloodline, Windchaser bloodline, and the 7th stage martial art, the Netherworld steps, made his speed unmatched. No one could catch sight of his figure. Soul-chasing slash, die for me! Suddenly, Yi Xian raised the long sword in his hand and slashed out a huge slash. This was one of the moves of the 8th stage soul-chasing swordsmanship, the soul-chasing slash. Moreover, Yi Xian also condensed a large amount of spiritual energy. Everyone be careful. Quickly dodge. Screams and cries of agony rang out continuously. This soul-chasing slash was like a sharp knife that split the crowd into 2. The huge slash broke through the air and swept out more than 10 meters, killing 20 to 30 bandits. At this time, no one dared to approach Yi Xian. They all watched from the periphery. Lu Buping and the other 2 also watched in horror. Chapter 68. Then, should we go in or not? Ning Chuan asked somewhat timidly. Go in for what? Let him attract the attention. Our strength is not enough. If we go in, I'm afraid we will be injured by so many attacks and even die inside, Lu Buping said as he also sent out slashes, killing those mountain bandits in the periphery. Although they were only 4 people and there were hundreds of mountain bandits, there were not many who could really get close to them. Under the situation where the difference in realms was too great, the human wave tactic was also useless. And while these mountain bandits were in shock, Yi Xian suddenly slashed out a few soul-chasing slashes. This time, it was a horizontal slash. These slashes were so fast that the mountain bandits did not even have time to react before they were cut in half at the waist. Seeing a large number of his brothers die tragically in an instant, Chao Hu's face was also extremely gloomy. 3 slashes actually killed close to 100 mountain bandits. If it happened a few more times, wouldn't they all die? Second brother, follow me to kill him. Chao Hu picked up the 2 round hammers beside him and walked out. Yes, big brother. Blackwater Mountain's second head could not sit still long ago, carrying a large axe and following out. Is the main character finally coming? Yi Xian glanced from the corner of his eyes, watching the 2 people slowly walk out. Chao Hu held the dual hammers in his hands and said coldly, Brat, your purpose for coming to my Blackwater Mountain this time should not be so simple, right? I'm guessing that you guys should be here for that spirit beast. Not good. Just as Chao Hu's voice fell, the expression of Lu Buping outside changed. However, there were so many mountain bandits surrounding at this time. He could not enter at all, let alone kill this Chao Hu. Yi Xian, who was inside, also revealed a happy expression when he heard Chao Hu's words. It seemed that the leader of the Blackwater tribe knew something. First head, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Yi Xian pretended to ask, but his heart was already exploding. F***CK, spirit beast? Stop pretending. I know that you guys came for that Blackwater flood dragon. Chao Hu snorted coldly. Blackwater dragon. After hearing this name, Yi Xian trembled slightly. Chao Hu had just said that there was a spirit beast in MT Blackwater. It seemed to be this Blackwater dragon. First Master, are you sure you're not wrong? You have a Blackwater flood dragon in this Blackwater Mountain? Yi Xian asked in disbelief. Kid, you don't have to pretend anymore. However, even if the Blackwater dragon is in its weakened state, it's still not something you guys can handle. If you know what's good for you, then leave. I won't hold it against you for killing so many of my brothers, Chao Hu said slowly. He had known about this for a long time, and it was his subordinate who had accidentally spread the news. Blackwater Mountain was only a small force. Facing a colossus like the Shattering Cloud sect, they wouldn't have any ability to resist. Therefore, Chao Hu wanted to send Yi Xian and the others away before moving the entire stronghold to another place. Huh, First Master, you must be joking. I killed hundreds of your brothers. Will you let us go? Yi Xian suddenly laughed out loud. Since that's the case, then you can go to hell. Chao Hu didn't say anything else and directly swung his hammer. The hammer was a powerful weapon. Chao Hu was a martial artist at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. If his hammer hit a martial artist at the 7th stage of the martial path, it would definitely be able to kill him instantly. However, his opponent was Yi Xian. Whoosh whoosh. The sledgehammer landed on Yi Xian's body. Before Chao Hu could show a surprised expression, Yi Xian's entire body floated away. An afterimage. What? Chao Hu was shocked. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see where Yi Xian went. Whoosh. Suddenly, there was a sound in front of them. It turned out that Yi Xian was retreating. Rip. Chao Hu's head flew up, and his huge body fell backward onto the floor. Instant kill. The entire crowd was silent. The first master that they were most proud of was actually killed by a brat. I'm going to kill you. The second master also reacted in an instant. After glancing at the first master's corpse, he swung his axe at Yi Xian. Rip. Another crisp sound was heard. The axe fell from his hand and landed on the ground. The second master's head also flew up and blood splattered everywhere. Now that the 3 leaders of the Blackwater Mountain Range were dead, the entire Blackwater Mountain Range was like a pack of dragons without a leader. The bandits with quick reflexes immediately turned tail and ran. What a joke! Even the leader was dead. What was the point of these underlings staying here? Waiting for death? You want to leave? You evil bandits, go to hell. Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged and he instantly slashed out a few soul-chasing slashes. The death toll instantly soared. The mountain peak was littered with corpses and the smell of blood was extremely pungent. When he accepted this mission, the Shattering Cloud sect gave Yi Xian a piece of information. The information said that the bandits of Blackwater Mountain committed all sorts of crimes and had once destroyed several towns. Not many people survived from the caravan that they robbed. The ones who survived were usually women, and then they were brought back to the stronghold to enjoy themselves. Therefore, these people deserve to die. Let's kill them too. Lu Buping also reacted and began a frenzied slaughter. In less than half a minute, there were hundreds of corpses on the ground. Blood covered the ground. Apart from a small number of bandits who managed to escape, most of them died here. The battle ended. Only Yi Xian and the other two were left alive. Junior brother Ning, go and release the people that the bandits robbed. Lu Buping said to Ning Chuan. Okay. Ning Chuan quickly left. Very quickly, dozens of women ran out. Most of them were under 30 years old. Yi Xian even saw a few girls younger than Lu. The four of them first arranged these women together. Then, they began to search for the treasures of the Blackwater Mountain Range's leader. After they buried the valuable items in a place, they escorted these women down the mountain. When they returned to the peak of Blackwater Mountain and were preparing to distribute the spoils of war, Yi Xian finally opened his mouth. Senior brother, now, shouldn't you explain to me what's going on with that spirit beast? Hearing this, Lu Buping and Ning Chuan's expressions changed. Junior brother, you must have guessed it. We came to Blackwater Mountain this time not entirely for the experiential training mission. Lu Buping knew that this matter could not be hidden, so he began to explain. I received a piece of news before that a spirit beast was discovered in Blackwater Mountain. Moreover, it's a spirit beast that is waiting to give birth. Spirit beasts were creatures more powerful than demonic beasts. They were equivalent to human true spirit realm martial artists. Senior brother, even if it's a spirit beast waiting to give birth, it's still not something we can deal with. Yi Xian asked. Spirit beasts were even more terrifying than 10th level demonic beasts. Even if it was waiting to give birth, it was still not something normal people could deal with. That's right. That's why I brought a strong poison this time. Senior brother Lu suddenly took out a palm-sized cloth bag. This amount was a little too large. What kind of poison can poison a spirit beast? Yi Xian asked in disbelief. Junior brother, don't worry. This will definitely cause the Blackwater Dragon to lose most of its battle strength. Senior brother Lu suddenly smiled slyly. Junior brother Yi, if you are interested, we can make a deal. We don't want the things in this Blackwater Mountain range as long as you help us. How about it? Hearing this, Yi Xian wanted to spit out a mouthful of salt soda water to kill him. Although this Blackwater Mountain range had many good things, but the total was only around 20 million. And the value of a spirit beast far exceeded that. Senior brother, do you think I'm an idiot? A spirit beast has a Niden. A Niden of a spirit beast is worth at least 10 million taels of gold. Why don't we trade? Yi Xian snorted. 10 million taels of gold was also 1 billion taels of silver. As long as it was a person, they would be moved. Lu Buping's expression changed again. Fine. As long as you can obtain this Niden, I'll give you 10%. Chapter 69. Impossible. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, Lu Buping objected. If Yi Xian took 30% each, then the remaining 70% would be split between them. Each person would only get 20%. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you can't be too greedy. You only contributed a little. This information was obtained by senior apprentice brother Lu in the first place, and he was also the one who prepared the poison. It's already not bad that you're getting 10%, Ning Chuan said with a frown. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. He felt that Ning Chuan's words made sense. He didn't contribute anything, so 10% was already a lot. However, he still pointed at the hole in the ground and said, okay, then I'll take a step back. I only want 20% in these things. How about it? Lu Buping also hesitated. Now that Yi Xian already knew about this matter, if they didn't agree, he would go down the mountain and spread the news. At that time, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Okay, 20%. Junior brother, junior sister, what do you think? Lu Buping nodded. They originally wanted to act with 3 people, but now with Yi Xian, this freak, their safety was increased by a lot. Okay. Ning Chuan also nodded. As for the silent Guan Yulan, she also agreed. TSK, 20%. It seems that I can break through again. The rest will be the medical fees. Yi Xian was secretly happy, but the medical fees were a little expensive. In that case, the 3 of us will go look for the Blackwater Lake first. Junior brother, you arrange these things yourself. Lu Buping said and left with Ning Chuan and Guan Yulan. Yi Xian was still thinking about how to send them away, but he didn't expect them to leave by themselves. This saved him a lot of effort. I'll break through to the mid-stage of the 8th realm first. Yi Xian didn't think too much. After Lu Buping and the other 2 left, he devoured the things he collected from the Blackwater stronghold one by one. Ding! The host broke through to the mid-stage of the 8th realm. Breakthrough. However, there were very few things that were worth more than 1 million, so the devouring points weren't much, only 8. However, Yi Xian's devouring points had exceeded 100 because of this. Let's follow them first. I don't want them to leave me behind. Yi Xian thought to himself and immediately followed them. Junior brother Yi, why have you come? Lu Buping turned around, looking at Yi Xian who had hurried over. I shoveled some dirt in. Since the bandits are gone, it doesn't matter, Yi Xian replied casually. At this time, he deliberately suppressed the spiritual energy fluctuations. Hence, Lu Buping and the others could not detect anything at all. Junior martial brother Yi is truly courageous. Lu Buping praised, but muttered in his heart, if you lose it, let's see how you cry. The 4 of them walked towards the back of the Blackwater Mountain. According to the information that Lu Buping obtained, the Black Water Dragon lived in a lake behind the mountain. Therefore, this target was not difficult to find. The 4 of them walked around the mountain for a while and found a lake that was smaller than a basketball court. Senior martial brother, that Black Water Dragon lives here? Ning Chuan stood at the edge of the lake and asked curiously. No, to be precise, it lives in a cave under the lake. The Black Water Dragon occasionally came up to take a breather before it was discovered, Lu Buping explained. That means we have to go into the water? Ning Chuan frowned. That's right. Lu Buping nodded and asked, Junior martial brother Yi, how is your swimming? Swimming? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He knew how to swim, but he had never tried diving. However, at this time, he suddenly remembered that there was an item called the Water Avoidance Pearl in the devouring system. As long as it was in the mouth, it could allow one to move underwater for an hour. No problem. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, the 3 of us will go into the water to search for the location of the cave. Junior martial sister Guan, stay on the shore. Lu Buping finished speaking and began to take off his clothes. Guan Yulan also silently turned around. Although she hated this kind of behavior, she had no choice, right? Yi Xian could only begin to take off his clothes. Although he had the water avoidance pearl, he still had to pretend. Plop. 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 The 3 of them jumped into the lake one after another and dived down. Yi Xian had already spent some points to buy a water avoidance pearl. He put it in his mouth and began to dive. This lake was quite deep. He had only dived a little more than 10 meters, but it was already dark. In desperation, he could only use one hand to send out a spiritual energy slash to illuminate the surroundings. The spiritual energy slash was sent out for more than 10 meters before dissipating. Damn, my luck is too good. I found the cave in such a short time. Yi Xian looked around and found that the radius of the cave was at least 5 meters. It should be the Black Water Dragon's cave. Immediately he swam up again. Guan Yulan was guarding the shore of the lake. When she saw Yi Xian, she immediately showed a look of disdain. How long had it been since he went down, and Yi Xian had already come back up? How dare he say that he had no problem with swimming? Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to her, so he quietly sat by the shore and waited. The physique of a warrior was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. After Lu Buping went down, Ning Chuan took more than 2 minutes to swim back up. Junior brother Yi, is there one on your side? Lu Buping asked. Yes, about 15 meters away from the lake. Yi Xian nodded, then asked, Senior brother Lu, if there is no land in the cave, what should we do? No, that black water dragon is actually a single horn dragon, not a deep-sea type dragon. It can't breathe in the water, so it needs to come up for air. It has come out of the lake twice, so there must be a cave. Lu Buping explained. Oh, that's fine. Yi Xian nodded. As for how to bring the poison into the water, it was relatively simple. He just needed to wrap it with a special waterproof wax paper. However, would this poison really work? That was a spirit beast. However, since he was here, Yi Xian naturally had to go down and take a look. After all, Lu Buping's grandfather allowed him to come, so this poison must be effective. Plop, 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 plop. The 4 of them directly jumped into the water again, but this time, they were wearing clothes. It was too dark under the water, so Lu Buping also used a night pearl, and he led the way in front. The 4 of them quickly dived, found the big cave, and swam in. This is just a cave. That black water dragon better not come out for a stroll, or else we won't be enough for it to swallow. Yi Xian was also extremely nervous in his heart, but this worry was unnecessary. After swimming for half a minute, they floated to the surface. Chapter 70. Shoo, everyone be quiet. Lu Buping went ashore first and reminded them softly. Yi Xian and the other 2 went ashore one after another. They did not dare to use their spirit power to shake off the water on their clothes, for fear of disturbing the black water dragon inside. Guan Yulan went ashore before Yi Xian, and Yi Xian followed behind her. With the help of the night pearl's light, Yi Xian also saw a graceful body. Her figure is not bad. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. However, before he could continue admiring, a wave of spirit power surged out from Guan Yulan's body and shook off the water on her clothes. Wang! Hearing this sound, Lu Buping trembled violently and turned his head to whisper, Junior Guan. Yi Xian was also helpless. Guan Yulan risked alerting the enemy and wanted to dry her clothes. This mentality was not good. Guan Yulan did not speak. This Junior Guan is too much. Why is she putting on airs? If I had known, I would have asked someone else. Lu Buping was also a little annoyed. If they disturbed the one-horned dragon inside, then things would be troublesome. However, he did not dare to say this out loud. He could only fantasize about it in his mind. After all, Guan Yulan was the sect master's adopted daughter. Everyone be careful. Don't make any more noise. Lu Buping reminded again, and then carefully moved forward while sticking close to the walls of the cave. This cave was very dark. With the help of the night pearl's light, they could barely move forward slowly. Drip. From time to time, drops of water would fall from the ceiling of the cave. After moving forward for about 5 minutes, they heard an unusual sound. It was a bit like the sound of a volcano erupting. That unique dragon should be giving birth. Let's hurry up. Lu Buping revealed a happy expression. If this dragon was giving birth, then perhaps there was no need to use poison. They walked for a while, and then shockingly found that there was light in front of them. This should be the cliff behind Blackwater Mountain. Maybe there is another exit. Lu Buping said as he walked to the corner and quietly poked his head out. Sure enough, in a corner of the cave, there was a huge creature. It was a horned flood dragon. Its body was very long, and it looked to be at least 20 meters long. Yi Xian also snuck a glance. His first impression of the flood dragon was that it was terrifying. He originally had a phobia of the deep sea, but now that he saw such a huge underwater creature, he immediately swallowed his saliva. Wait a minute, were they going to fight this thing? Senior apprentice brother Lu, we're really going to? Ning Chuan was also frightened. This one-horned flood dragon was the biggest creature he had ever seen in his life. Since we're already here, how can we retreat? Although Lu Buping said so, he was extremely terrified in his heart. After all, this was a spirit beast. At this time, Guan Yulan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Look over there." Everyone followed her gaze and saw that there was already an egg bigger than a human in another tribe of the cave. A flood dragon egg. This flood dragon is a spirit beast. If this flood dragon egg is sold, it would probably be worth hundreds of millions. If it is nurtured well, it may be another spirit beast in the future. Lu Buping's eyes revealed a greedy look. Having a spirit beast as a pet, it was very impressive. However, the lifespan of a flood dragon was very long, and the lifespan of a human was definitely incomparable. Therefore, this flood dragon egg was probably not wanted by anyone because the time to nurture it was too long. However, for now, they had to kill this one-horned flood dragon in front of them first. Senior apprentice brother, that flood dragon seems to be laying an egg. What should we do? Ning Chuan looked at the flood dragon in the corner and said slowly. At this time, Yi Xian also noticed that the flood dragon's abdomen split open and half of the egg was already exposed. Just in case, let's poison it first. Lu Buping took out the cloth bag and then said to Yi Xian, this poison will be effective if it is inhaled, but if it is swallowed by the flood dragon, the effect will be even greater. Can you use a bow and arrow to send this over? Sending poison into the flood dragon's mouth is not practical, but I can make it explode in front of the flood dragon. Yi Xian took the cloth bag and said slowly, it's fine. Now that this flood dragon is laying an egg, and with this poison, its strength will be greatly reduced. I'm afraid it will be less than 1/10 of its original strength. Lu Buping nodded. Yi Xian took out the broken cloud bow. He had forgotten to put away the broken cloud bow, but he did not expect it to come in handy now. He looked at the one-horned flood dragon that was laying an egg, and then suddenly threw the cloth bag in his hand over. That one-horned flood dragon also heard a slight sound. When it raised its head, it saw something flying towards it. Now it was two. Shoo! Boom! A star-bursting arrow accurately hit the cloth bag, blowing it into pieces. The poison powder in the cloth bag also scattered in an instant, and the one-horned flood dragon's face was covered in dust. Ha! It's done. Junior brother Ye's archery is good. Lu Buping was overjoyed, and directly pulled out his long sword. The one-horned flood dragon ate a nose full of dust, and also inhaled a lot of poison powder. More of it was absorbed by its skin. In an instant, this one-horned flood dragon let out a howl. However, it was currently giving birth, and could not move. Otherwise, it would directly rush over and tear apart Yi Xian and the others. Senior brother, are we going now? Ning Chuan turned and asked. No rush, let's wait for the medicine to take effect. This time, the heavens are helping me, it's actually laying an egg. Lu Buping could not hide his joy. This time, they had already discussed. Excluding Yi Xian's 20%, they would divide the remaining 80% according to 50-32. Lu Buping would get 50%, Guan Yulan 30%, and Ning Chuan 20%. Of course, Lu Buping still had a plan in his heart, and that was to get all of it. Of course, this would have to be done with a lot of risk. Ah, senior brother, it's working. Ning Chuan suddenly said. Everyone stared, only to see that this one-horned flood dragon's scales began to turn red. Its entire body began to squirm, and at the same time, it let out some strange sounds. Woo-ao! The one-horned flood dragon's body began to squirm on the ground like a snake. Its claws also began to scratch the ground, as if it was very uncomfortable. Senior brother, what kind of poison is this? The medicine's effect is so fast? Ning Chuan asked in disbelief. From the time the cloth bag exploded until now, it had not been more than 10 seconds, and the target was a spirit flood dragon. This poison was too powerful, right? Lu Buping smiled knowingly and said, this is actually not poison, but a kind of holy medicine called immovable lust. That bag is enough for 100 men to use continuously for a year. Well, Chapter 71. Spring. Hearing this, Yi Xian and the others turned their heads to look at the one-horned flood dragon again. It seemed to be rubbing its body on the ground. Guan Yulan, who was still a virgin, immediately blushed. She glared fiercely at Lu Buping. What if they were to come into contact with the powder during the battle later? Don't worry, as long as we attack from afar, it will be fine. Lu Buping laughed, then walked out and said, it's about time, junior brothers and sisters, let's go. But Ning Chuan also took out a long sword. This one-horned flood dragon was laying eggs, and it was poisoned, so it was very weak. It probably did not have much fighting strength left. This was the best time for them to go on the field. Guan Yulan looked at the flood dragon and felt bad for it. However, after a few seconds of hesitation, she followed suit. Woo! The flood dragon could not dodge, it could only take the attacks of Yi Xian and the others, but its hard scales directly blocked the attacks of the four. Not good, we underestimated its defense. Attack its abdomen. Lu Buping was not a fool, he already knew that their attacks would not have much effect on the flood dragon, but this time even the heavens were helping them. The flood dragon was laying eggs. Although the scales of the one-horned flood dragon were hard, its abdomen did not have any scales, and the giant egg was only half laid. If they attacked its abdomen, it would definitely be severely injured. Boom! Boom! These attacks fell on the flood dragon's abdomen. There was indeed some effect, but it was not very good. The damage was not very strong. After all, this was a spirit beast. Although it was very weak, its physical strength surpassed that of a 10th-level monster beast. Under the difference in level, Yi Xian and the others' attacks could not break its defense. However, these attacks still caused a lot of pain to the flood dragon. Damn, its skin is quite hard. Watch how I kill your son. Ning Chuan suddenly ran to the side, and then directly slashed at the flood dragon. This time, it didn't attack the horned serpent dragon, but the unborn serpent dragon's egg. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank, so did Lu Buping, but their shouts could not stop Ning Chuan. Gotcha! The attack fell on the flood dragon's egg. Breaking the eggshell, it began to flow out a thick, turbid liquid, faintly visible. It's over! Yi Xian was shocked. This Ning Chuan's courage, he actually dared to attack the flood dragon's egg in front of it. Was this not courting death? Sure enough, the moment the eggshell broke, the horned flood dragon was also stunned. Then it roared towards the sky. Its roar reverberated throughout the cave, almost deafening the four of them. The horned flood dragon that was still wriggling suddenly stood up and stretched out its claws to grab Ning Chuan. However, it was extremely weak and its movements were very slow, so it did not manage to grab Ning Chuan. Attack, 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 attack the agate. Lu Buping had long scolded Ning Chuan in his heart. This one-horned flood dragon was already so weak, and he still wanted to provoke it. What if the one-horned flood dragon went crazy? As soon as he finished speaking, the four of them started to madly attack the giant egg. Yi Xian also mustered up all his strength and continuously shot out the most powerful exploding star arrows. Boom! Boom! These attacks had already beaten the unborn dragon's egg beyond recognition. At the same time, the flood dragon's abdomen was already bleeding. It was too horrible to look at. The flood dragon once again roared to the sky. It stretched out its claws to attack, but it still could not catch anyone. However, its speed at this time was faster than before. Not good, it began to recover. Yi Xian shouted. What? Lu Buping also reacted. It seemed that they still underestimated the ability of a spirit beast. At this time, in less than half a minute, this flood dragon was able to overcome Lu Buping's poison. If it recovered, then Yi Xian and the others would die here. You guys attack the stomach, I'll go blind it. Yi Xian shouted again, then quickly began to move. He pulled the cloud-splitting bow, and an exploding star arrow was shot out. Boom! The exploding star arrow exploded in the flood dragon's eye socket, but the flood dragon had already closed its eyes, so it was not injured at all. Damn, Ning Chuan the stupid pig. Lu Buping cursed, suddenly took out a delicate dagger from his arms, and attacked again. However, his attacks had also become much more powerful due to the difference in weapons. Flood dragon, die for me. Lu Buping's attacks suddenly became much stronger. Each time, it could make the flood dragon cry out in pain. That is, Yi Xian also noticed this, but he did not think much about it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he instantly shot a few exploding star arrows. Boom! 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 After the flood dragon suffered the last exploding star arrow, its huge body suddenly trembled. Yi Xian looked and found that blood suddenly flowed out of the flood dragon's eye socket. It hit. It is blind in one eye. As long as its other eye is blinded, then its threat will be greatly reduced. Yi Xian thought for a moment, took out a spirit recovery pill, and then continued to attack. As for Guan Yulan and the other two, they were still relentlessly attacking the one-horned flood dragon's abdomen. Due to the birth, there was already a wound there, and after being attacked by them for a while, it was already badly mutilated. Soul chasing / die for me. Lu Buping's whole body was like a madman. He began to attack crazily. The dagger in his hand increased his attack by several times. Senior brother Lu actually has a spirit weapon? Ning Chuan also guessed at once. At this time, he finally understood why Elder Lu was so assured to let Lu Buping kill the spirit beast. It turned out that he had this trump card. A spirit weapon could greatly increase a martial artist's attack. Even a martial artist of the 10th stage of the martial path might not have it. Now that Lu Buping had this spirit weapon dagger, his attack was probably comparable to a martial artist of the 9th stage of the martial path. Die for me. Lu Buping was also muddle-headed, crazily attacking the flood dragon, because as long as this flood dragon died, then his share was almost enough to buy a spirit weapon. Or even 2 of them. Boom! At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly cried out in alarm, because he'd successfully blinded both of the horned flood dragon's eyes. Fortunately, he was fast enough to walk on the stone wall for a short time, otherwise it would have been difficult to do. Chapter 72. As long as he could cut the one-horned flood dragon into 2 pieces, then this one-horned flood dragon would definitely die. Although it would not die immediately, it would definitely bleed to death. It was only a matter of time. Yi Xian also immediately nodded and raised his hand to shoot a few exploding star arrows. Now he also understood that the dagger in Lu Buping's hand was a precious spirit weapon. If he had this spirit weapon, he was afraid that he could cut this flood dragon into 2 halves in minutes. Unfortunately, Lu Buping would definitely not lend out such a precious thing. Roar! The one-horned flood dragon's body began to recover. The effect of the aphrodisiac was about to wear off, but at this time, with the large area of injuries and blinded eyes, its threat was not big. It did not expect that when it was at its weakest, there would be 4 humans. But at this time, it did not do anything. It was blind, it could not even catch a human. Boom! Yi Xian and the other 3 attacked crazily. The wound on the one-horned flood dragon's abdomen continued to expand. After Lu Buping took out the spirit weapon, their damage was calculated in tons. Spirit beast inner core, spirit beast inner core, After Lu Buping took out the spirit weapon, his whole person changed. From time to time, he would laugh loudly, which made Yi Xian think that he was crazy. However, Lu Buping looked at the one-horned flood dragon's wound, and the greed in his eyes grew. He glanced at the 3 people around him, and a thought suddenly popped up in his heart. Junior brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Buping's eyes flashed, holding the spirit weapon dagger. He suddenly attacked the nearest Ning Chuan. It was a 7th grade martial art, soul chasing /. His realm was originally higher than Ning Chuan, and now with this spirit weapon, his attack power and speed were definitely beyond Ning Chuan's imagination. Ning Chuan felt that something was wrong, and when he turned around, there was a slash across his body. Ning Chuan's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. The 2 of them were about the same age and played together since childhood. Ning Chuan would never have thought that Lu Buping would attack him. Ning Chuan's body separated and fell to the ground. His body could not withstand such a high-intensity slash. Guan Yulan and Yi Xian were also shocked. By the time Guan Yulan reacted, Lu Buping had already raised his hand and unleashed another soul-chasing slash. Junior sister, don't blame senior brother. As long as I have this Naiden, then senior brother can directly break through to the 9th stage of the martial path, or even the 10th stage, and become the Shattering Cloud sect. No, become the number 1 genius of the South Forest region. This was Lu Buping's thought before he acted. The soul-chasing slash, enhanced by the spirit weapon, was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Guan Yulan. Guan Yulan also gave up on resisting. She knew that she couldn't avoid this attack. If she couldn't, then she would end up like Ning Chuan, becoming a cold corpse. However, right at this critical moment, another burst of energy suddenly collided with the soul-chasing slash. Boom! When the two spiritual energies collided, a strong shockwave was created and Guan Yulan was sent flying. Without a doubt, this sudden attack was Yi Xian's supernova arrow. Damn it! Seeing this, Lu Buping cursed inwardly. How could he forget about it? At the same time, he was also very shocked. Because in his hand was a spirit weapon, its attack power was probably comparable to a 9th stage martial path cultivator. However, such an attack was actually defeated by Yi Xian. How was this possible? Senior brother Lu, you're harming your own senior brother. Yi Xian looked at Lu Buping with a smile that wasn't a smile. From the beginning, he had guessed that this might happen, so he intentionally or unintentionally opened up a distance with Lu Buping along the way. He didn't expect that it would actually happen. A Naiden is worth more than 1 billion. You want me to share it with you? Don't even think about it. Junior brother, I know you're powerful, but can you block this spirit weapon in my hand? Lu Buping stopped attacking and coldly looked at Yi Xian. Didn't I block it just now? Yi Xian lightly smiled. Then I'll see if you can continue to block it. Lu Buping suddenly took out a pill from his chest. This pill was the bursting spirit pill that Yi Xian was incomparably familiar with. Lu Buping was originally at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, which was the realm that benefited the most from the bursting spirit pill. After taking the bursting spirit pill, his realm would break through to the 8th stage of the martial path. At that time, relying on the spirit weapon in his hand, Yi Xian really wouldn't be able to block it. Damn, I actually forgot about this kind of pill. Yi Xian angrily cursed in his heart. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The 100 Beasts bloodline, the Chasing Wind Leopard bloodline, and the rank 9 Heavenly Illusion movement technique were enough to allow him to avoid Lu Buping's attack. Xiao! A soul-chasing slash that was even more ferocious than before flashed past. Yi Xian dodged to the side, and the soul-chasing slash destroyed his afterimage. He directly entered the stone wall and left a 2-meter deep mark on it. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. This soul-chasing slash was probably enough to split his body in half. I still underestimated you, but can you block it? Lu Buping's eyes flashed with a fierce light as his gaze fell on Guan Yulan. Guan Yulan was just saved by Yi Xian, but the impact of the attack also heavily injured her. Right now, she was very weak, just like the single-horned flood dragon. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. He hurriedly shot a few bursting star arrows. He had to interrupt Lu Buping's attack, or else Guan Yulan would be in danger. Although Guan Yulan only spoke one sentence to him, they both lived in the bamboo forest. If he could save her, Yi Xian didn't mind saving her. Boom! 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 3 bursting star arrows were only able to block Lu Buping's soul-chasing slash. This was the difference between a high-grade mortal weapon and a spirit weapon. Let's see how many times you can block it. Lu Buping's anger rose. Before, he was beaten by Yi Xian twice. This time, he wanted revenge. Boom! 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 The sound of spiritual energy colliding continued, echoing throughout the entire cave. It was like thunder, as if the entire cave was going to collapse. Sand and stones were constantly flying in the cave. Sand and dust filled every corner, as if a sandstorm had swept through. In a short 5 seconds, Yi Xian shot more than 10 bursting star arrows. The spiritual energy in his body was rapidly depleting. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Not good. I estimate that I can only shoot 5 more bursting star arrows. If the spiritual energy in my body is depleted, then I will definitely die here. Chapter 73. However, it was not worth it to use so many devour points to deal with this small fry. However, this was the only way. However, at this moment, Lu Buping's body suddenly turned red. His body temperature rose rapidly, and a small tent appeared on his lower body. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately reacted. He laughed loudly in his heart and said, "The heavens are really helping me." The unfairness of the road must have also been affected by that unmovable lust. I have the 100 Flowers bloodline, so this thing is useless to me. Lu Buping also reacted. However, this thing was used by high-level warriors. He was only in the 9th level of the martial path. He could not withstand it. He immediately pounced toward Yi Xian like a hungry wolf. Damn, you're targeting me? Scram. Yi Xian was scared half to death. He hurriedly pulled his bow and shot a supernova arrow. Boom! The exploding star arrow hit Lu Buping's chest and instantly exploded, sending him flying. You're even wearing a treasure armor. Humph, watch me take your spiritual weapon. Yi Xian rushed forward and caught Lu Buping's spiritual weapon dagger. Now, the outcome was clear. You killed Ning Chuan. I have a witness, so if I kill you, the Shattering Cloud sect will definitely not pursue the matter. Lu Buping, be a good person in your next life. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He drew his bow again. This time, he wanted to blow Lu Buping's head. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a rustling of grass in the wind. What's that sound? Yi Xian's heart froze. He felt that something was wrong. However, in the next moment, his smile abruptly stopped. This was clearly the roar of the horned flood dragon. Moreover, it came from another exit. Could it be that there is another horned flood dragon? There were two of them in the beginning, not one? When such a thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was also shocked. Damn, if there are two, then what's the point of playing? Yi Xian's face darkened. He quickly turned around and prepared to leave. However, in the next moment he stopped in his tracks. After pondering for a moment, he decided to bring Guan Yulan along. He quickly rushed to the semi-conscious Guan Yulan and carried her in his arms. Then he turned around and ran. Don't leave. Lu Buping still maintained a shred of consciousness and shouted at Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian simply ignored him and left. As for Lu Buping, due to the immovable obscenity effect on his body, his battle prowess was probably not even half. However, he could hear the roar coming from the other tunnel. He immediately crawled towards the direction that Yi Xian had left. He even used his hands, rolling and crawling, preparing to leave. But at that moment, a sudden gust of wind blew, blowing him against the stone wall. It was the breath of the one-horned flood dragon. Lu Buping still wanted to run, but a chill rose from his back. Immediately after, he saw a bloody mouth appear on top of his head. It's over. Lu Buping's last bit of consciousness thought so. Yi Xian, who had left quickly, also ran back along the original path. He had already heard the sound of the other flood dragon returning. Immediately, he used what little spiritual energy he had left to use the 9th grade martial art, Heaven's Illusion Body Technique. Although he was still carrying a burden, the 100-beast bloodline was not for show. Guan Yulan's weight did not affect him much. Oh my, it seems to have caught up. After hearing the voice behind him, Yi Xian's face turned pale. This was because the voice behind him was rapidly approaching. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he was still holding a spiritual weapon in his hand. Devour! At that moment, Yi Xian quickly devoured the dagger. Ding! The host has devoured the low-grade spiritual weapon, Cold Light Dagger. The host has received 430 devour points. Ding! The host has broken through to the peak of martial arts level 8. Although there was probably no hope for the inner core, obtaining a spiritual weapon dagger was already very good. What? A spiritual weapon worth more than 400 million points can't even increase by 2 levels? Yi Xian was shocked. How difficult was it to increase this level? He quickly cursed the 18 generations of ancestors of the system in his heart. Then he carefully felt it. He was originally in the middle of martial arts level 8. Now, he was at the peak of martial arts level 8. Although he increased by 1 level, it was only a small level. His physique would not change much. However, behind him, there was a heavyweight monster chasing after him. If it caught up, he would definitely become food in its stomach. Damn it, another bloodline. Yi Xian quickly made a decision. Then he spent 50 bloodlines to exchange for a bloodline called Blade Fish. The wind-chasing leopard was the fastest bloodline on land. This blade fish was the same as the wind-chasing leopard, but its home ground was underwater. After fusing with the bloodline of the blade fish, Yi Xian ran to the place where they came ashore. Plop! Yi Xian carried Guan Yulan and plunged in. Immediately after, the image of a sharp blade fish condensed from spiritual energy appeared around him. His speed wasn't the slightest bit slower than on land. Go go! Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. This was because he was being chased by a flood dragon. Moreover, it was an amphibious single-horned flood dragon. It could use its claws to walk on land and swim in water. After exchanging for the blade fish bloodline, Yi Xian no longer needed the water avoidance pearl. However, he realized that when he jumped into the water, he did not make any noise at all. This caused Guan Yulan to hold her breath. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Then he lowered his head and kissed Guan Yulan's cherry lips. Then he passed the water avoidance pearl that he had been holding in his mouth to Guan Yulan. I'm so pitiful. I actually lost my first kiss here. But fortunately, the other party is a beauty. It's not a big loss. Yi Xian was very helpless. However, he did not think too much about it. Right now, escaping was more important. However, Guan Yulan had not completely fainted. She was still conscious. Yi Xian's actions had scared her quite a bit. However, with that small bead in her mouth, she felt like she could actually breathe in the water. How magical! At this moment, Yi Xian did not know what she was thinking. He only knew how to run for his life. After fusing with the blade fish bloodline, his speed was very fast. With a kick of his legs, he shot out like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the cave and arrived at the bottom of the Black Lake. Almost there, almost there. As long as I get ashore, I will be safe. I don't believe that you will leave that injured flood dragon behind. Yi Xian kept praying in his heart. He hoped that he would not be swallowed halfway. Chapter 74. Walala. Yi Xian quickly rushed out of the Blackwater Lake and ran towards the forest without looking back. 3 seconds after he left the water, a huge creature jumped out of the water. Single-horned flood dragon. It's here. Yi Xian heard the sound of water behind him. His nerves were already stretched to the limit. He burst out with maximum speed and quickly rushed into the forest. Fortunately, this single-horned flood dragon had some intelligence and did not chase after him. After seeing Yi Xian enter the forest, it dived back into the water. At this time, in a corner of the forest, Yi Xian hid behind a tree and secretly took a look. Damn, this one was a size bigger than the injured single-horned flood dragon. It could definitely swallow a tank in one gulp. Gulp. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. He also had a lingering fear. If this flood dragon continued to chase, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape death. That scared me to death. What kind of news did Lu Buping get? There were actually 2 flood dragons. I almost died here. Yi Xian stared at the lake for a while and then felt relieved. It seemed that this single-horned flood dragon went to find the injured flood dragon. As for Lu Buping, he was probably also dead. After all, this flood dragon came in from another cave. Fortunately, this time it was only a scare but not a real danger. He had 4 bloodlines in his body, otherwise, he might really have died here. Ning Chuan was dead, Lu Buping was also swallowed by the flood dragon. Now, only Yi Xian and Guan Yulan were left. When they left the sect, many people must have witnessed it. If Lu Ping went missing, then the Shattering Cloud sect would suspect him. However, if there was a witness, this was not too bad. Hey Guan Yulan, are you okay? Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and then squatted down to ask. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. He saw that Guan Yulan's whole body was red and hot. This was obviously because she was hit by the unchangeable lewdness. Damn, it's definitely because I got it when I was fighting with Lu Buping. I have the 100-flower bloodline, so this thing is useless to me. Yi Xian hurriedly searched through the devouring system to see if there was anything that could dispel the unmovable obscenity effect. However, at this moment, the heavily injured Guan Yulan suddenly let out a moan. Then, her entire body pressed against Yi Xian. Her 2 moist red lips directly pressed against Yi Xian's mouth. Yi Xian was still deep in thought when he was suddenly ambushed. He was stunned. Holy sh*t, this girl is still touching me. Yi Xian felt that something was wrong with his crotch and his heart trembled. At this moment, he was also hesitating in his heart. At this moment, there were 2 paths before him. First, he could go with the flow and do Guan Yulan, ending his virginity for so many years. After that, he could use the excuse that he had also been afflicted with the unchangeable lewdness. 2. Persevere and heal He Yulon. Damn, I'm so hot. Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart and then made a decision. He was a righteous man. How could he take advantage of others when they were in danger? If the 100-flower bloodline can prevent me from being affected, then perhaps my blood will also be effective. Thinking of this, Yi Xian cut his wrist and then pushed away Guan Yulan, who had already lost control of herself. However, just as he pushed her away, Guan Yulan pounced on him again. Damn! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He directly aimed his wrist at his mouth and sucked hard. As expected, Guan Yulan pounced on him again. This time, Yi Xian directly passed his blood into Guan Yulan's mouth through his mouth. Then, Guan Yulan swallowed it. Yi Xian had the 100-flower bloodline in his body, which made him immune to all kinds of poisons. After his blood was swallowed by Guan Yulan, it immediately took effect. Yi Xian could clearly feel that Guan Yulan's body temperature was decreasing and was starting to recover. Damn you! Seeing this, Yi Xian pushed Guan Yulan away. Guan Yulan hit the tree behind her and slowly regained consciousness. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that the first thing Guan Yulan did after the effects of the poison in her body disappeared was to reach out and chop Yi Xian's head. Pervert, go to hell! Damn, a woman's heart is really the most poisonous. I saved you so many times, but you want to kill me the moment you wake up. Yi Xian extended his hand and locked Guan Yulan's hand as he berated, "You're a woman with a poisonous heart. Is this how you treat your savior? Go to hell." Guan Yulan's face was flushed red. She raised her leg and kicked Yi Xian, but she was seriously injured. Even if she was in her peak condition, she couldn't do anything to him at such a close distance. Therefore, she was easily captured by Yi Xian. "Pervert, let go of me!" Guan Yulan shouted. "Are you sure? Or are you saying that you don't have any consciousness after being poisoned?" Yi Xian asked. "Pervert, let go of me!" Guan Yulan was pinned under Yi Xian's body. Her breathing was not smooth. She was already seriously injured, and now her injuries were even worse. Yi Xian frowned. "It seems that you don't remember at all. You were ambushed by Lu Buping, and I blocked the fatal blow for you. Then I carried you out of the water. But you were already poisoned by Lu Buping's unchangeable lascivious. I helped you get rid of it out of the kindness of my heart. If I really wanted to do anything to you, I would have done it with you instead of helping you get rid of the poison." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Guan Yulan was stunned. Actually, she still had some consciousness before she came out of the water. However, what happened after that was a bit blurry. When she woke up, she found herself in intimate contact with Yi Xian. "Let go of me first," Guan Yulan said again, but her tone was clearly not as strong as before. "All right, if you dare to touch me again, I will throw you back into the Blackwater Lake and let that dragon swallow you." Yi Xian coldly snorted, then slowly got up. At such a close distance, he had 100 ways to capture Guan Yulan. Therefore, Guan Yulan was not a threat to him at all. Seeing Yi Xian take a few steps back, Guan Yulan quickly got up from the ground and tidied up her wet clothes. Although she was fine now, Yi Xian was still pressing her under his body. Both of their clothes were wet, which allowed her to feel the masculine scent of a man up close. Therefore, her little face was still flushed. "Why weren't you poisoned?" Guan Yulan asked in surprise. Yi Xian used his spiritual energy to dry his clothes, then raised his left wrist. "I ate a kind of heavenly treasure, so I am immune to poison. You were only able to get rid of the poison because you drank my blood." "Blood?"